Yo. Morning. Morning, everybody. Oh, I forgot to take that down from yesterday. What's up, everybody? What's up? Did I see Darko? I think I saw Darko in here. I did see Darko. What's up, man? How are you? Yo, what's up, Dead Rose? How are you? Welcome in. Thanks for stopping through. I appreciate that. How's everybody doing? Like, I'm not gonna lie, as much as I do not like horror games, they make you sleep really well. You know, I feel like I got all the jitters and anxiety out last night. You know, you finished Outlast yesterday? No, I don't know how far we are, but we just drained like the sewer thing, and we played for like 3 hours though. Very sick right now. Yo, what's wrong? What's wrong? Also, Judas, I'm gonna read your I'll read your story today. I didn't get a chance to last night. Read it today. So yeah, I think you're only like 1/8 of the way through at most. I saw that. I know what I drained. Hey, what's up, Darko? How are you? I was thinking about you yesterday, man. I had a message drafted and I fell asleep. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I was looking. Ooh, it's all right. I hope you feel better, Judas. I hope you feel better. Feel better, bro. Yeah, so what I'm thinking about doing, never do it when he's chatting. Yeah, not fair. I want my points back. Yeah, if you want to learn about timing, you got to ask Saul. Saul and / or Wolf. JK. They got the timing. They got the timing for real. You know, what I'm thinking about doing in regards to scary games is we may dedicate a day a week to playing them until I get, not until I get sick, but until there's like, I don't know, until it gets old. Yeah, I'm gonna get my timing perfectly. Watch. Oh, I bet. So we may have like a Saturday or Sunday, in which is scary days. It's like at least an hour of stream today. Should be getting rid of Tiger. Yeah, I gotta fuck Tiger, bro. Thriller Tuesday. Well, not today. It'd have to be like Thriller Thursday, right? Wouldn't that work better? Thriller Thursday? Oh, damn, I lost one point. My life is shattered. I'm so sorry, Saul. I hope that you can recoup that loss for real. But if we do Thriller Thursday, that would definitely start next week. Thoughts? Thoughts? I think like one day a week. Why not now? Because we played yesterday. You know, yesterday was a yesterday was something, huh? You know.
What was the reason? What was the reason?
How you been, Darko? I hope everything's going well, man. For real. Doesn't count? Why doesn't it count? Still recovering? No, I'm good now. To be honest, over 1 million points, and I'm 87th.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Wow.
Sometimes we get a little overzealous with the stimmies, with the chat stimmies. You know what I'm saying? A little overzealous with the chat stimmies. I'm not recovering now because I'll be honest with you. Last night, chat sucks is D too much. Yeah, you know, I gotta pay when it's good. Want my rank to go up? You gotta either gamble or save your points. You'll go up because there's some people who just gamble all. You know what I mean? They just kind of gamble all. Gamble? Yeah. You last night was a heart attack. You go gamble. See? And I just lost points. But you know, you can gamble. Like Just Dance he just won. Sorry, I'm too new to the Switch. Like, oh, you're good. I don't mind explaining things, you know? I don't mind explaining things. Berries are cool. Also, hello. Welcome in, Not Good. How are you doing, man? I'm too nice. Yeah, you are. How you doing? Watch this. All right, let me see. Gamble all. I think the bot has a cooldown. I think you gotta let it cool down a little bit. Then you'll be good. Good. What about you, Slime? Yo, I'm pretty good. I slept pretty well, you know. Last night, the stream with Addy and Strange was incredible. Especially the part where Yoru came through and he redeemed a sound alert and it kept playing endlessly. Donate some to us peasants. We may head to chat stimmy later. We'll see if I'm feeling generous. Final wait a little longer. That was awesome. It was so funny. It just kept spamming dumb ways to die over and over and over. It was great. I need money. How much do you have? How much you got, Judas? Let me scroll up. Did you do exclamation mark points? I think you did. I don't know how many you have, though. It was so funny. Bro, I'm broke. You got to do exclamation points. And let me see. They fix it or just end the stream? So they had to end stream and wait because it was still going even after the stream ended. Like, it kept going. And so, yeah, imagine if you chose jump scare. That would have been horrible. Fuck, I got to resub. Can't do it on my phone, though, but I got you. Hey, don't worry. No worries, Darko. No worries, my man. I do appreciate you, though. But so she had to end stream for a second, and it kept playing for like 2 to 3 more minutes. And then it finally stopped, and she disabled it, and then we got back on stream. And we read some Am I the Assholes? It was great. It was great. You know, I loved it. I needed to ask, how do I use Prime to sub? Couldn't find anything yesterday. Okay, so what you do is you have to connect your Amazon Prime account with Twitch. So let me find the Twitch connection pages. Hold on. Let me see if I can show this without... Yo, what's up, Billy? I wish I was there, bro. It's all right. We're going to do it again, I believe. We're going to do it again. What's up, Billy? How are you? So, see. You're gonna go to, I believe. Let me go to an incog and see if it loads because I'm already logged in. Whisper me, show me what. Yo, what's up, Feeve? How are you, man? How are you? How are you? Bang. So what you're gonna do, Saul, is go to. Let me put the link in the chat for you. Go here and link your Twitch account with your Amazon Prime account. What's blocked? What's blocked? Oh, bang! It just happened. Good morning and hello. How are you, Feeve? How you doing, man? How's it going? What was blocked, Judas? What happened? And so then, once you get that connected, I'm already using my Twitch Prime, but I'll show you. I'm doing good. Normal day at work. You? Pretty good, you know? It's always a good day when the Lakers win, you know? You know what I'm saying? I could not be happier, to be honest with you. I know I don't seem it. That's because I'm still waking up. But, man, what a game. Well, that was easy. I'll resub once this expires. Oh, yeah, bet. LeBron's still the GOAT. Yeah. 20 and 20. Dylan Brooks is still, you know, Dylan Brooks. Trying to get Judas a job. So, like, yeah. It was good. It was fun. It was fun. I'm glad we're not playing a scary game today, you know? I need a little break. We played too much horror recently. So. Skratsx. Yes, Illy. What's up? I got too much to pay for. The home and McDonald's in Alaska. That's true. So I'm broke and need a job. Yeah, we'll get you a job. Let's make some ground in Red Dead. That's exactly what we're doing. 32.7K. Jesus. I have to think of more things that you can do with channel points besides just sounds. God damn. Bet. Are we actually focused today? Oh, you damn right we are. We're the most focused person in the land, Feeve. Nobody will be more focused than me. You know, focus? What's that? I want you to get into Chapter 4 ASAP. That's what I want to do. I want to do a Chapter 4 push, but I'm not sure how far we need to get. Nah, it still wouldn't make me spend my points. Why are you stressed, Judas? What's going on? Why are you stressed? What's going on? Why are you stressed? Too broke to get some? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. You know. It's okay. It's all right. Let me open Red Dead right now. I'm not playing it right now, but I'm opening it so I have it ready. Order some black plates for my PS5. They're coming tomorrow. I've seen the matte black ones on a PlayStation 5, and it looks sick. Bro, I need a hug. Here, come here, Judas. I got you. Come here. Bring it in. Virtual hugs. Yeah, we got you. Virtual group hug. Yep. I wanted to get rose pink. I haven't seen that. I've only seen the black one. Oh, yeah, so warm. That is an interesting comment for a hug. Very. I got the matte blacks only. Got the modified one with the fan space. That is cool. That's actually cool. That's normal. What you mean? I've never hugged somebody and they said, so warm. You know what I mean? Y'all smell good. You do. Oh my God. You look too damn fine for Tuesday afternoon. Thank you, Beck. Thank you. Look at Beck. Beck always hypes me up. She makes me feel better about myself. I'm not going to lie. I've been looking at my hair like my bed head, and I've been trying to fix it, but, you know, Beck always hypes me up. That's why we love Beck. It's too much. I can't be in here right now. I usually say squishy when I hug somebody. I don't think I've heard you smell good, which is always nice, you know? Like, I always appreciate when someone appreciates the cologne. Wait, I'll hype you up, I bet. No, that's not bedhead trust, you know. It's a little something, you know. Did it just for you, Beck, for real. I love a good bear hug. I am a great hugger, I've been told. I'm a great hugger. You know, I like cold beds. Same actually. Fuck a little something. You know what I'm saying? A little something. A little something. I always tell them I smell like giraffe pussy. I can't bear hug. May I have another hug? Yes. Giraffes? Yeah. That's I got a sensitive tummy. Miss like an 80s fuck band member hair under that hoodie? Yeah. You know. Yeah. Bro, I hope you're all amazing. No hugs. I hope you all are good too. I hope you all are doing good. Funk. Oh. I was like, a fuck band sounds actually kind of cool. Here you go. Bring it in. Bring it in. As you can tell, I still have this curtain up from yesterday's blanket fort. You know what I'm saying? I forgot to take it down. But you know what's hilarious? And this is how you know I was rushing. Curse has defeated the autocorrect. He has. That color suits you too. Skratsx, what the fuck? I'm trying to like branch out in my hoodie colors. What's another good color do you think? I need to buy a new one. I need like more. Yellow? Okay, bet. Yellow, orange. Okay. My favorite is royal purple. Let me see I think I have one, but let me see. I do need a purple one. Royal purple. React to iShow Speed goes to prom. I'm not gonna lie, Lean. I'm pretty good on that, my boy. Royal purple is, I like that. I love lavender. Ooh, okay, thank you. See, this is maroon. This is the blue. Blue is always a good color. This is the feedback I need, you know? Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to stop wearing just black hoodies all the time, you know? I'm trying to branch out. I'm trying to enhance my melanin, you know what I'm saying? Olive green. Okay. I got some good colors. I smell like cigs and weed and burgers. That is an interesting combo. I smell like soap. I'm not gonna lie to you. I wear really bright clothes, actually. I always wear because black is easy and I don't have to worry about it, I just put a black hoodie on. It makes up for my shit personality. What are you talking about, shit personality, Beck? We love you. And your personality's great. And your accent is glorious. And you're beautiful. Don't get the purple with yellow drawstrings unless you want to look like a Crown Royale bag. I love black, hides my blubber. Yeah, that's kind of why I wear it. But I'm trying to branch out, you know? Plus I like big moi. I put on red mainly since I'm going to dye my hair red, so might as well go all red. That's compy. That's compy. I like that. That's compy. But yeah, so I hung this up yesterday in my hurry, but here's what I didn't do. I didn't cover the full window apparently because there's a bush right here, so it was still dark, but I only covered half the window. I'm a blankie girl. I like big hoodies. I have blankets, but I only like blankets when I'm ready to go to bed. If I put a blanket on, I've kind of conditioned myself to where if I lay in bed or I get under a blanket, I'm falling asleep. I hear someone trying to go blood, cuz. Bro, it's $220 for my hair highlights. Girls' haircuts are expensive. What's up, boss? I love a big t-shirt. Big t-shirts are cool. Big hoodies the wave, they are. Big Chrisia. I do my own hair color. Oh, that's cool. You'll see me wearing my blanket on stream. I have blankets and I have a blanket hoodie. Does that count? Streetwear is top tier. I fucking love streetwear. It's like my aesthetic. I have a blanket hoodie that's big. You know? I could put that on, but it's not cold enough in my house to wear that. But it's nice though. It's got Sherpa, is that what it's called, on the inside? I'm in a BO2 lobby with a guy called Lurksy Mods, blasting the song down the mic. I love nostalgia. Streetwear is so goated. It's my favorite. It's like my favorite clothes genre aesthetic. I like streetwear. May I take someone's blanket? Yeah, sure. I have two over here. You can have one. I got two, and I'm not using it. You know, I'm not using it. You can use it. By all means. By all means. You know? Sharing is caring, as they say. As they say. Also, I'm not complaining about my DoorDash or delivers anymore. Today I spent 90 minutes researching cheat days. Did you find something useful? As they say, yeah. Because I don't believe in them. Some people love them. The fuck, I want a potato. Potatoes are so good. I'm not trying to make it worse, but like, my God, are potatoes good? You know, they are pretty good and versatile. Bro, there's too many numbers. I'm lost. Numbers for what? Are you in math? Yeah, what's up, Raxid? What's up, Raxid? How are you? How's it going? Baked potato, so good. Hash browns, it's been 8 months. Get you a potato back. Yeah, you're in math. What math are you in, Judas? Which one are you in? Man, look, it's a Mercury retrograde. I've gotten my food stolen twice, and I'm not ordering food no more. You know what's funny that you say that? Let me pause this. It's funny that you say that, because I don't know if you know your rage, but
look at this fucking
he got his
loser,
food taken.
right? Look at this fucking loser.
I can't scratch. That's not the plan.
Buns.
I'm just
my Cinnabons.
576 minus 144.
Right here, right? None of the pizza joints had no cinnamon buns, so I found one that got some cinnamon buns.
Potatoes
so
are
deliver me some cinnamon buns.
Just
right?
good.
So
you know, get you one. I'm in algebra.
Taking a little picture.
That's your phone number? No, it's a math equation.
Like a good boy or girl.
And it's 432,
you know
by the way. It's 432. That's the answer. 432.
Takes a little picture. Let's fast forward a little bit. It's still there. The white
I'm
bag is
kidding.
there, right? It's there.
They put in Mercury and Gatorade?
Fast
Oh,
forward a
no. I know, I'm kidding.
3 minutes later, what happens?
Look, so they delivered his food, right?
Dumb, am I?
They delivered his food. And the guy came back.
Look, he's back 3 minutes later, looking around.
The guy came back and watch. Watch him.
Pulls up his pants. Picks up my Cinnabons. And takes one of my wings from a different order that wasn't even from him. Takes one of my wings from Papa John's.
That's wild, bro. These fucking DoorDash people are out of control. They're out of control, bro. They're out of control. They took the Cinnabons and a wing from a different order. Like, I was complaining about my drivers standing outside. They wonder why they don't get tipped? I'm saying, like, fucking maggot of society. Like, I was mad because my DoorDash drivers would stand outside. Weirdly. Like, I talked about on stream how, like, there was a DoorDash driver in front of my house just cradling my food like this for like 5 minutes. And I was not happy, but I have not had one steal my food yet. What's a maggot? I'm not from America. It's a new word for me. It's like a little bug. It's like a little bitty bug. Kind of like a grub worm, almost. You know? They're like baby flies, almost. They look like little worms. Now they pick up the food and cancel my order until another driver picks it up. Whoa. Oh, thanks. No problem. Then gets canceled by the app. Ooh. Like, they've been tripping recently. They have been tripping. You know what else I've had? Have you had the one where it says, like, someone's gonna go get your food, then they stop? They stop? Hey! Yo, Raxid, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. It's the retrograde. Happens to me when I order from fancy places. See, I kind of refuse to order from fancy places on a food app because I don't trust people. I remember I ordered jewelry from Amazon, and the minute I walked out to get my package, someone was trying to steal it. It was the strongest staring contest in my whole life. It's weird. I have to get my deliveries quick because I see on my Ring app, I don't know if you have like that neighborhood thing, but the neighborhood thing, there's so many people stealing stuff, like randomly. They're stealing stuff and / or pets around here. I'll be waiting by the door. Like, I have my Ring activated. I'm watching them put it down. You know, as soon as they put it down, not pet. Yeah, someone stole a cat yesterday, apparently, in my neighborhood. Now mine just says when it gets here and shit. Yeah, so I turn my Ring app on, and I will watch. Like, the moment they're turning onto my street, I turn it on. I'm watching the Ring and the window. Perfect. In Texas, it's legal for your pet to open carry. True. Arm your cats. I be staring out the window like this. A fucking cat. Yeah, someone stole a cat yesterday. They stole someone's cat. Arm your cat. You know what I'm saying? Don't let your cat be caught lacking. Not arm your cats. Arm the animals. I'm weak. Why though? I don't know. People are weird. Like, yo, bro, if your cat is not carrying and it gets taken, that's your fault. So You know what I'm saying? Make sure it's carrying. Free Chinese food. People are deaf, weird as fuck. They are. Bro, my mom still refuses to use her credit card and buying shit online because she's scared that companies will steal her info. Like, Mom, nobody wants your damn $200. I'm gonna be real with you. That has happened to me before because of Target. I don't know if you remember when Target got hacked or whatever. Well, didn't some guy in Texas get killed because the dog shot him? Is that real? Is it? I would not be surprised, to be honest. I'm just gonna copy that phrase and plug it into Google, and I bet we'll find a story. I personally dislike the vendors that go to your door and shit and dead ass wait for you to open the door. I hate it. I put in my notes all the time. I go, do not ring my doorbell. Do not knock on my door. Just put the food down. And what do? They ring my doorbell and they knock on my door like they're the police. Yeah, it's Texas. I won't be surprised. Yeah, you know how it is in my state. Dog kills hunter after stepping on... It did, actually. That's a real story. It's in Kansas. Dog kills hunter after stepping on rifle and shooting hunter in the back. It's real. That is real. That's wild. Yeah, they ding dong. God damn. Like, because my dog is small but super aggressive, she'll rip you apart. So all I have to do is open the wood door and then leave. I try and go out so they can hand me my food and get the strangest looks. Yeah, I don't think they're used to it. I just personally don't want to contact with them. The dog said you didn't feed it enough. It's like, I told you, give me some of that extra kibble. I prefer them to just sit my food down. But the other thing that I hate is they put it right in front of where the door opens. Yeah, like, give me my food and leave. Like, I do not want the social interaction from this, to be honest with you. Did y'all see the kid that got shot in Arizona in a drive-by? No. I didn't. I hate, like, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know what that number is. Din FS to subscriber lingers. What's up, Legate? I just say thanks. Yeah, like you see the door and they put it right in front of where it opens. So off topic, but that was in front of my school. Yo, are y'all good? Told you what would happen if you didn't feed me, bitch ass motherfucker. But some of them get weird. I think it's because they're not used to having contact with people. Why in the fuck would you put it there? See, like, you feel me. You feel me? Like, they put it in front of where the door opens. Now I can't get my food. I have to walk around my house to get it. Are we getting shut in? Whoa. Whoa. You're right, Justin. Such a sad world, for real. My bad, that made me rage. No, I feel you. I feel you, actually. Yeah, especially because I put the drink right there. I put a little table stand next to my door. That's a good idea. Soon I showed up a party nearby. Wait, I did hear about that. That was your school? That's crazy. We talked about that last week. Why would you ask a child if he's good right now? He lives in America where the leading cause of death for him is guns. That's a good idea. That's true. That's true. It only works like 50% of the time, though. They often ignore it. I tell them where to set it. I tell them where to put my food, and they don't put it there. And all they got to do is place it next to the door. Yeah. Was it the Sweet 16? Right? The Sweet 16, right? If so, we legitimately talked about that last week. I believe it was last week. I think so, yeah. People are dumb sometimes. Like, they don't pay attention. They don't. And then I hate it. Like, they get my order wrong or something. Heart disease is currently number 1. Not for kids. For kids? Oh, the Sweet 16 was in Alabama. There's too many to keep up with. This is actually sad. Common sense not common anymore. My mom says it all the time, and I believe it. She's right. It was mainly sophomores and upperclassmen, so I didn't go. Thank God. Yeah, thank God you didn't. Thank God. Thank God, thank God. Nah, bro, it was guns this year. Yeah, for kids. I think he was saying heart disease is like for everybody. Good morning, beautiful people. Good morning, Strange. How are you? Once being a freshman saved me. Hallelujah. Good morning, Strange. The stream yesterday, top tier. It was good stuff. It was so much fun. Fuckers died, another kid in the hospital, 16 shots in the chest. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Stream yesterday, Strange. So much fun. Goated. It was so much fun. Am I going to lose another 10 years of my lifespan seeing you play Outlast today? No, Solo. You're good. We're back on Red Dead today.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! All right.
You guys are making me laugh. You guys are making me laugh. But yeah, Solo, we're not playing Outlast today. We're back on Red Dead. You know, we're back. Hell yeah, gunslingers at shooting time. You know what it is. Back in the old West, buddy. Ugh. It was so much fun. I loved it. It beat Texas up in here. You know what it is. That's where I'm from, buddy. In the Lone Star State. Wait, is the NFL draft today? Do I have to keep a tab open for that? Is the draft today? I thought it was Thursday. You should dress up for each game you play. If I could find a cosplay, I might. That'd actually be funny. Oh God, use your rope, tie someone to the ankles, and get on your horse and ride off. You know what we do around here, Dead Rose? We're called the Campfire Killer. We, when we find someone who's rude, we tie them up and we drag them onto their campfire so we don't lose honor. Tell me why my HR said her cousin was missing and she got called that he was found burnt and tortured and killed. And it was, whoa. Is Lakers series over or one more? We have one more. One more to go. It's back in Memphis. Campfire Killer series. What's up, Killmonger? Okay. Wait, is the draft today? I don't know if the NFL draft is today. Thank God. Seems like I'll manage to make it into my 50s then. Yes, sir. I got you. Howdy, y'all. Howdy. Howdy. So the NFL draft is... When is it? When is the draft? Yeah, she went through a lot. That's crazy. April 27th. Okay, we got 2 days. We're good. April 27th. We're good. We're good. Thursday. Yeah. If I could set up a watch party by then, I dead ass would. The draft would be fun. The draft would be fun. I want to do like watch parties, movie nights. I hate mock draft news. Same. I hate it. I just want the draft to happen. I submitted my math paper. Oh my God, be proud of me. I'm so proud of you. Head pats. Good job. Because her cat died, then her dog died to a hit and run, and then her cousin died. Damn. Yes, there you go. Some people don't like head pats, but you know, I give them out around here. Some people don't fuck with it. If you don't fuck with it, I'm sorry. I am sorry. I want head pats, please. Got you. There you go. There you go. Head pats for everybody. I love every form of physical touch. I got you. I give my boy the hair tussle. That's a good one. Yo, Kill Zoltar. Thanks for the follow. Should turn my stomach upside down. Oh, sorry, Hilly. We can share. Yes. Morning, homies. Good morning. How are you? If we drafted tight end in the first round, I'm gonna beer at work. Wait, who's your team? Who's your team? Who's your team? We can def share? Because I wouldn't live in the same if my family member died. Yeah, I feel that. You'll take them all? Here, I got both. Here. There you go. Chilling, about to go to school, son. There we go. There we go. The Chargers? Oh, yeah. No, I won't. Yes, you will. I got both. Look, head pats for everybody. You know what's funny? I hate... Like, my sister is Lev is very touchy-feely, and I hate it. I actually don't like it. You know? And my mom doesn't. She's one of those people who will laugh and, like, tap your shoulder and stuff like that, and I'd be like, stop touching me. Stop it. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot! That emote is so funny. I need one of these emotes. I need one. I have to make one of these. I don't know how, but it will happen. I wonder who do they say the Chargers are going to take? Let me see a mock draft. I fight back. All right, let's see what Pro Football Focus says you're taking. Where the Chargers at? They say, wait, these are the analysts. Give me the actual pick, buddy. Try me. They say you're taking a cornerback, Killmonger. Deontay Banks out of Maryland. That's who they say. Who they say the Falcons are taking? Tyree Wilson. Okay. Emo's fan what? Okay, good. It changed. Yeah. The last booty jiggle killed me. Like, I need an emo like that. I'm a Michael Jordan you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, you won't. It's okay. Here. Look. There's two of you. Here. There you go. That's the one. I need it. Bro, I just saw the weirdest combo for a stream ever. Twitch recommending a VTuber with an anime girl character playing Red Dead 1 with a manly ass voice. That is funny. That is actually funny. These fools were talking some crazy shit. Taking a tight end the first. They need defense. I think it's pretty clear what they need. They need either defense or a fast wide receiver. Daddy Skratsx has love for all. Exactly. There's love for everybody. I'm just glad Aaron Rodgers is out of the MC North. Oh, I'd imagine. Are you a Bears fan, Apocalypse? You're a Bears fan, right? Like, I'd imagine Aaron Rodgers is out of there. The Bears. Yep. Okay. I love your quarterback. I'm not going to lie to you. Justin Fields, I love him. I wish nothing but the best for Justin Fields. You know, watching him play, I love it. Then again, I'm a little biased when it comes to QBs, to be fair. Down. It messed up. My formative years were in the south suburbs of Chicago in the 90s. That's why Bulls, Bears, Cubs. I see you. It makes sense. I get you. The only reason I'm not like an LA Rams or Chargers fan is because there was no football team when I was coming up. Because the Rams were the St. Louis Rams, and the only person I was like, eh. My mom still watches the Blackhawks. I think there's a fight command. Like, you can, I forget what the command is, but you can actually like fight. You know what I'm saying? Let me find what it is. There's actually one where you can fight. Yo, is anyone bringing any shows right now? Binging any shows right now? I'm watching The Big Bang Theory and The Rookie. It's a cop drama set in LA. I want to watch. Is this Pound Town? What's the fight command, Illy? Do you remember it? Fight. There it is. Yeah, it's fight. There you go. Thank you. Rookie is so good. See, I always wait. I want to watch the show that I want to watch because I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard it's amazing. Let me see if it's. What's the show? Oh, you drew. What is the show? Hold on, I gotta find it now. I believe it's on HBO. I'm gonna find it, but I cannot remember the name for the life of me. But I know someone on Twitter who does. I gotta win. Patrick emote. The Patrick booing emote is great. I have to find it. Hold on. Let me go to my Twitter follows. Or who I'm following. Where's he at? It's not Flower Boy. Where's he at? Ganya? No. Hello, gamers. What's up, Matt? How are you? Another draw. You guys are just evenly matched. You're just evenly matched, you know? A loss. Like, you know? You just got to stop fighting. You got to make peace. It's time to make peace. You know? It's time to make peace. It's time to make peace. Let's make up. I'm doing well. How are you? I am pretty good, you know? Sheesh. Like, you know? Another draw, technically? I believe so. I'm pretty good. Like, I cannot complain. Lakers won last night. Saw probably the greatest playoff performance I've ever seen in my life with Jimmy Butler. Addy and Strange stream was incredible last night. Killmonger stream was top tier, you know? I make pee every morning. My piece of beef steel. Let me see. Also downloaded Iron Man 1 legally because I'm not about to pay Disney sub. But anyway, I'm going to start watching all the MCU movies. That's good. That'll be good. Matt's here for the Red Dead strats. The strat is shoot everyone who is bad. Actually, the real strat, Matt, if you want one, if you like get irritated with somebody and you don't want to lose honor, tie them, like lasso them and drag them on the campfire. Trust. You lose no honor. You lose no honor that way, but you can still get rid of them. There's also a way to drown them in the water, but I haven't gotten that one down yet. So I'll let you know when I get that one down. If you're interested, you know, if you're interested. Now make them shoot you first, I think. No, so if they're at the camp, because I've been doing it. And if you lasso them and drag them on the fire, it doesn't count. You just can't hog tie them. You can't hog tie them. Bro, I had to restart my stream at the end because the Holy Goose rated me with 29 people, so I had to punt them to a homie. Damn. Yeah, I missed that part. Like, I had your stream up, and I missed that part. Another draw. Like, I think it's time. The bot is saying you need to be friends. It's time to be friends. You know what I'm saying? One more? Okay, if this is a draw, you have to be friends. You know what I'm saying? This war is too evenly matched. You know? What is the show? I'm looking for his tweet about it. Fine. Okay. Let's see it. Damn. Rockstar didn't expect how psychotic the fan base will be with the freedom they gave us. Yeah. Okay. So that was a loss. So what do we do now? What is the series? What is the, yeah, okay. Let's see. No. If she loses, then it's a draw. Put down the guns and pick up the drug. Yeah, wait. I mean, it does bring people together. Then we're friends. Okay, let's see. It's a draw. All right. Shake hands. It's a draw. You know what it is. One more time. Okay, one more time. Oh, we got the hug emote. We're good. Hell no. Oh, man. Shake hands, clap cheeks. That's the motto here. You have to go again. One more. Okay, one more. Here we go. All right, Judas, your turn. Bro should have put the over 9,000 redeem cost at 9.1. I did. It's 9,001 point. It's 9,001 channel points because it's over 9,000. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's done. Yep. It's over. All right. Good morning. Yo, what's up, Queen? What's up? How are you? It's been draw after draw. Yeah. Really? I don't see. Yeah, it's 9,001. I'll show you. It says 9,000 on yours. Probably it just says 9K, but I'll show you. Let me open my Twitch dashboard. Open my Twitch dashboard. I'll show you. Because we're both too good. Yeah, it's too evenly matched. You know what I'm saying? It's too evenly matched. Like, see, it's another draw. Well, Illy's good in these streams. Viewer rewards. Channel points. Redemptions. Where's it at? Yeah, see? Right here. 9,001. Finna hog tie you. It draws every time. 9,001. See? So like over on I call truce. Yeah, truce it up. Truce. So on there it probably says like 9K, but it's technically 9,001 channel points. No, you started it. Uh-oh. She'll finish it. All right, let's see it. Uh-oh. Let's see it. There should be one called under 9,000 that costs 8. If there was one, I 100% do it. It's under 9,000, and make it 8.999. What's happening? There's a war. There's a war going in which they're fighting each other, but they keep drawing. They keep drawing. No, I don't want to submit. What? Like, the fight bot is taking over today. Normally, it's the gamble bot. How'd y'all both lose to each other? Like, normally the gamble bot usually takes over, but today it is firmly the fight bot. You know? So, like, this feels like an anime fight that takes 15 episodes. That's exactly what it feels like, actually. Like, it quite literally feels like that right now. Oh, we got to win. We got to win. Everybody woke up and chose violence. Yeah, what's going on today? What's going on today? You fought Nightbot. Yeah, you have to tag Illy. At least you know you can beat Nightbot's ass for real. You know what I'm saying? They got murdered. Yeah, they are. They do. Oh, let me turn my phone on D&D. Next time on Dragon. What the fuck did I just knock off my desk? My watch. Should probably put that on. They're both just over here. Just. Nightbot is just misunderstood. I think so. Nightbot's like, why they fighting me? What'd I do? Like, what'd you say fuck me for? On D&D. You start watching Naruto and Dragon Ball. I've never watched Dragon Ball, but Naruto is Dragon Ball. I mean, Naruto is good. I like Naruto. Skip the fillers though. Skip that shit. Powering up for 9 episodes. Then we're finally gonna get some boxing. Clap for me. There you go. Like, you'll finally get some boxing. You know, after 9 episodes. That's some type of clapping, if you know what I mean. You mean like a round of applause, or like, you know? That was fun. It looked fun. I'm glad you had fun with the bot. Nah, clapping these cheeks. Oh, like that kind of clap. He's been growing for the last 20 episodes just to be a draw, then grow for 50 more episodes, then a win. Exactly. Mac and cheese clap. Best interactive bot match? That was the best fight I've seen. That was the best one. I like that. I was actually really entertained. So, kudos. Mac and cheese claps are amazing. They are, you know. Skratsx, what episode are you on in Vinland? I didn't watch last night, to be honest. I'm still on episode 2. I'm on episode 2. I'm too young to be in this conversation, actually. That's what. Good. Yep. I didn't get to watch last night, literally. So here's what happened. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you the sequence of events. Like what our top 5 to 10 are. Oh God. If we have that conversation, like I need like an actual combo where I don't have to like sit there and just come off the top of my head. That'd be a good podcast. But here's what happened. Here's my sequence of events last night, okay? Last night. So I ended stream.
FBI, open up!
Yeah. 15 in August. Oh, there you go. I just want to say 15 because it's easier. I feel you. So I ended stream yesterday, right? I ate chicken nugget. Well, I hopped on a Discord call with Strange and Addy because we were preparing for the stream. I then ate food, and then I got on stream with Addy and Strange. It was hilarious. It was great. An amazing stream, right? We ended that stream. Then I was watching Killmonger, and I had Killmonger stream on the main monitor. And I had the Lakers game on the secondary monitor. Both audios were going, but Killmonger's volume was louder. I was hype as fuck watching the Lakers game. And then I was talking, and as soon as the game ended, I was like full back over here, you know, and it was great. And then I went to bed, and that was my night. Well, I'd like to say I am. Damn, y'all saying as if I'm a fossil. Yeah, y'all are young. I'm an old man over here. 13, almost 14, November 11th. Yo, that'll be exciting. Especially since my wife is watching AOT for the first time. Yeah, that'd be cool to talk about. I want to see what it's like for someone who like binges up until where we are now, like how it is. Feel like a fossil now? No, I'm an old man. I've been in these streets for a long time. You feel me? I've been. Yo, I saw y'all in Discord call. I was probably gonna join, but I didn't want to bother y'all. Oh, it was locked because we were doing a stream. Aaron's mine. All of the errands. Up, you summoned them. See, when you say AOT, you summon Strange. There may be days where I may just sit in a Discord call, and you can just join. Not on stream though. Like I will never do it on stream, but like off stream, I might. Shut up, you're only 1 year older than me. Like, I'm an old man in these streets, you know what I'm saying? Yo, Strange, I had to ask you because I have the page up, but I wasn't sure if this is the right anime. It's this one, right? This one? This the one you told me about? Just to make sure? Oops. Just to make sure? This one? Every Aaron is mine, I call him. You can have him. Oh, we'll grant that. Yes? Okay, bet. Bet. I need to hop on this Minecraft and re-download Borderlands 3. I need to download Borderlands 3. I have Minecraft installed. Bro, I want Gojo, to be honest. Yo, Judas, look. Look, head pats? Bet. There you go. I got you. I got them both. Yeah, me what? I got both of them. They just sit at my desk and they stream with me. Forget Gojo, I want Toji. May I have? Yes. Slander. Yeah, if you, so here's the thing. If you want to summon Strange, you say Attack on Titan and he will come through. I run into your office and steal them? Bet. They're only like $3. So, you know what I'm saying? You can have one. Pink taco. Begania's emotes are good. Not gonna lie, you proved a point way earlier. Can't, you've already been tanked. What? LT, go to change my mind. Yeah. Dude, I gotta continue watching Everybody Hates Chris. Everybody Hates Chris is so good. Julian, yes. Judas. What's my favorite anime of all time is Samurai Champloo. Okay. Jujutsu Kaisen, Demon Slayer, Chainsaw Man, and Hell's Paradise are my main watches this year, though. You know what you should add in there, Killmonger? My Home Hero. That shit is good. Please, may I have Gojo just for one night? Yeah, bet. Here you go. You can have him for today. Here you go. I found out what was based on a real story. Episode 3 was dope. I haven't gotten to watch it yet. Samurai Champloo. What was a real story? Mine now. There you go. Hey, yo. Dude, I'm almost done with AOT. I just got to the Rumbling episode. No spoilers. There's some people still watching it. Don't spoil, Raxid. But I know where you are. Like, I know where you are. Just don't spoil it. Because there's some people who are still watching it, you know? Who are catching up. You know? Because the reason why I always had to say no spoilers is because, so I watched Tim the Tap Man a good bit, right? And years ago, he goes on stream and he was like, hey, chat, you know what anime I'm watching? I'm watching Death Note. And someone donated the ending to him on TTS. Someone donated the ending to him. It was wild. Get rumbled, stay humble. Holy shit, the intercoms came on and he sounded so eerie. I thought it was a lockdown, not gonna lie. That shit scared me. No, I feel it. Tatakai! Same with Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop's good. Damn, that's ugly. Yeah. Tatakai! It was like, he literally was like, you know, I'm really enjoying it and I can't wait to see where it goes. And someone goes, oh, Tim, you'll love ending. And And so now he refuses to say what he's watching on stream.
Anyway, I started blasting.
You know?
Bang!
Wow.
I haven't seen Trigun. I should watch Trigun. I need to watch Trigun. Cowboy Bebop is good. Curse recommended it to me. It's a good show. It makes me want to like do martial arts. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, Cowboy Bebop makes me want to like be a martial artist. Dead ass. Dead ass. You know? Bachelor Stampede was my whole personality in middle school. I don't think I've seen that one. I can't believe this guy I like is the guy I like. I mean, it happens, you know. But Sean Stampede. I haven't seen it. I had the coat and everything. Yo, what's up, Glitched? I love that after Aaron said that, Hanji was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you still in your rebellion? His fade is so blotchy. I'm sorry. Hey. Sometimes, you know, the fade just... I haven't seen Vash Stampede either. I'm telling you. I should add... I was like, if I add a voice channel in the anime thing, would it be used? You see that man last night? He's the GOAT, Glitch. The GOAT. 20 and 20. Anthony Davis was not good. But Bron came through. We up 3-1 on them Grizzlies. And you see Dylan Brooks. What did they say after the game? They're like, oh, Dylan Brooks, you have a... I'm not talking. Look at him. You had so much to say. You had so much to say, and where are you? Yeah, on Dylan Brooks, too. Yeah. Aaron was just in a silly mood. No. Okay. Got you. You'll like it, and now the remake of Trigun is either out or coming out. Okay, I gotta watch it. He gonna cry in the car. He better. He had so much to say after they won game 2. But where's he at? Bronson, it's overtime on Dylan Brooks. You know what I'm saying? On him. After earlier in the season, he's like, he can't go left. He doesn't go left. He went left on him. Hit him with the lay. Jimmy Buckets was insane yesterday, Apocalypse. That was like the best playoff performance I've ever seen. That was crazy. I low-key feel bad for him. I don't. Did you see the meme I posted in the sports one? That was like, I saw yesterday and had to post it. This. Get out of here. How about that first episode of Goblin Slayer? That Goblin Slayer first episode was crazy, wasn't it? I did not see that part coming. You know? Okay, you can have him. I'm getting Armin. There you go. Look at that. Look at that cooperation. Not gonna like the first episode of Goblin Slayer, I was like, this is gonna be, we're in for a wild ride. And I watched the whole thing, and I think there's more episodes coming. I'm riding that man till I die. Cooperation? No fight. There's a movie apparently. I think that's what's coming out. The fuck is cooperation? Judas is like, I mean, if that was me though, like, I'm just not taking that. I'm not taking that. The fuck? Cooperation. Yo, what? Yeah, I thought that I read that wrong, but I did not. Yeah, honestly, that's disrespectful. She's like, hey, I'm just not taking that, you know? Assassination Classroom. Illy, I'm going to get a tattoo of the Koro Sensei smile right here. I called dibs on one, you get another? Nah. Assassination Classroom is so good. And so sad. So sad. I fucking love that anime. I wish they'd come out with one. I was going to say a spoiler, but I'm not going to spoil it. But I wish they'd... Yo, let me tattoo it on you. Yo, bet. Are you going to be a tattoo? You are going to be a tattoo artist. We talked about that. I need to get a tattoo of my man ASAP. I'm literally getting a Koro Sensei tattoo here. So it's going to be like, you know the smiley face with the graduation cap? I'm going to get that. I may do that first. So I start... have anyone watched the Kings game? That was from last year, right? I'm building my own sleeve. One day I'll tattoo it on myself. Yo, when you become a tattoo artist, I will let you... what style are you going to do? Anime? No, let me see. No, King's Game is something different. I was thinking of a different anime. I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen that one. That's cool, bro. My shaky hands could never. Judas is actually good at drawing. I'm thinking on being able to do any style. Okay. Because I'm thinking of doing a manga panel sleeve. So I can get more clients, you know? No, I feel that. I'm thinking of getting like a manga panel sleeve. You have to watch it? Okay, let me add it to my list. Am I weird for tracking the anime I watch? Does anyone else track it? Spoiler for Attack on Titan season 4. You see those legs for when he was... Oh. It's so story appealing. Okay, let me add that. I have shaky hands, so I can do straight, clean lines. Add to planning list. There we go. It's on my list. Does anyone else track theirs? I track everything. Watch the trailer. I have to watch it quietly because anime keeps getting taken down on my stuff. No Slender Man. Then Red Dead. Okay, bet. Bet. I got you. Actually, I probably can watch the trailer. King's Game. I used to track it on Animix, but it got shut down. I use AniList. AniList is cool. So I use AniList to track everything. Yo, what's up, Bean Man? Bean Man, exclamation mark, Bean. Spam the beans, everybody. Bean Man, the legend, is here. We love Bean Man. Spam the beans, you know what it is. It's the only real rule here. Bean Man comes through, we spam the beans. There we go. Yes. Yes. We spam the beans. Thank you. Thank you so much. We love Bean Man around here. Thank you so much. There we go. Yes, that's what we like to see. Thank you for saying beans. I appreciate that. We spam the beans around here. When I get follower emotes, that'll be a follower emote so everyone can spam the bean. You know? Not good. You have a bean emote. You have the bean emote. You don't have to say beans. You have it. You have the bean emote. Very good. Thank you. There we go. Perfect. Giga bean. Yes. There we go. Perfect. There we go. I'm proud of you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much for spamming that. Thank you. I need to add that spam. Nightbot subbed me, right? I think so. I can add it in. So it just automatically does it. Let me look at Nightbot real quick. Ooh, head. Here we go. There you go. Head pats. There you go. Got it. There you go. I felt broke as fuck right there. Don't worry, Raxid. Don't worry. Don't you worry. It'll be a follower emote soon, I promise. As soon as I get follower emotes, the bean will be a follower emote. It's just right now, me and Twitch are beefing about follower emotes, so I can't make it one. But as soon as I can, I will. Don't you worry, Raxid. I promise you'll get you a damn bean emote. All right? You know why, Raxid? You're one of us. If you talk in this chat, if you watch this stream, even for a minute, you're one of us. You're one of us. Yes, one of us. You were one of us. You know what I'm saying? One of us. One of us. You are. So welcome, Raxid. You're one of us. You know? Yes. Is it bad that I eat Oreos with yogurt? What kind of yogurt? Let's start a cult. Why did I start rubbing my hands as soon as the clap?
Give me a hell yeah!
Hell yeah! What kind of yogurt? I've never heard that. Let's make a strawberry. I've never had that combo, but I'm actually intrigued. Peach? I don't like peach yogurt. I'm not gonna lie to you. I only eat strawberry yogurt. Or you know what else I do now? Hold on. Let me turn this fan on. The other thing that I do, strawberry and banana. I don't like strawberry banana yogurt. I just like strawberry. The Jaegers count as a cult. They are definitely a cult. Yeah, Jaegers are definitely a cult. I'm not gonna lie. What? That I don't like strawberry banana yogurt? But I don't like peach yogurt.
You what?
What? Yeah, I don't like strawberry banana yogurt. I don't. I like strawberry banana smoothies. I'm a cult leader, baby. Yes, you are, Raxid. Congrats. I don't like it. I like strawberry banana smoothies, but I don't like strawberry banana yogurt. What's the difference? I don't know, actually. I just don't like it. It's like how I like apple juice, applesauce, apple pie, but I don't like apples. Like base apples. I don't like them. Is that weird? Same, actually? Yeah, like I just don't like it. Here, but lurking, bro. Hope you're having a great stream. Yo, Dom, we love you. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great lurk. A great lurk. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Not because I love grapes, but I hate grape juice. I love white grape juice because it doesn't stain. Yogurt isn't made the same as a smoothie. That's true. So what I've been doing lately, I saw it on TikTok, so I had to try it. I got like those sugar-free Jell-O cheesecake packets, and I'll put it in Greek yogurt, and it's good as fuck. It's good as fuck. You put like a tablespoon in, and you mix it around, and it tastes like a cheesecake. It's good as hell. And you can put it with like any flavor. That's how smoothies are made, with yogurt. I don't make my smoothies myself, so I would not know, to be fair. You know, me and Ash are fangirling and fanboying over Aaron Yeager. I can tell, actually. I've never seen them made like that. Like, I just go to Smoothie King. King, I believe. Not Factory. Smoothie King. Smoothie King. Yeah, Smoothie King. That is where I go. That is where I go. So, Julian, yes. Yes. Smoothie King is where I see them make it. I never actually pay attention. So last time I was at Smoothie King, I ordered my smoothie and they were starting to make it, and I went to Crumble and I came back. Cause like, can you move cult leader baby from Raxit to me, please? It seems like, wait, what cult do you want to lead? Because you can both be cult leaders if you're on different cults. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're both for Aaron Yeager. I'm saying baby. Oh, yeah, you got it. You got it. Yes. I grant that, Judas. I will grant that. I will grant that. I got you. Yeah, I got you. I'll see the mirror, Ash. Yeah, I got you. Since they're talking about Aaron and Judas is talking about something, yeah. Oh yeah, I just sit in there and they mix it with ice, yogurt, milk, and it can be liquid. What smoothie do you get from there? What's your smoothie order? Juice can be made with smoothies. Woo. I get the one with ice cream in it. I want to be a cult leader for baby. Oh yeah, you guys are on different cults. Here you go. I'll show them to you one more time. Berry Punch. I get, let me look at there. I don't know what the name of it. It used to be like a chocolate bulk up, but that's not what it's called anymore. I get a Gladiator, I believe. Just even go. My smoothie, strawberry, bananas, walnuts, ice, and milk. I make my own smoothies. Oh, that's pretty solid. I'm not a walnuts guy, but overall, that's pretty solid. Pretty solid. I get, let me look at the menu real quick. Look at the menu. Where is it? Yes, I get Gladiator. So good. Gladiator's fire, bro. I get the chocolate Gladiator. That's actually what I get. Yeah. Chocolate Gladiator. Oh, I won. I make a smoothie every day. I get home. It's so good. That's a good. Yo, what's up, Alu? Alu, you see him? Whoa. The emote. Hold on. It's not been letting me sub on my phone. I got to go on my computer today, Alu. I've got you. I got you. You saw him yesterday, Alu. 20-20. We up 3-1, baby. Let's go. We up. Dylan Brooks was talking so crazy. And now he ain't said a word. Not a word. Oh, here you go, Judas. I forgot. Here you go. There you go. Not a word. Look how quiet he is now. Dylan Brooks in silence. He is. Thank you. You're welcome. He is. Dylan Brooks ain't said a word. And now look. 3-1. 3-1. what I'm saying? Here I am. There you go. There you go. Dylan Brooks in silence. I'll join my man in spirit. The Caps are back. Yes, sir. And you know what happens, right? When we win this round, we get the winner of Sacramento versus Golden State. You know what I'm saying? And I say, bring the fucking Warriors on. Bring the Warriors on. Because we got the GOAT. That series will be gas. Oh, God, it will. Sacktown. It is going back to Sacramento, but there's a pretty important injury on the Kings. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how it's going to work. The Kings, there's a pretty bad injury. I wouldn't want to see the Kings either. De'Aaron Fox has a fractured. That man's playing. Is he playing with the fractured finger? Because he fractured a finger. You know, for sure. Is there? Yeah. Let me see. I hope De'Aaron Fox plays. He ain't got a choice. I lost all my money. Damn. I'm sorry, Judas. Damn. It's on his shooting hand too, bro. He has to play though. He has to. But I'm not gonna lie. Bring either one of them on. Bring either one. Because we got the GOAT. The GOAT. W sidetrack from Red Dead. Yeah, let me open that up. I could talk about it and play Red Dead. If you don't touch that, if you don't tough that out. I lost my money for the give me a hell yeah, and you didn't give me a hell yeah. I got you. Bro, I don't know anything about NFL or basketball, so anytime y'all talk about it, I just stay quiet. I'm sorry. You can keep having, I'll read both. I promise you. Yeah, tough that shit out. 'Tis but a flesh wound. I got you. I can talk about both. Sorry, Raxid. You know, the Lakers are my favorite team in all the land. Out of any sport that I watch, the Lakers are my squad. And last night was just, I was texting my brother all caps, you know. And the thing is too, Anthony Davis wasn't even that good last night. And we still had him. Sorry, my BFF texted me. Yo, you're good. Just watch them speak on it. Honestly, you'll pick up. Yeah, we talk about it a lot. I'm sorry. I know. Reading up and selling bags. Like handbags? He better tough it out. Who the fuck y'all talk? There we go, Raxid. That's how you participate. There you go. I like that. See, Raxid, I like you. Purses. Okay. Let's talk about how goated Skratsx is at reading a terribly spelled typo message and translating it to English. Goodie bags. I like goodie bags. Which Southern African country has a low overall population density? What physical features account for this? Are you trying to get me to do your homework, Ashton? Is this a homework question? Is this a homework question? That felt like a homework question. And did I just Google it and go to Quizlet?
Wow, that's a lot of words.
Because I'm seeing the question right here.
I'm not reading them.
Just answer? I mean, I'm seeing the question right here. Sound like a good homework question. You know, like, expose. Answer or the dog gets it. Okay, hold on. I think the answer is Namibia. It's Namibia. And the desert accounts for it. Just let the dog go. Just let the dog go. Just let it go. I got you. Yeah, you got. Just let the dog go. There you go. I answered it. I did. Here, Judas, you can borrow mine. So, just let the dog go. I answered it. Namibia. And the Namib Desert accounts for it. Did you get it? Did you get it? Wow, yours looks more real. Yeah. I've been blessed by the gods. Yeah, okay. Woo. How'd you do that? That's Bruce's emote. John fucking Wick. Woo. Okay. We're good. No need to call John Wick. You know, crisis averted. Crisis averted. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's just saying good with geography. It's the only South African one I know. I'm learning a lot of new stuff today. I'm glad. Dog's been let go. Oh, thank God. Woo. Okay. Morning, I got an award at work. We stay winning. Can I get a cream cheese coochie unlock to celebrate? I got you. Oh, you did.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
There you go. There you go, Addie. There you go. There it is. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh shit, the squirrel? Wait, what the squirrel do? Yo, what's up, Beck? How are you? I got a gift card allegedly? Ooh, we love gift cards. John isn't the boogeyman. He's the one who sent you to kill the fucking boogeyman. I don't know to where and to what, but I'll figure it out. Hey, you won an award because you're the greatest. Cream cheese coochie? Oh, welcome in. Welcome in, Purse. Welcome in. Cream cheese coochie? No, it just said cream cheese. That's all it said. That's all it said. Yo, what's up, JT? What's up? Doing all right? How are you? Pretty good. Pretty good. It's a line from John Wick 1, yeah. Hey, yo, are you sure about that? Yeah. No way, Jose? No, it's just Julian. Yes, the squirrel. What do I have to do to free the squirrel? Actually, I'm gonna be honest with you. Squirrel didn't make it. Damn. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like squirrels. The dancing frog, is it? Okay, what do I gotta do to free the frog? Red Dead? We pull up Red Dead? Do we? That's wicked. What? I don't like squirrels. But we ain't finna play Red Dead today. I have Red Dead up. Another one. Uh-oh. The undercover agents shoot them all. Squirrels are fine. Raccoons can all die. Raccoons do not play. Red Dead meow. Okay, got you. Let me close these tabs. Hold on. Actually, I gotta keep these open because I need these color choices. Okay. Let me close these tabs and we're good. Music, shut up. Let me change back to the game. There it is. Look. Red Dead. It's been an hour and 17 minutes.
Nobody needs water, so drink that shit.
Yeah, let me be honest, Raxid. Let me tell you. Doesn't feel like we've been chatting for an hour. It really doesn't. What were in the tables, my boy? I want to see your history. I mean, I'll show you my tabs. Hey. Yo, person, thanks for the follow. So here's my tabs. It was the lo-fi tab, the geography tab, this anime I was recommended, and I had to look it up to make sure it was right. Royal Purple, because I asked for hoodie. W follow, yes. I asked for color choices for my hoodies, so I have them Googled. You know what I'm saying? I have them Googled. So, yeah. That was it. That was it. Nothing bad. Nothing bad, you feel me? I'm comfortable. Skratsx merch? Ooh, I don't see Red Dead. It's up. Look, Red Dead. Quizlet. Skratsx merch. I'm not gonna lie to you. Here's the issue. Now, please, I got you. Here's the Skratsx merch. Here's the thing. I don't think we're there for merch yet, are we? Like, what would the merch be of? You know what I'm saying? Like, what would it be of? Put this on a hoodie and I'm getting it? Okay, the Let's Go face. Hey, I don't care. I'll buy it anyway. Yeah, hoodies. Okay. Like, if you legitimately, I just never thought, I think it's a bit early. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we're at a merch point yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we're there yet. It feels a bit premature.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Wow.
Yeah, that's be something we make as a brand, and I just don't think we're there yet. We can make ideas and designs in the Discord. I'm planning on opening my own online store, and I can help you all with it. That would be great. Selling verification badges in the Discord for $8. Yeah. Sign up for Skratsx Blue. Skratsx Blue, anybody? Yeah, it's early. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with planning. Yeah, we can plan it. We can plan it, right? But it's a little early. It's a little early. Do you own the rights to your emotes? I do. They are mine. Skratsx Blue for $7.50. Yeah, we're cheaper than Elon. You know what I'm saying? What was Danny DeVito saying when he said he started blasting? He said, so anyway, I started blasting. Actually, I have an idea for a hoodie. Like, what led him to say that? I don't know. Undercut the crap out of Elon. Yeah, we are. We are. If you do, that Let's Go has to be on a hoodie shirt. I will put that one on it. Use code Skratsx to get free premium membership to the hub. I'm helping you on all fronts. I can draw it on paper and send it to you? Yes, please. I'll give you an offer you can't refuse. Like, I'll put the Let's Go on a hoodie. I really will. Was there another quest? We got John and we got Jose. Hi, Gerald. How are you? I'll send it to you. Shut up and take my money for the hub. I got you. When I draw it. Okay. Bet. I'm good? Perfect. Good morning, Taylor. How are you? How are you, Taylor?
Hey.
Yo, Gerald, thanks for the follow. My cat keeps throwing up. Oh, no. Is it hairballs or, like, throw up? Doing well, my man? I am glad to hear that. I am. I think we're going to go here. How's the game going? We just started. It's pretty good, though. Guys, my sponsorship with the hub should be coming through any minute now, and all of you get free subs to it for free. That is goated. That's goated. It may be something they ate didn't sit right. Maybe they're sick. Wish I could have saw the stream last night with Addy and Strange. It was so good. It was so much fun. I said Addy should make TikToks out of each one. Or YouTube videos. 50 minutes, time flies by. Yeah. Run my hub, get to the hub. I'm going to need that. You know what I'm saying? Just feline leukemia. Oh, yo, my phone's dying. I got to go. Judas, we love you. We do, Judas. We love you. Thanks for coming through. Charge your phone. I'll charge it during third and join back. Bet. Do you have a community name set already that you would like to make as a clothing line? I do not. Me and Killmonger were talking yesterday, and you remember how we kept saying Ratchet and Rare last week? We were like, we should actually coin that. Ratchet and Rare is fire. We should coin that. Do some collab stuff. I took her to the vet, and they gave me anti-nausea pills. No, don't leave. I don't want to be the only teen here. You're not, Raxid. I love every single one of y'all, right? I may say shit, but I love y'all. We love you. Yeah, we're here. See you later, Judas. But yeah, I don't have one specifically. Let me get on the collab though. Yeah, like Ratchet and Rare sounds fire, bro. But I don't think that's not a my thing. Teen, I'm leaving. No. But Ratchet and Rare is not like a me thing, right? I don't have something for me. I haven't even thought about it, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? You know, so we're not there yet.
Hey, all good out here? I think so, but
so we got some stuff, like, that's a ways away, I believe. Out of all the Red Dead 2 streams, you the best, to be honest. Yo, Gerald, thank you so much. Thank you. That really means a lot, for real. I got you. I'm really good at stuff like that. Thank you. That's a good coalition name, though. Yeah, so we have two things. Scratch Pack. Scratch Pack's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. W. Gerald. I'm saying thank you so much for that. Oh, that's a good coalition name, though. I think, like, so it's either, because we see, the thing is we refer to it as multiple things. We have Ratchet and Rare, and we've also mentioned the neighborhood a lot, right? Because, like, the neighborhood's like, you know, we all kind of live on the same block. We all chilling. You know what I'm saying? Strange, you wasn't here when they said they aged. Yeah, he wasn't. Does me being a teen disgust you or something? No. W. Gerald, yeah. Scratch Pack is cool. I like that. That's a good one as well. So, like, the neighborhood feels like the collection of us content creators, right? The Skratsx cul-de-sac. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the collection of us content creators. And once we get big enough, I would love if the neighborhood was like some bros, AMP type shit. You know what I'm saying? Skratsx. You know? I would love if the neighborhood was like some bros or AMP, if you don't know who those are. Skratsx back. Boy, you just salty. I'm younger than you're old. And I took your husband Aaron for you. Are y'all still fighting over that? I thought y'all came to a truce. Ooh, that should be on the back of a hoodie. What? Skratsx back? Skratsx whole ass sack. You know? At least I'm old enough to marry him. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, you should go with that. I think, like, Skratsx is cool, though. I actually do like that name. Like the neighborhood one better? Yeah, so we have, like, the neighborhood, and we can be on the street corner of Ratchet and Rare. Does that make sense? Fun fact, did you know that Skratsx is black? Yeah, you know. I try to keep it hidden, but, you know, it doesn't always. Bars. Yes, sir. I try to keep that hidden some. Skratsx is back. Skratsx a hero. Skratsx just can't beat ya. Skratsx is cool. I think I may go with that, but we'll see. The Skratsx is back. Like, the story I said in the 800s, it would be legal. Skratsx is like your fam within the neighborhood. We all intersect at Ratchet and Rare. That is it. That is actually the perfect explanation. Thank you. I'm actually putting that in the notepad. That is actually perfect. You know? I like that. We're at like I feel like now is a bit premature. Although, can I just say, this month has been insane. I don't know what has happened this month. Then the Fire Nation attack. Damn Fire Nation, bro. Like, let me look at the tracker again. Let me just pull it up real quick. No, you. No, you. 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 So, this month, we have gained 142 followers this month. It's always the fucking Fire Nation. Like, this month has been crazy. Like, I don't know what's going on. You're going to fry some kids in Fortnite? Get you some TikTok content out of that. I don't know what's happening. I just realized that Uncle is the dude from Red Dead Redemption. Strange told me that yesterday. Holy growth, Batman, right? Damn, about to be 1K real soon. Like, it's crazy. Congrats, young man. Thank you. I don't know what's going on, but it's been nuts. It's been nuts. Like, damn. Love y'all. We love you. We love you. But yeah, I did hear that Uncle is from a different game. 80. Yeah, we have 80 people in the Discord. Let me see. Joins. We have 81 people in Discord right now. That's insane. Yeah, I know, right? I'm thinking about my little growing community being the complex. The complex is also in the neighborhood. Let's go. Yes, sir. I used to watch the guys wind press, and he blew up so fast. I was telling Phyllis the other day that I can see you're in the same trajectory. Yo, thank you. That actually means a lot. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, we're all growing. Last time I was here, you had 55. Yeah. And now we got 80 people in there. You know, we hit 300 followers last week, and we're about to hit 400 this week. Like, we're at 380 this week, and we hit 300 last week. Like, it's going crazy. Yeah, man, that's fire. Like, man, it's going crazy. And the funny thing is, like, I was thinking of coming up with a stream schedule when I first started, but I heard JoJo the Mofo say he streamed every day for a while, so I was like, fuck it. Fuck it. You know, we're streaming every day. You know? Alu. As soon as I'm on my computer right now, but after stream, I dead ass am subbing to you. I need these emotes. I need it. It hasn't let me from my phone. He's at almost 32K after 1 year. I can see you getting like that too. That is my goal. I have my goals written right here. Right here. Right? I got them. My goals are right here. Misclick. And like, I look at them every time before stream. And I keep them in front of me, so they're in my peripheral. So it's like, 32K followers? Yeah, he's at 32K followers. Like, I'm telling you, I said it kind of like as a joke, but I can fully see like 1,000 subs by like a year in. Consistently. Like, no shit. And respect. Yo, thank you on Hills. Thank you. On Aaron talking to me or asking me, but I'm from a different country. Oh, you're good. Yeah, he grew fast. So did I think JoJo did.
All right.
I think JoJo did too.
I have a meeting with Mrs. Braithwaite. Well,
He did, yeah.
You're already here.
1K after a year, you're gonna get that well before that. That's my goal. I love the motivation, man. Them daytime daily streams are clearly doing it for you. Yeah. I'll do you one better. I'll see it in 6 months. 6 more months. We're not going live scratch. You're going fast. Yeah, we are. We are. And the thing that I love, like we were talking about it yesterday. Me and Killmonger talk about this a lot, actually. I love that we're all doing this together. You know what I mean? Yup, him as well. Before he was even with some bros. Yeah. Yeah. I love that we're like we're doing this together and we like all support each other, you know? Like I love that we're all in each other's streams, all in each other's like content stuff. It's cool. It's actually cool. You know? Like, it's cool as hell. All right, let's get off the horse, Arthur. School's important, y'all. I'm totally not procrastinating. Yeah, I feel you. That's real. I appreciate y'all for real. Yeah, like, I love it. Like, I'll go Alu's stream and Petty, Phyllis, everyone's in there, right? I go to Petty stream. We're all in there. We go to Phyllis' stream. We're all in there. We're in Killmonger stream. Like, we're all just getting hyped, you know? Glitch is killing it on YouTube. Like, the videos are so good. If y'all don't sub to Glitch, I'm telling you, Glitch's videos are so good. Not procrastinating at all. Not at all. You know? Ashton's getting it done. You know? Work is important. I'm not supposed to be doing something else at all. Thanks. I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm serious. Yeah, your emotes got approved fast as hell, Alu. What the fuck? How'd you get your emotes approved so fast? Mine took weeks. Weeks. Like, what happened? How'd you do that? Took me a while. Like, mine took forever. The bean emote took almost a month and a half. I've been fighting for my life. Like, and I don't get, like, I've been affiliate for more than 60 days, right? Spam them all here. Yeah, put your emotes out, Alu. Let me see them. Put your emotes out. Hello, everyone. Yo, what's up, Dagger? What's up, man? Skratsx, same. Okay, so mine are right here. These are mine right here. Those are mine. Spam your. Yeah, okay, let me see. Okay, I like that. Okay, I like those. I love those. You know who else's are fire while I'm talking about it? Where they at? Let me go to his. I like Killmonger's too. Killmongers are good too. Let me find them. These. I like those. I like those. Those are good. Nice. 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 Those are clean. I actually love those. Phyllis's are good too. I love Phyllis's. I have to scroll down. I need to like favorite these so I can not have to scroll and find them. I have too many people I'm sub to. It's hard to find. It's hard to find. De donde? Did you spam them? The Phyllis Kodak. Thank you. Petties are good too, by the way. Phyllis, Petty. Really got to get my emo game going? Time to commission someone? Yo, JT, if you want to commission someone, I have someone for you. I have someone for you. I have the artist. Now, mine are trash. I like yours, though. Especially the shaking one. The shaking one is my favorite. I want to redo them all. I low-key kind of want to redo mine. Like some of them. I've been thinking about it. But I have someone for you, JT. Hit me up. I need the rec. Got you. Got you. I'll send you a DM right now. Because you know Addy, right? Addy? Addy does emotes. And I'll show you Addy's. Let me pull Addy's up real quick. I asked her on Twitter. Yeah, okay. She's the one. She works like maintain, but she'll do it. She said she didn't have any more. Oh, okay. Okay. If not, I'll show you who did mine too. Mine are too skinny. I have some animated emote that have to be approved. It's been like 3 weeks. I heard if it's taken like more than 2 weeks, you have to delete it and try it again. But don't, because I did that and they said I got one rejected and I don't have follower emotes. You know. But I can send you another artist too, JT. I got you. I got you. I have to do some more emotes. I need a raid emote badly. Pretty please, I got you. I need a raid emote badly. This took a month. You should have a dancing emote. Yeah, I need a... Petty, can you put that Gojo emote real quick? Can you do that Gojo one? Just so I can see it. I want one like that. And I need a raid emote. Like, badly. Yeah, that one. Thank you. I need one like this. And I need a raid emote. Like, I need some kind of dance. Either that one or this one. Mozzie's are so fucking good. Why are Mozzie's emotes so fucking good? That and a raid. That Gojo one's so fun. That Gojo one, like, it's so funny. Mozzie has great emotes. She does. The Tina one is so good. So I need one of them. Right? And I need that and something for a raid. I think the raid one will also have to be animated. I have to figure it out. How many animated slots do I have? Sorry, I keep pausing. I have room for 3 more animated slots. So 3 animated slots. I like doing that like he's getting bounced back and forth. That is so good. That actually I love that. So I have 3 more animated slots that I gotta fill. Like, we have a lot, you know? We've got a good bit that I gotta fill. I need 1 more slot here, 3 more slots here. And I don't have follower emotes because they said I got one rejected, even though I didn't. Even though I did not get one rejected. So
A gentleman
weirdly enough.
You, ma'am.
So, your friend, the other liquor vendor. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Arthur, welcome. We were just
Welcome.
playing cribbage. Arthur Morgan, Mrs. Catherine Braithwaite.
Nice to see you again.
Apparently. So this one, he is big and as dumb
Yeah,
as it
y'all have
looks?
good emotes.
Well,
I like
he's
y'all's.
surely big,
Glad it's
but
bored.
his intelligence
I
is a
appreciate
matter
y'all.
of some conjecture.
I
Some
think
say
canceling the
he
bean
thinks
counts
he's
as a
done
rejection.
jokes,
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Well, he's not.
Re-uploading the
quite that
bean
dumb.
emote. I think they counted as a
These are the boys
rejection.
going to Canada home?
Yes, we can.
Yo,
say
Ashton,
that.
you like the beard or should I cut it?
One hates to be coarse.
Should I cut his
Is
beard?
The question of money,
Oh, we've got money, Mr. Matthews.
paper, bonds, metal.
She ain't gonna pay you in a certified check, you Yankee numbskull.
I did that before too.
Hey,
Yeah,
Chad,
and it
just
said
the most beautiful
it said I
male
got one
I've
rejected,
seen
but I
today.
didn't.
Monkeys, after all.
And so I don't have because I ultimately I want the bean to be a follower emote, so even followers can spam it. You know, she can pay in guac. Cut it. I like a man with stubble. Okay, I got you. Because what I'm thinking is we're keeping the mustache and trimming the beard. You know what I'm saying?
I'm driving. Fine.
That's what I think. I think what we're gonna do: trim the beard, keep the stash. Arthur's bald. Let me look at. I can't take his hat off right now. I don't know what his hair is looking like, to be honest. Heisenberger. Let's see. Yes, sir.
We going then? Ready? Let's get out of here.
Here we go. I hate that I always have to drive.
You was quiet in there.
Took
You know?
everything I had. That son of hers. I'll shove that silver spoon down his throat.
Here we go.
Pull it clean out of his arse. The smug fucker.
It's actually a cool tree like walkway.
So what she got us doing at the Gray's place?
She wants us to torture tobacco fields.
Oh, God.
They ain't had rain in weeks round here.
What?
Wait, so if I'm torching their tobacco fields, is it possible to do both quests? There's one particular mission where you don't drive. I need more of those because I'm sick of driving.
Moonshine?
I'm sick of it.
Faster than kerosene, that's
Yes, you can do both?
Said
Okay,
it'd be
bet.
fitting, she did.
Bet,
I'm
bet.
thinking is how about I try fitting my boot up your
You're
hook now.
playing both sides. Okay, perfect. I like that. I like that.
Really picked the right fella for tea at the manor, didn't they?
I like, you know what? Let's cut across.
One of these families got gold
cut
stashed
across.
somewhere, he reckons. I mean, I'm all for sticking it to rich
I think
folk.
it is
I hate
the
rich
robbing wagon with Micah. Oh, God.
Money
We
at the
have
end of all this.
more missions with him.
Jose knows what he's doing.
That Moshe was rich enough to have that driveway. Like, how cool is that driveway, Ashton?
Easy.
That'd be sick.
So
Micah
far,
never
he's tried
ends?
to break
Fuck.
weight still. Tried to sell the shine back to
That
us.
driveway's sick.
Now we're on this fool's errand, which I'm very much looking forward to, by the way. They was saying old man Gray's double security after that business at the saloon.
Everyone loves Micah.
We're just gonna.
He must die. Micah. Oh, Micah's great, isn't he? He's fucking crazy. It's too long for me. I don't think it has to be that long, but like if it was shorter, let's say like 2 or 3 trees, right? 2 or 3 trees like that. I think it'd be cool. He's worse than a campfire killer. Yeah, that damn campfire killer is a menace. I don't know who that guy is. That guy's a fucking menace. Someone needs to catch him. It's been like 20 to 30 people. Someone needs to deal with that guy. You know who it's not? It's not me, though. You see the honor. Can we turn that guy in? We need to. We need to, right? Me with my good honor, we'll do it. I use a mod to kill the dude that gave Arthur TB, but he still dies. Huh. Imagine you had to take the trash out all the way. Yeah. That would suck, to be honest. That would suck. Oh, sorry. Sorry for what? Sorry for what? What happened?
Hold up a second. Are you not worried about them greys?
What happened?
English? Excuse me?
What'd I miss?
You not worried about them greys?
I'm not worried about no damn grays.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Don't worry about it? Okay.
Here.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry, Gerald. You're good. Just no spoilers. Make sure you know spoilers.
Stop us from getting into a fight.
No spoilers. You're okay. Just let it go. It's fine. I won't remember it anyway. Yeah, you're good. There's no spoilers. This is my first time actually playing it. Just read out. Yeah. Yeah, you're good. Oh, I don't have to drive anymore. But yeah, you're right. You're right, Glitch. Like, taking trash out down that long-ass walkway would be a bitch. Like, you'd have to be like, it's time to take the trash out. All right, let me walk the mile down the road to drop this shit off. But like 2 to 3 trees wouldn't be bad. Like 2 to 3, that's not too bad.
What you want, boy?
There was a thing.
It'd be worth it for the aesthetics.
What you talking about?
It would be some good aesthetics, though. I'm not gonna lie.
You're not the usual driver.
You want a bottle of Fred?
Looking at the road like this, like fuck yeah. You gotta put in no spoilers tag, Skratsx, because some people count backseat and spoilers are loud. Okay, I'll put that in right now. That's actually a good idea. Let me see tags. There we go. It's in. I fucking love this mission. Sean looks like a leprechaun. I like Sean.
In Ireland.
You don't say.
Yeah.
See, Feeve, we're making progress.
Some kind of incident at the saloon in town. I was told to bring this up here. Ask no
We got to do a
questions,
chapter
I'll tell
4
you,
push.
nice, sort of business. Before the
Oops.
officials got there, they said.
Okay. Drive this way.
Just me, or Sean looks like the mascot of Lucky Charms. I have to look at him again.
Sean.
Let me get a look at him, and I'll let you know.
Hamish.
Good to meet you, Hamish.
How many missions do you think we have till chapter 4?
Fine bit of country you've got here. Not as fine as Connemara, but fine nonetheless.
Chill.
Is that right? And you and I are nearly brothers.
4 or 5, maybe? Okay. We're gonna have to do a chapter 4 push.
Just over here. Yeah, straight down the path here. It's getting so I can barely keep track of all these deliveries coming in.
I feel you, buddy.
And they said they was looking for more drivers in town. I jumped at the chance. I never been a feller to kick a bit of honest work out of bed. So, you folks been having a hard time of it, have you?
Yeah, Mr. Gray's got a heap of problems right now with another family around here. Bunch of covetous lowdowns trying to sabotage his livelihood. Disgusting.
Oh dear, I'm sorry to hear that, Hamish. Sounds
Sorry
like
to hear
you
that.
really deserve that drink.
You don't know the half of it. Just in there.
Right, yeah.
So we're gonna burn this bitch down, huh? Gerald, do you like pineapple on pizza? I've never seen that emote. Do you like pineapple on pizza?
You can unload it here.
In here? Oh.
Yeah.
Horses like a
That's cool.
swift one, do they?
I personally don't, but I respect it.
Nothing.
It's fine, I guess. I don't really like warm fruit with the exception of like tomatoes. Burn this bitch down. We about to burn it down.
Quite a place you boys have got here. Reminds me of one of them big houses out in Donegal. Real fancy places they was, Hamish. Real fancy. Because if some folks got all the money.
Where the fuck is he?
Quite the fanciest places. Imagine
Knife him?
Well, yeah. Man, sup's on shite, yeah. Yeah. Hold up again to get down.
There we go. Got him. We did it. Easy peasy.
How you getting on?
Big Dad. Yes, sir.
We got these things ready.
Okay.
We got Molotovs in this bitch? Okay. Oh, shit.
There's plenty of guards out there. Here's how I feel we should deal with things. You head over to the dry barn.
Sure. And you?
I'm gonna deal with the fields themselves.
Okay.
We coat everything in moonshine, and then we light things up with these little fellers here.
Got it.
Thankfully, it ain't rained, and that old barn over there should go up like a torch.
How many of these boys you think you need?
This should do it.
I feel like this isn't gonna go well.
Let's head out the back. Look.
I feel like I'm gonna mess something up, you know?
There'll be no turning back, so move quickly.
Of course.
When does it ever? That's a good point.
I was born burning down manor houses.
We'll burn quietly.
Quiet. There's someone coming on the left.
I wouldn't let that happen in my farm, but that's just me personally.
Oh, hey. Well, I thought the wagon already arrived.
Yeah, that's the kind of instigation we need.
So, what you got there?
Tools, payroll.
Okay. Drop it by the supply shed at the back of the field.
Thought Sean wanted to move and I was blocking him.
See you later.
You hear that? Payroll.
Yeah. Let's get this job done first, okay?
I like how Arthur can have such high honor while stabbing random farmers in the neck. Yeah. You know, because we're good guys.
Come on. You douse the fields. I'll meet you at the barn.
We're good guys, to be honest.
Out of trouble.
How do I know when it's enough? Will it tell me if it will the yellow dot disappear?
Should be enough for here.
Okay, yeah. Okay, never mind. Answer my question. It'll tell you. Bro, I got a cutscene of bald Arthur fighting someone. Light this bitch up.
That's good.
Okay. So we got to get behind that guy who's looking. You know, we're great. Look at the honor. We're great guys. And we have a lot of money. Good one, Saul. Good one. I appreciate the commitment. Yeah, good one. Okay, he's looking this way. Hold on. Free Sora, man. Free my boy Sora. Sora ain't do nothing wrong. Free Sora. You know what? I'm putting it in the title. Putting it in the title. Free Sora. Sora ain't do nothing wrong. Free Sora. There we go. Free him. Free my boy. Ain't do nothing wrong. You go over. And now. Perfect. Come on, crafty will. Free Sora. He should be free soon. He been locked up too long.
Next.
Free Commander Shepard. Isn't he dead? I'm joking. I know he's not dead. Allegedly. Even though in the cutscenes it sure as fuck looked like he was dead. Unleash the beast. Yes. That too. Unleash the beast. He didn't die in my playthrough, unlike your bitch playthrough. I saw the cutscene in which the other ending happened. And it just kind of seemed like he died. You know? Kind of seemed like he died. You're fucking, it's better for the world. It just kind of seemed like it would be. You know? Why the fuck did Arthur stand up there? It seemed like it would be better for the world. Based upon the explanation, you know? In the teaser, they dig up the N7 name tag on a planet. Oh yeah, Liara did she not? Right? It was Liara, right? Let me get back in the field. How the fuck do they not see the plants moving? There's some trash-ass guards. Oh shit. How'd he miss? He's just free from his duties and banging aliens. Exactly. Not Arthur. Commander Shepard's out there, you know. He's just, you know, making Liara think he's dead so he can, you know, do his thing. He's out there galloping. Shep out there sowing his galactic oats. Exactly. You know? He'll get back to Liara when he's done sowing his oats. So we gotta take out this guard, huh? Kill him. There's better work out there, yeah. there.
I'm gonna build this too.
Douse the barn. And we're just gonna throw some Molotovs and run.
Thinks you go, Arthur. Line her up.
All right.
After you, sir.
Hello?
Just chuck it in there. Woo! Would you look at that? Now let's go leave ourselves a fat cigar.
I actually love Sean. Sean's fucking funny.
Make your peace. You're dead. You ain't leaving
You get those for your company going. From the stables. Come on.
Take out Gray's guards. Bet.
All right.
In my opinion, dark chocolate is much better than milk chocolate. I like the very low sugar amounts. It depends on where I'm getting it from. Like Milky Way, I like Milky Way's Midnight better than I like a regular Milky Way. Does that make sense? I may be weird though. I may be weird in that resort though. Let me get behind some cover. Yeah. I wish there's a remastered Red Dead Revolver or Red Dead Revolver 1. Which one do you like better, Revolver or 1? Dark chocolate just has much better taste to me. I think it's a deeper flavor profile. I think it's better for you too, isn't it? Or am I tripping? Milk chocolate's if you want something really sweet. Probably because of the lower sugar amount, yeah. Actually, we'll keep it the pistols. Got him. There's one over here.
There goes out right out of here.
Where's the other one?
This is bloody madness.
Dark chocolate has a bunch of antioxidants. That's what it is. That's what I've heard. Apparently, dark chocolate lowers your chance of heart disease in moderate amounts. Yeah, technically. I guess it's in like, as long as you don't binge eat it. My only issue with Rockstar is that little dot aiming reticle, tiniest thing ever. It is. That's why I love the Deadeye. Fuck out of here. All right, let's go. Go, Sean. The darker the chocolate, the sweeter the juice. I have heard that. You know, I love that. I love some melted dark chocolate. I love it in my mouth. It feels so warm and tasty. Amen, brother. Amen. Let's go, Sean. We always end up in shootouts. There's never one mission where we're just chilling. Oh, I got the leg faster. Pulse are stuck to my thighs. You got to do the adjustment.
Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, you just got to stand up. Stand up and do that adjustment thing. You know, the one where you just like spread your leg out. Almost shot Sean.
This is a goddamn mess.
God, aren't you proud of me? I'm not looting everything. Aren't you proud of me? I'm not looting everybody. Can confirm, this is the most accurate chocolate fact ever heard. Get a spatula if all else fails. True. True. People complain about manspreading, but I have to do it. Yeah, there are times when I have to. Like, I'm sorry. They're stuck with my undies. Oh. I just open the leg and do a little shake, unstick them, works like a charm. Yeah, like you ever, like you're out in the store for a second and you just got to do that, like, little shimmy for a second. Just, you know.
Didn't tell you there'd be an army of them?
You know what it is.
They didn't tell me nothing.
I had to learn it because as a kid, right? Like, as a kid, I'm just, like, unsticking it. I'm just reaching and unsticking. My mom's like, stop adjusting in public.
Right,
people will think that you're a freak.
Well, let's see if the payroll is actually in there.
Hurry up.
Oh, put your gun away. Put your gun away, Arthur.
We did good.
Right, well, let's go.
Looky here, you get them horses free, Arthur. Come on.
There we go. There's one. Let me get you free. I got you. Oh, we're good. Yeah, we're good. In update 1.435, we need a way to suck our balls into our stomach. That'd be interesting. Okay, sharp turns like that in fire are never good. Like, let me know if you're gonna, you know. Fuck out of here. Elon Musk develops balls 4.0. I'd be scared if it was Elon. You know, Elon hasn't been doing great stuff lately. Like, I feel like with Elon, they want me to pay $8 a month. Speaking of Elon, like he'd want me to pay $8 a month for it, and I'm just not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of Elon, what about Elon?
Jesus, that turned into a right party.
It did turn into the right party. I can't do the accent, I'm sorry. Just means he bought his way in the ball corp. Yeah. And then, like, just made everyone think that he made it. $8 to get my balls hidden? Sounds like a deal. I just don't know with Elon, you know? His secondary account is impersonating his son. What? Is it actually Tesla supercharged balls? I mean, if they're supercharged, like, that's a different story.
Sure.
He responds to his own tweets? No, bro.
I hope him and Jose are riding that there's some money at the end of it.
And some more questionable stuff, too. That's crazy.
You coming?
Yeah, we'll go back to camp. Check out the Desertos post. Okay. If they hide them in order to supercharge them, I'm here for it. Like, supercharge kind of sounds nice. A supercharge would be nice. Like, I'm cool with that. A nice supercharge. I respond to my own message sometimes by using my other phone. I have not done that. I'm not going to lie to you. That is something I have not done. You know what I like about Elon? What?
Home, sweet home.
What? These nuts stop falling for it every time. Fuck. I was legitimately, I was trusting you guys. I remember my grandma used to eat dark chocolate with 0% sugar. Isn't that really bitter? Can't get them wet after, though. Lithium and wetness don't mix. Ooh, that is a good point. I don't think I'm down anymore. It's real bitter, but addicting. I have to try it. What does supercharging entail, though? Like super cum speed or like more stamina? I'm hoping the more stamina and stronger sperm, you know? Like, it's just like when the arrival comes, just like, boom, right? Just real quick, like, poof. It's there. It's faster, more efficient, you know? A shotgun blast, if you will. You know? I have a lifetime supercharging free because I got my Tesla when it was lifetime free. Damn. Don't think of me as a child, but what is cum? It's when you arrive somewhere, you know? You know when they say, like, come here? It's just like a more personal version of that, if you will. You know what I'm saying? That's what that is. Okay, yeah. you know, like that.
Okay,
You know how it goes.
take it easy.
Yeah, what's up, India? How are you?
Yep.
How are you? All right. I never really purchased FSD. What's FSD? My Tesla don't plan to. You have arrived. Yeah, it's when you arrive. What's FSD? Legato, full self-driving. I don't really trust that. Is that weird? Where's the other one? Free swinging dick. Oh. Doing good? How are you? I am really good. I'm in a really good mood. I'm not going to lie. I feel like I say that every day, but I've been in like really, I'm having really good moods. Skratsx, what are big black nigga balls? Okay. Those are a special brand of basketball. As you know, black guys love to play basketball, Broward. And so it's a special brand of basketball. It's elevated plus past Spalding, you know? Like you have Spalding, you have Wilson basketballs. But big black nigga balls are a different brand, specifically made for black people. Mm-hmm. You know, shop black owned. Yeah. Free swinging dick in a Tesla. You know, that's what it is. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Where's the other one? Do I have to go into town to get it? Let me go into town and check the mail. Or can I check mail here? I personally sat in the newer generation models. Full self-driving is really good for highways where roads are clean and clearly marked. For street/casual drive, it's not trustable. Yeah, like I just don't trust. I don't trust self-driving. I just don't. I feel like it's going to mess up. Like they can tell me, oh, it worked. I just don't trust it. Especially because like highways are rarely clean and clearly marked some places. Don't gotta drive, just swing your dick. That's an interesting way to drive. So we're talking about balls, huh? Well, I was this old when I found out men have blue balls is actually painful. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's a real thing. In Arkansas, our lines are so faded. Here too, there are some parts of the road where you can't tell which, like if you're in a lane or not. Because the old lane marks are still there. That's why you have to keep your hands on it constantly, but people are stupid. Yeah, that's why, like, if my hand's on the wheel, I might as well just drive, to be honest. Like, I might as well just do the driving. Oh, it's still there. Okay, it's back. They trying to do that with on truck drivers. I feel like that would be horrible with truck drivers. I don't think we're there yet. I feel like that would be bad, almost. Or maybe I'm just being skeptical. But like self-driving, I don't know. It didn't require the hands-on thing before. People abused full self-driving and started sleeping and shit. Elon took it away. Yeah, that's good. That's a good thing. Honestly, I'm driving my car hands down. I'll be driving like I'm in the Fast and Furious. Yeah, me too. I'm the king at shooting the gap. You know, I see it. I'm like, here we go. Buckle up. Can everyone here agree that pretzel sticks are fire? I don't like pretzel sticks. I'm sorry, Legate. I hate to disappoint you.
Come on now, boy.
I don't like pretzel sticks. I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's just not my shit. Yeah, I'm with Illy. Me and Illy are on the same accord. I don't like pretzels. I don't like pretzel sticks, those fucking pretzels in the bag that they always bring to class celebrations. Oh, I need to sell this. I need to sell this L. I don't like them. I remember like we'd have something at school and one kid would bring them fucking pretzels in a bag. I'm like, get this kid the fuck out of here. I don't like pretzel buns. None of that. None of it. More for me. There you go. Yeah, more for Apocalypse. You guys can have them. That's why, like, if you like pretzels, it's good to be friends with me because I will not eat them. I don't like the hard, crunchy ones. I like the soft ones only. I've never had like a big, like the Auntie Anne's. I've never had one of those. For me, the Tesla was a great investment because my fuel savings are reaching close to $10,000. The local mechanic does a great job of maintaining the car, and I've saved a tons of money. That's a good way to do it. Soft isn't as appealing if it's a grower. Like, I've seen in the mall, people get like pizza pretzels, like the sugar ones. I respect your food taste buds, though everyone has a different taste. True. Plus, I'm a very picky eater. Like, a very picky eater. I like soft pretzels with cheese, like the dipping cheese or cheese on it. I want a funnel cake? Illy. Funnel cake is so fucking good. Skratsx doesn't like green things, for the most part. For the most part. It depends on what it is. No offense. Auntie Anne's oh, it's overestimated in my opinion. Sorry if it angers you. I've never had it. I don't fucking care. I have the definitive taste, and everyone who doesn't have my taste is wrong. Wetzel's, I don't think is overrated. Do we have Wetzel's pretzels here? Oh, we do. I've never been. My number one restaurant is Cheesecake Factory. What do you get at Cheesecake Factory? You're going for the next mission? Yeah. We're making progress today. We're doing the other side. We're going to burn some of their shit. Cheesecake Factory got the full novel for menu? Yeah, I'd never read it. I have one thing that I like and one only. Plain cheesecake, I don't like when they add things to it. Plain cheesecake is good. I like strawberry cheesecake. They also have a carrot cake cheesecake that's pretty good, but you have to like carrot cake in order to like it, obviously. Pretzels are usually my snacks from school, and so overrated as hell. I see you're so bitter. I like Oreo pie. I've never had that. The Oreo cheesecake and the red velvet one is gas too. Those are good picks. Yes, I'm the greatest human to ever exist. Turtle cheesecake? Turtle cheesecake. Mondo Burger Solo's all your favorite restaurants? I've never had it. I only like plain cheesecake. I mean, that's fair. Make sure you're heavily armed before doing this quest. This guy's quest or before this quest? Before John's? Like key lime? I don't like key lime. Yeah, this guy. Okay. Chocolate nuts. Oh, like a chocolate turtle. Okay. I think I can't pull out my weapons here. I need a weapons store before I talk to him. Hold on. You go to the weapons store. Let me go to the gunsmith real quick. Skratsx, what's up, Jazzy? How are you? What's up? Not a key lime fan. My partner's, yeah, like, I don't personally like key lime, but a lot of people I know like it. I don't like it, though. Oh, God, I missed the streams, man. Oh, you're good. No worries. You equipped him mid-mission? I'm just buying ammo. I'm buying ammo. I hate when he does it.
You're back. So, what are you in the market for?
Let's have a look in here.
Oh, you don't need the best weapons for that mission? I needed ammo. Sometimes a good old funfetti does it for me, though. Funfetti can be good. I'm not gonna lie to you. Hey, that's this week, Crumble. Wait, what's the Crumble menu this week? I'm good. How you been? Pretty good, honestly. Pretty good. See, red velvet, key lime, and Oreo is my go-to. Red velvet, carrot, strawberry. Those are my 3 cheesecakes. Those are my 3. I wish there was a way I could just buy. Red velvet is goated. It's so good. Red velvet and carrot cake are just my shit. I forgot about carrot. Carrot cake is fucking good. Skratsx is my cheesecake twin. Yeah. See, Petty knows. Like, me and Petty, we know it. We got the taste. First time I tried caramel cookie in New York, it's good as hell. Their chocolate chip cookies are mid, though. I'm not going to lie to you. They're like, okay. There's better chocolate chip cookies, but their specialty cookies are where it's at. Cookies and cream, milkshake, and strawberry cupcake. Ooh, I may have to go to Crumble, to be honest with you. Road ass, in my opinion. I love red velvet. Plain pumpkin pie is my top 5 foods. Pumpkin pie is okay. It's not my favorite.
All right.
Check the link. Can you whisper me the link, JT? Because it asks it out. And honestly, I thought carrot cake was made of carrots. There's carrots in there. Say it again. There's carrots in there, but they're not super prominent. I live on the other side of America. Ah, okay. Might as well just max out all my ammo while I'm here. I won't stand for Red Velvet slander. It's so good. Red Velvet is just so good. They got shredded characters. Red Velvet's ass, in my opinion. I love it. The opposite side of America, I mean in Asia. Ah, okay. You're good. We don't need anything else. Upgraded holster, what's that do? Oh, it slows weapon degradation. We're good. I don't care about that. I need to clean my guns. You know how much slander of Red Velvet is forbidden. Yeah, we're
testing this out.
We love Red Velvet around here. And by we, like, Red Velvet is bitter and cheesecake is just a no for me. You don't like, is it a texture thing, India? Is the cheesecake thing a texture thing? Most of your weapons not upgraded? Yeah, I know. We need to read the menu? Yeah, let me see the menu. Did you whisper it to me? Yep, it's whispered. Okay, bad. Yeah, let's look. Let's look at this crumble menu. You can a lot of things in this chat, but Red Velvet slander is too far. Cheesecake is okay, in my opinion. You eat Lay's plain potato chips. If you don't like cheesecake, you're not. Yes, the cheesecake. Yeah, so I understand people who don't like it because of the texture, right? So that's why, like a Cheesecake Factory, the Red Velvet, it mixes the regular cake with the cheesecake, right? So you get the best of both worlds. I don't like potato chips unless it's lime. I've never had a lime potato chip. I'll be real with you. Yo, okay. The Oreo one? What is this one? I don't know what this one is. Lime chips go dummy. Also, the taste of cheesecake flavor doesn't do it for me. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Like, whoa. Okay. This is crumble cookies, Illy. Crumble cookies. Yo. Is that cream on top? I think so. I might have to go to Crumble today. Like, I may have to go. Yo. Don't be on that if Phyllis comes in here. Okay. Every time I get... the strawberry one was the crumble cookie I ate. Was it good? Diabetes in a nutshell? So good, though. Crumbles on a streak, like 4 weeks of straight fire? Yeah. I was going to say about to come, but Apex said it. Let's play, what's the perfect sound for this? Perfect sound for this is... Yeah. Go to Crumble, get back on stream, and let's see your review. Oh, I could. What I've been doing, so me and Phyllis have this thing where we talk about Crumble. Apparently one cookie is 4 servings, but I have no self-control. Yeah, I'm just eating the cookie. Fuck the serving size. Burger King spicy chicken sandwich is my number one. I will never trust Burger King again. I can't afford to eat anymore. Yeah, you have the cookie and that's it. That's your full day. So here's the cookies. Milk chocolate chip, which these are okay. Gotta buy the cookie cutter from them. That's the only way I can ration them. They have a cookie cutter? I know Burger King, being at my number one is a sin. I just don't trust it anymore, Legate. I'll be real with you. I just don't trust it. What happened with your Burger King experience? I got really sick last time I ate it. I had Burger King and I was sick as hell, like, immediately. Wendy's spicy nuggets are fire? They are. It's midnight for me. Is it morning for you? It's afternoon now. It's 12:16. Yes, you got to get these cookies? I do. So what's been happening, and Petty will tell you, me and Phyllis, every time I get one, I tell Phyllis about it. And then Phyllis is like, I got to go. I got to get it. And so I posted in the food part of the Discord. Phyllis said she was going to get the cutter, but that's not going to change the fact I eat a whole cookie. It'll just be eaten in 4 pieces. Yeah. Got to go to BK on the other side of town. I think so. The Burger King by me, honestly, me and Burger King have on and off relationships. Maybe I'll try it again. Burger King and Crumble today. Oh, I was showing you the other cookies. Cookies and cream milkshake. This one looks good. I could probably eat 2 of them cookies before realizing the serving size. Same. Cookies and cream, strawberry cupcake. The Texas Whopper was fire for a minute. Food review on stream. I may have spicy waffle fries. I've never had that. That sounds good as fuck. I feel like that's Burger King in general. Got to find a good one in your area. I think so. Wait, this is a pancake cookie? This is a pancake. I might go get a crumble for my stream, actually. Ooh. And triple chocolate chip. I'm worried about this one. This feels like it may be a little much. Put on a Burger King food review. I thought I ate their sourdough burger, but after that, not thought about it. Classic pink sugar. I like sugar cookies. And there's a mystery cookie. Okay. I thought it was ice cream. No, so apparently this is a cupcake. I mean a pancake. It has a buttercream dollop on top. I ate their French toast breakfast. Shit's good. Their crisp sandwiches are good as fuck. Why don't you like chocolate on top of chocolate? I just feel like it may be too rich. You know? Sometimes there's too much chocolate. But if it's white chocolate right here, I'm back. I'm back in. I'll still get it. I will try it. Chick-fil-A waffle fries, go home and add spice or find a restaurant that spelled... Spicy waffle fries actually sound good. Those actually sound really good. I got to try it. What kind of spice do you add to it? Sprouts got the best chocolate chip cookies. I haven't been to Sprouts in a minute. But Crumble's chocolate chip cookies are mid. They're not that great. They're okay. They're not bad, but there's better chocolate chip cookies out there. What you go to Crumble for is these. These right here. Like, you go for the specialties. You know? The cinnamon roll one last week, I think it was last week, wasn't it? When did I post in the Discord? Let me see. Whatever you got, but it's much better if you get right from the restaurant that sells. Okay. We're not making it past chapter 4. We're going to try, Illy. We're going to try. You know how it goes. Support each other. I'm here to see you suffer, Skratsx. As my wise friend once said, I go to church on Sundays to pray on your downfall. Okay. Do you have a Kiki's near you? Kiki's. Is it a Mexican restaurant? That cookies and cream is about to be a problem. Might need 2 of them. Kiki's Chicken. Okay, let me see. No. It's only in Sacramento, I think. We had some Kiki's fries last night. How were they? Oh, let me show you this clip. Okay, bet. Whisper me the clip, Illy, so it doesn't take out the link, because it's still not working. How were they? When did I go to Crumble? Let me go up. Oh, no, I just gave away my location. Oh. We'll scrub it. It's going in Discord? Okay, we'll scrub it. 10 days ago. Damn, I haven't been in a minute. It's been 10 days. 10 days. Those fries actually look good, Legate. I'm not going to lie to you. I sent a food book that was good. Yeah, like these fries right here, these look good as fuck. It's been deleted. Okay, yeah, it's deleted. Like, don't. No, there's no location. These fries look good. I'm not going to lie to you. Game. Block. Let me see. This Dead by Daylight? She teabag. You're the one on the ground and they're just teabagging you. They're just Damn, Illy. Damn. That's fucked up. The threesome, though, uncalled for. Damn. I also like those really big, thick fries that look like a whole ass, like steak fries. Up in RB. Damn. Steak fries, yeah. Y'all horny as hell in the morning? Yeah. I had to hold back tears. Yo, Illy, I'm sorry that happened to you, you know? Surprise butt sex in Dead by Daylight. You know? Damn. Damn. That's tough. That's tough for real. Surprise stepbro appeared. They did. They said, Illy, it looks like you're stuck in a washing machine. Surprise fully clothed butt sex. Where do I get that mod? That's a good question.
You okay there, mister?
You gonna play Dead Island 2 someday? I think so. I've seen it's really short though. Like it seems like an actually short game from what I've seen. I was gonna get it for multiplayer, but it's short.
Am I sitting in the wrong place?
It looks good though.
I didn't mean any offense, sir. Please.
I don't get your meaning.
Check the food cord. Yep. Too many games right now is a problem. Yeah. It's hard to keep. Yo. Petty. These fries look fucking gas. These look good. What is on there? Chicken? Is that chicken right there? That looks gas. What the fuck? How do I join the Discord? That's a good question. Just click that link. I got you. That look heat, chicken and sauce, like, God. Okay, thanks, no problem. This looks good as fuck. Skratsx? Yes. Yes, Illy. What's up? Jesus. Holy. My grilled cheeseburger? How was it? Under it. Okay, bet. Let me look. Ooh. Ooh. Why is Sora DMing me in Discord? I feel like I'm endangered. No, you're good. Sora, because he can't type in chat, I've noticed he's been typing in the general. I'm very impressed, especially with voice acting. It's absolutely the real life. And my God, California's so good. I was running it on ultra settings in 1440p and had about 90 FPS. Damn. I don't even know. Kiki sauce? Like, this grilled cheeseburger. So Illy out here has the grilled cheese sandwich on top and bottom. Yo,
just gifted
JT, thanks for the gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you. Like, I thought I was special. Damn, Sora. Free Sora. Free Sora. She got the grilled cheese sandwiches as buns. Just had to match Eric. Look at these. Yo, that reminds me. Yo, Killmonger, if you're lurking and listening, send me the registry link. I need that link. Check under that too. Yo. Fritos, ground beef, okay. Illy be throwing it down. Cast iron. Add the I knew it. Okay, I need that sound. You're right. I knew it. Do you want the whole sound or the I knew it was the whole, like, you want the just I knew it or the I knew it was fake? The whole sound? Okay. This looks good. Cast iron got that flavor. Like, Illy's throwing down. Cast iron, like, cast iron, a cast iron skillet, like, I've been in Food Wars, like, Illy's throwing it down low. Like, Illy, if you want to keep posting food pics, do it. Do it. Do it. Illy's throwing down for real. I see the cast iron. Damn. Explore. I knew it was fake. I knew it. I love, that's one of my favorite Illuminati sounds. I knew it was fake. Please.
I knew it was fake. I knew it. I knew it.
Look, it's Illuminati, bro. There we go. There we go. It's up. It's up. It's Illuminati, bro. Are we living in a dream? It's Illuminati, bro.
Fine day, and I apologize for any offense.
Illuminati's so funny, bro.
What are you drinking, mister?
Nothing, sir. Nothing at all.
Why are you acting so strange?
I don't mean to.
Oh, he's acting
I'm
weird.
sorry for any
Got that
offense.
goddamn 1-2 buckle my shoe, 3-4 Nike kick song. I need a cure.
But I had no idea how I offended the last
have you listened to Illuminati?
I'm
not supposed to be here.
They didn't like my medical practice.
That Bill Cosby thing, that shit was, I gotta play it. That video had me crying. That video was funny as hell. Go to my DMs. Okay, DMs are not showing. Never mind. I can't play it. I forgot my DMs on the desktop are broken. I forgot they're broke. But it had me crying. It was legitimately good. TikTok DM, yeah. My DMs on TikTok always show up like this when I'm on desktop. So I can't look at it. I saw it on my phone. I'll grab it real quick. Okay, thank you. I saw it on my phone, and I was laughing hard. Because I did not expect Bill Cosby to just pop up like that. That was fucking funny. I got to close this Crumble page, or I feel like I'm going to run to Crumble. I feel it. And it's not going to be good. It's not a good thing for me to want to run to Crumble. What the fuck is you looking at? What you looking at me for? Did you see the sound? It's in, right?
I knew it was fake.
Gotta sleep by Skratsx. Yo, Gerald, thanks for stopping through.
I knew it.
Thanks for stopping through. I appreciate you. Have a good sleep, and welcome to the Discord. You're one of us, Gerald. I hope you know that. You're one of us. You are our 82nd person in the Discord. 82 motherfuckers in the Discord.
I was helping folk.
And that wasn't popular?
I was undercutting the competition. Or I was too colored. Or I was irritating in nature. Or I was some know-it-all big city slicker here to demean some good old boys of my fine words.
Mm-hmm.
The exact variety of my sins was the source of some conjecture, so they undercut me.
That ain't very nice.
That was my impression. Still, compared to the gut.
Discord DMs? Okay, bet. Thank you. Thank you. Here it is. This is what I was talking about. I fucking love it. Fucking Bill Cosby. Oh my God. Bro, I fucking love that. Oh my God. Oh man. That shit is funny.
Castration, defenestration.
That should have me crying this morning.
They offered me. I felt I got off lightly.
Imaginative bunch.
Yes, but no great love of my medical practice. Too free with my wisdom and services.
Bro, give me half so I can be second.
Which way they go?
Down the road, that away.
Down the road, that away. Stay here,
I'm
buddy.
Sort of forced to. Please don't go to any trouble on my account.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are you looking for that fella's wagon? I heard him say they was.
Damn. Why did they make him so ugly? Damn.
Okay, thanks.
Damn. Damn. Look at him. Damn. That's tough. Eyes popping up like Beetlejuice. Come the hurricane, bitch. Like, damn. Damn, they made him ugly. Oh, wait, we're going a ways away. This is not in the city. We're going all the way here. I was about to run there. Yeah, we got to get on legit. I thought it was in the city. We got to run. Come on, Lil Jit. Come here, boy. Let's get you some food and a brush and let's get up out of here. Let's get up out of here. Hop on the horse, shall we?
Hey, boy.
Like Master's angry. Here we go. Get you a good brushing.
You okay, boy?
Let's get the hell up out this goddamn godforsaken city. It's a bunch. Okay, we're not gonna. Okay. Avalanche rich as fuck. Yeah, he is. He is. Alu's got them points.
Hey, partner.
Here we go. Oh, I need a quick crash. Also, like I said, if Killmonger's lurking in here, I need that registry link. I need him to whisper me that registry link. I need that. Look at that view. Look at them damn mountains in the distance.
Yeah.
Proud of billionaire, he doesn't need shit. What more do you want from me? I'm just one man. I made my money honestly. Make yours the same. You know? Leave me alone. The Michael Jackson voice. Play the song. Play the song. Baby girl, 300 million. W. There we go. 46th. I'm the Baby Yaga. How many points does everyone have? There's a lot of points in here. Some people don't gamble with the chat stimmies. So they just like, I've got 1 million. They like just hold on. Our points here, there's like the really rich and then it immediately goes to broke. You know?
Yeah. I knew it was fake. I knew it. I knew it.
Back up. There we go. Everyone give me 20 million. I'm trying to see something. It'll be like those TikTok. I went from rags to riches for real. You did. You did. Take a Rex. I think the bot's on a cooldown. I think. You also invested in Big Brow. True. He's making money. Where you headed to, Skratsx? We are headed here to Malcolm's End. We're going to Malcolm's End. I was begging for money earlier. Pay up. Got my points where I like them. There we go. There we go. Right, I invested in the begging. Give me some cash. I need to gamble. I love, like, this system has made us addicts. It's made us addicts. You know? I need to gamble.
Doctor friend of mine lost his wagon. You all ain't seen it.
The fuck you seen, God? Give us a stimmy, they tweaking. All right. Not gonna lie, this video in the memes channel, I sent mad funny. Okay, let me look. Like Jordan without the consequences. What's a stimmy? What y'all want today? Like up to 5 mil. I mean, I can give y'all like 5 milli. You know what I'm saying? 5 mil. Y'all good with that? Zeus. Make me number one again. 200 mil. 200 million points. Y'all want 200 million points? Let me look at this meme real quick. Let me see this.
Here comes the hurricane, bitch. 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 Katrina.
Is this the new finisher? Is this the new finisher? Who's blocking my blessings? Is this the new finisher?
Katrina.
What the fuck? Is that the new finisher in COD? I ain't played COD in a minute. Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Ah! Run it back. One more time. Got you. One more time.
Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Here comes the hurricane, bitch.
No.
Here comes the hurricane, bitch.
Damn,
Katrina.
Damn. Damn. They're all gone. Fuck this. The bot is a fickle.
Tell your friend we gonna pay him a visit.
How many people am I looking at here? 4? Did you just call me a darky lover? What? I didn't even catch the Hurricane Katrina cameo the first time. He just called me a darky lover. Are you getting crazy out here, buddy? Oh shit. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I don't appreciate that. The fuck are you doing?
Where you got the wagon, huh?
Yeah, common racism. Like, what the fuck was that?
Watch your bastard ass cut down.
Where is he? There he is. Found him. Stick your ass back in the house, buddy. Shot him in the dick. That's tough. That's why I said be heavily stacked. Yeah, I wasn't aware that there was gonna. Shot that other guy. Hold on, what the fuck you doing? I just got here? Why you saying me else? Yo, what's up, Wolf? What's up, man? They didn't spare you no time to talk. Yeah, they just started shooting. Like, damn, I was trying to be nice, diplomatic. You know? Pete. Dead. All your brother and your friend are dead, my boy. They say that with the same infliction as woke. Yeah, they did. Is that it? There's one more person here I know. Bad day for you, brother. Hello? Arthur?
You're gonna be full of... You crazy? If you done, boys, I'll go.
That was satisfying. Yo, what's up, Phyllis? What's up? How are you? How is it going, my friend? This is what you get when you don't give me time to talk, my boy. Flock supremacy? No, bro. I'm not gonna lie, Legate, you're the only one I know that says they like Flock. Okay, thanks. How are you? Mom Phil. Phyllis is in the house, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Joe Phillips, my vid. Which one? Which vid? Dead by Daylight? That's because he is Flock. Flock had me stressed. Flock? Which one? Which one do you want me to send? The meme or the Dead by Daylight one? Watch both? All right, bet. So here is the meme. Here's the Call of Duty meme. When is Sora getting freed? I don't know. Yo, Sora, can you tell me when you're supposed to be free?
Comes the hurricane, bitch. Here 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 comes the hurricane, bitch. Oh! Katrina.
Yo, Judas is back.
Katrina.
Hey.
Katrina.
Welcome back. Welcome back, Judas. How are you? How's your day going? Slay. How's your day going? And then this is Illy playing Dead by Daylight. This shit loud as fuck? Yeah, it was. Does this shit still hit just as hard the third time? Yes. I'm waiting for a bit because my phone's not charging. I've been good. How about y'all? Pretty good. So this body right here is Illy. You better word, bitch. Illy's on the ground. They're not getting her up. Poor Illy. We need head pats and I'm out. Got you. Here you go. Here, let me full screen it. There you go. Head pat. Got you. Got you. There you go. Wreck the stream? I would have called it day and night after. Yeah, I'd have been like, you know, fuck this. Cap? Like, what? I'd have been mad as hell, bro. Bye, y'all. We love you, Judas. Flock got his main character moment. I don't know, man. I didn't like Flock, you know? Flock was eh. You know? Bye, Judas. Love you. Not a true Jaegerist. No, I agree with Aaron. Like, I'm with Aaron, you know what I'm saying? I just don't like Flock. You know? Flock, to me, like, it was too much dick riding, almost. You know what I'm saying? Like, just a little much. Where's that other dead guy at? Flock, biggest F tier. Like, too much dick riding. Aaron is correct. Flock is the word. Yeah. Wait. Is Illy at 100? 6 more. Yeah. Armin's was a traitor. I understand where Armin's coming from, though. Like, the thing is, I can understand their perspectives, but Aaron's still right.
Okay.
Yeah, like, it's too much dick riding. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot from Flock. Like, chill, bro. Chill. Make 6 burner accounts. Yeah, 6 more. 6 more till we get an Illy stream. We need Earthfan? Yes. Here comes the hurricane, bitch. How? That's gonna be stuck in my head. You can put her at 250. Yeah, get Earthfan through. Katrina. Yes. Doc, no way I left, ate dinner, and my family studied. Came back and you actually started the game, no way. Didn't I start the game before you left? Fuck out of here. Bitch. You think you're gonna block the road? No, sir. Get out the fucking way. Yeah, you don't scare easily? Get the fuck out the way. Bitch. He hasn't? What? Hasn't what? Has Earthfan been in Scratch? No, Earthfan hasn't been in here. Earthfan hasn't been in here.
You got soda, Papa? Can I have some?
Yeah, Earthfan hasn't been in here. Some of them making mac and cheese. You know, a good mac and cheese is pretty solid, you know? Like mac and cheese, it's go-to food. Wife and I make great mac and cheese. You know, mac and cheese is... Anyone who likes Gabby is going to be... I hate Gabby. I actually don't fuck with Gabby at all. I do not like Gabby. Mac and cheese is goated? Oh, God, it is. The only time I don't fuck with mac and cheese is when people put it on burgers and stuff. I feel like that's too much. You know? Too much. Gabby's down there with Flock. Amen. Gabby's fucking ass, bro. L Gabby. Although I love this. Oh, I was going to say something, but I can't spoil it. Mac and cheese with the Gruyere. S. I was going to say a spoiler, but let's just say when she took that shot that brought forth where we are now, that shit was crazy. The animation in that scene was insane. That was insane. Fuck this. It's all Mikasa's fault. I love it. It technically is Mikasa's fault because I'm not gonna lie. Gabby's turned a corner, but damn, I don't like Gabby. She can turn all kinds of corners she wants. She's still like, she back there. It is Mikasa's fault in that she fumbled the easiest bag she could have ever had. She fumbled the fuck out of that, and I was so mad at her. I was like, Mikasa, you deserve this. Why did you give that response? I was almost as mad at Mikasa, who's Gabby, the little girl in Attack on Titan. She's a little girl. I was the little girl, yeah. I don't know if you've seen ReZero. Oh, shit. Saul's going... Oh, it didn't work. I think it saved you. Mikasa's sick as fuck for such a simp. But she, in the time when she needed to, like, let that come to fruition, she didn't. And I was mad at Mikasa. Almost, I don't know if you've seen ReZero, but there's a scene where Subaru is confessed to by Rem. Weak, bro. She is goated. But there was a scene in which Rem confessed to Subaru, and he turned her down. And I was mad as fuck. I was like, how fucking dare you? She's the only girl that rides for you, bro. How fucking dare you turn her down? And then, I haven't watched it yet. I need to watch it off stream. After stream today. Oh, JT, let me know what you think about this idea. Well, for real? Yeah. I'm thinking about doing a finals watch party in the Discord. What do you think? When the NBA finals come through? I want to start watching like sports stuff. Completely on the up and up, Twitch. In the Discord. I have to set it up though. Let's fucking go. Yeah. What was the scene when the main character, the Attack Titan, told her, "I've been controlling you from the start"? Like, bro, yeah. We just finished you, so I guess Demon Slayer next. Yes, sir. How was you? How was it? I'm not caught up. I need a stimmy of this. Why that? How much? Why this? Why this amount? Aaron gaslighting W. You was pretty good. It was great. What season on? 4 now? So I last watched season 2. Gonna need that VPN and some foreign links probably though. Yeah. Next season has to be the last season though. So I stopped. I haven't watched season 3. Are we on season 4? Otherwise they'll be dragging it. Season 4. Okay, yeah, because I haven't watched since he found out what's her name. That other girl was just as crazy as him. You haven't watched season 3? No, I forgot about it, to be honest with you. Because I never see ads, I forgot that it was out. And I actually didn't know there was a new season until Petty mentioned it yesterday.
You know this fella, don't you?
So, I need to catch up. You're not even on season 4? No, I'm on season. I finished season 2. The new season starts a little slow, but about 4 episodes in, you're like, oh, we back. Okay, you gotta watch it. Okay. Skratsx any stimmy? I lost it all? All right, Illy, I got you. Downloading. I need to buy Borderlands 3. You just finished season 2? No, I finished season 2 when it came out. I finished season 2 when it came out, right? But I didn't know that there was a new season, to be honest, because I don't watch ads, right? Exclamation mark Stimmy. Give us a bit. All right, you know what? I got y'all. Since I appreciate y'all being here. You skipped season 3? No, I haven't seen season 4 either. I have not seen past season 2. There you go. I have not seen past season 2. So I've seen 1 and 2, and I have not seen 3 or 4. So I need to watch 3 or 4. How many episodes is it? Give me my specifics to you, though? Okay, I got you. Can you type the number again, Illy? I forgot it. I forgot what it was. You're so fucking confusing. I thought you watched it all. No. I've watched season 1 and I've watched season 2, but I have not watched 3 or 4. Skipping seasons would be weird, right? That'd be strange. There you go, Illy. Oh, hold on. I typed in the wrong order. My bad. I typed in the wrong order. Back to back. Damn, Petty. There you go, Illy. There you go. Man, let's add Stimmy. I'm a little gambling at it. Any Stimmy? Spray me, Daddy Skratsx. How you know about Mikasa's fumble? No, no, Legate. We're talking about You. The show You. I've seen all of Attack on Titan. We're talking about You. The show You. See, that's where the confusion is. I've seen all of Attack on Titan. I'm talking about the show You. Need some points too? Saul, how many points do you have? Show me what? No. Okay, I know what's going on here, but I'm gonna indulge in this meme that's going on right now. Legate, I know what you're doing. Right now, but I'm gonna show it so you know what I'm talking about. 1.5 mil, you gave 111 mil. Did you not get the points from the Stimmy? I'm engaging in this meme even though I know what you're doing right now. This is what I'm talking about. This show right here is what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? This show is what I'm talking about. I should watch you. You should watch me. I appreciate that. No, this show, I'm on season 2. Man, y'all grinding? Yeah, I'm him. I need to. What would you rate I kind of wanted him to be Mr. Fantastic over Adam Driver. Okay, I see that. You know what I need a new season of? The Boys. I need a new season of The Boys. I need that like quick, fast, and in a hurry. Solid stack. Bro, The Boys got to be coming soon? I hope so. I've been putting off watching Mandalorian Season 3 for long. It's crazy. We still have to watch the last season of The Boys. Yeah, watch The Boys. The Boys last season was... Have you watched Invincible? I'm not done with it. I have a few more episodes. I actually started like a week or two ago. There's so much to watch and so much to play that it's overwhelming. I'm not going to lie to you.
But I can live in glory.
Man, Invincible's coming? Okay, bet.
It wasn't trouble now, was it?
No, it was a pleasure.
The problem with Invincible, why I've been slow, is because it got spoiled for me. Like, Invincible got, like, people spoiled the fuck out of Invincible. You know? Like, they spoiled the fuck out of Invincible for me. That was a show I should have stayed off the internet for.
Something for your pleasure.
And so I put it off.
What we got here.
Do what you must.
Provide a man
Hater, I'm going to spam water like a bitch today.
He might be well a while longer.
I mean, if they didn't take 3 years, that's true.
Make this. Thank you.
A lot of things DC is on HBO and Prime, and I don't get both. I only got Netflix and Disney.
See me on my travels and you're in need of something, make sure you come and say hello.
Travel safe now.
After seeing a dick explode in The Boys, I haven't been back. I'm not going to lie, Phyllis. As traumatizing as that may have been, it's a fire show. The Boys is a fire show. Also, did anyone get the joke about what's his name? It's been a while. Hold on. Did anyone get the joke about Huey's girlfriend dying in episode 1? No, like that's not a spoiler, but she died like early. I did get HBO for the Penguin show. Did y'all men flinch when that happened? A little bit. You made a tier list? Did you post it in Discord? Post it in the anime section. So, because you know, Train, yeah, she died first 5 minutes. So you know, yeah, the one who got ran through by a train. So she got like a train ran through her. You see what I'm saying? You get the joke? Ran through literally like she got a train ran on her. You know what I'm saying? General, no, anime. What the fuck is this tier list? Wait a minute. What is this? What is this? APAC gets it. Wait, what happened? What happened? Oh, yeah. I'll get fucked. Did I lose? I got Aaron at the bottom of D tier. Damn. Gabby can get the fuck out. This is Gabby in S. In S tier. What is this list, bro? Gabby in S tier and every other character is in D tier. No, bro. No. Unacceptable. This list is the way. Unacceptable. Nope, now you know. Yeah, like, no. All right. No curse. No.
You what?
That list, man, whoever made that list, it's not acceptable. Gabby's a no-go. You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. That's tough.
I beg your pardon?
Who made that list anyway? What a prick. I'm saying. Oh, man. Phyllis, are you going to play Demonologist with us? Phyllis? It'd be so fun. Sounds like the Gate made the list. Oh, it's that crazy guy. What is happening? I want to, but I suck. It's okay, Phyllis. Just
What was the
play with us.
reason? What was the reason?
Where Gavin at? You should just play with us. It'll be fun.
Englishman called Gavin.
Let's talk to him again. It's been a minute.
Partner,
have you seen Gavin?
You still haven't found him?
Speaking of Phyllis, Skratsx. So you're gonna play horror? Yeah, Phyllis. You gotta stream more horror. You gotta stream a horror game, please.
But I won't give up.
Run my money back.
One morning, I just woke up and he wasn't there.
Damn, Glitch. Damn. Rolling the dice today.
He just left.
That's tough. That's tough, Glitch. That's tough, man.
No, we were best mates.
A solid horror game. Back under 1K channel points. Damn. Yay! Phyllis said she's gonna stream a horror game. There we go. There we go. Just about to hit Skratsx corner for a stimmy. I'm down on my luck today. It's all right. The come up will happen. The come up will happen, you know. It will. I've seen Resident Evil 2. Yeah. I think like Demonologist will be fun. Like I'm cool with it as long as we're all playing together. Like me by myself, I'm just not doing that for a little bit. Get it? Come up? I get it. I see what we did there. That guy looking for Gavin is me in my young age looking for my imaginary friend that disappeared one day. I hope you find him. I hope you find him. Did we decide when we're doing Demonologist? No, we didn't. I think Petty said he's going to start a Discord chat thing, and we'll talk about it. I think he said that last night, if I'm not mistaken. Also, Killmonger, I need you to shoot me that registry link, if you would not mind. Need that registry link. You know what I'm saying? Need to actually get back on my horse. For sure. Appreciate it.
Can I help you?
Gabby has aimbot. I'm reporting her.
Had some trouble.
I got you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, we have to decide on a date because I think we said Saturday or anytime in the afternoon, right? Which I'm down with either one.
Bad trouble. What you want?
Oh, I was supposed to meet some business partners here. They arranged a meeting, I believe.
Fellow with a scar and a Mexican?
Yes, sir.
I'm good with Saturday at any time? Okay.
By the stables, I think.
Saturday would be fun.
Thank you. And, sorry for your troubles, friend.
Saturday would be fun. Don't play with my money. As Rihanna said, bitch better have my money, you know what I'm saying? Pay me what you owe me. Jesus at the addicts in here? Yeah, there's a lot of gambling addicts in here. There are like we've really started a gambling thing here, huh? Earlier it was the fight bot, to now it's the gambling bot. The gambling supremacy is here. Vegas in chat right now, yeah. Like this is looking like me on DraftKings, to be honest with you.
You don't know me.
Looks like me on DraftKings.
Helping everybody, and there's troubles everywhere.
Yeah, this is Vegas.
Bandits attacked my field.
No, not Nightbot. See, I'm shooting the hood. I'm from the hood shooting dice. That emo. They have moved on from using the whole numbers to percentages. Yeah, they're advancing. They're not even, they're just using percentages now. Avenge me. Let me see. Let me do it. Damn, Nightbot's got hands. Nightbot's got hands.
My partner, Arthur Morgan.
No.
I met your son, the sheriff.
You're welcome, everyone. I started a trend.
Okay.
You did.
Mr.
Should I wear it 10 day? Hold on, these.
Problems with a family.
Sent your Discord DM? Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me pull it up. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Nightbot ain't no joke. Yeah, the AI's fighting back. Thank you. I got it. The AI's got hands for real.
A family of degenerates. Oh, well, nobody likes degenerates.
I got you. Thank you. Someone beat Nightbot's ass.
In this county, they killed my uncle, you know.
Damn. Nightbot's got hands.
To get too close.
What?
And?
Nightbot's got hands, bro.
We've got gold.
I ain't no Yankee, friend. I ain't nothing.
You gotta do it again.
Came over on the boat from Scotland.
I'm Scottish.
In the Braithwaites.
I think it was on a timeout. Try it again. Yeah, gang up on it.
Mongrels. Slave fuckers. All you gotta do is look at them.
Damn. Nightbot's got hands, bro. Like it's fighting. It's beating everybody. Stream elements. These bots aren't losing, bro.
for horses.
The AI's got hands. From gamblers to fighters, chat is from the ghetto. Yeah. You know what they say? Ratchet and rare. You feel me?
Fellow over there will run them out of state and give
I'm finna sneak him. Dang, the chat lost so much in the casino. Now everyone's fighting. Y'all about to unlock Sky now. They're gonna be like, we heard. Oh, Curse is making progress. Curse did not lose. Ratchet and rare. You feel it?
Keep us away from this.
Curse got hands. He does. Curse has hands for real. Nightbot got it. Like, nobody's winning. You know, Ratchet and rare. Yes, sir. Okay, we're making progress.
That's where they keep the thoroughbreds.
Wearing his ass. Yeah, he's getting tired. Okay, Nightbot's getting tired. You know what I'm saying? I lost and I got sent to the training arc. Ratchet and rare, let's get on it. Yeah, that's got to be like a collab. That'd be so fire though. Ratchet and rare. Okay, Broward beat Fossabot's ass. Study the horses. You'll see. You're gonna be stunned. Okay, this turned into a Nightbot fight night stream. Like, Fossabot. I'll be back in 20 to 40 episodes. Bet. Stronger. Nightbot is Mark Zuckerberg. I could actually see that. Damn, Nightbot's getting back. Submission is crazy. Fight Skratsx. Oh, we drew. We drew. A Ratchet and rare shirt would be fire. It's gonna turn into chat's villain and hero arc. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Fight Skratsx. Okay. Okay. There we go. Submission. You know. Damn. Getting sent in the to the hyperbolic by a robot is wild. Nightbot's sending people to the Shadow Realm right now. That should be a coalition shirt. Damn, Nightbot's it's back.
You'd be armed if you were about to spend 5,000 on
the fuck is this bot on? Steroids. It's all good. I'll be victorious. You will.
Too many questions.
Yeah, Ratchet and rare, like a hoodie, that'd be fire. A good hoodie and a shirt, that'd be fire. Damn, Nightbot's beating everybody's ass. Sending everyone to the graveyard deck. It is like Drew. Okay, MMA trip. Like this motherfucking Nightbot beat off Nightbot. Okay, Drew. Back to the training arc. You know, you're getting better. Getting better. Getting better. Damn, Nightbot. Nightbot's got hands. Nightbot has hands. Here we go. 50 episode training arc like Dragon Ball Z. I let him win. Ah, okay. Building up the confidence. Nephew, you tired. Go home, bro. Saul beat Nightbot. Okay. We got our first win. Yes, I am the Messiah. Saul did it. Let's go. There we go. Golf claps. There we go. W Saul. Let's go. Let's go. W's victory. Yes, sir. W Saul. Claps. First to go Super Saiyan. He did. He went Super Saiyan. The Beanie Bo. Saul is now Goku. Saul is Goku.
But perhaps we should look elsewhere.
Well, okay then.
Alert, first meeting of the day. Yo, I hope that meeting's good, JT. Have a good lurk. I appreciate you.
Someone will come see you.
I appreciate you. Here we go. JT, have a good one. Yes. He had to kill the whole group from the power up. Yeah. Did he go Super Saiyan or was Nightbot just done with our shit? You think Nightbot was just tired? Like, Nightbot's been in so many fights, it's just like, I can do this all day. Yo, what's up, Snow? What up, man? What up? What up? How are you? Nightbot was just beating everybody's ass. Okay, Illy Drew. This is not fair. Nope. You have the best out of nephew. Chilling. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Cool. Oh, man. That was funny. I'll beat Nightbot ass. Fight it. Fight it. I have Halo meme for this. What's the Halo meme? Give me 5 minutes. All right. Drew. Look at that. Look at that. Look at it. Fightbot's Nightbot. I'm gonna start calling it Fightbot, to be honest. It's no longer Nightbot. That motherfucker is Fightbot. Damn. Damn. Fightbot's got hands. Oh, would you accept when I just beat your ass, bro? Let's go. You suck. Fightbot. Yeah, it's Fightbot now. That motherfucker's.
That's the stables just up ahead.
Hey, I heard you from the Hidden Leaf. Illy won! Illy beat Fightbot. I snatched Broward's chain. Let's fucking go. W. Illy. What is he doing? He's starting to believe. W. Illy. W's. W. No, the Village of the Heathen Cheeks. There's a difference. True. True. You know what the most important thing in the land of Hidden Cheeks is, right? Booty. Here comes the hurricane. W's. W's. Approach the stable hand. Took proper change. Now we BDK. Hello, stable hand. What you doing? Look at the horses. They got scarts. It's PDK. They known as the loudest ninja chain. What am I looking for? Scent? What am I looking for with the horses? Here comes the hurricane. Oh, Skratsx. Okay. I'll look at the ones in the stable. The ones in the stables, right? I'm hungry. Should I eat chicken nuggets or Kanye's gay? What? Or Kanye's gay. I'm going to answer chicken nuggets. Study their stats. Oh, okay. Got it. Especially the black one. Okay. Bet. Fish sticks? I was like, or Kanye's. Yo, Wolf got it. Wolf beat Nightbot's tired. Like, let's go, Wolf. Let's go. W Wolf. W Wolf. Yeah, this is pretty accurate, huh? This is how it's going right now. This is pretty accurate. Like, let's go. You got it. You got it. I believe. Apocalypse got it. I believe. He won. W. There we go. Fight Skratsx. We drew. The power of belief. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lost by submission. Skratsx, please tell me how you know about the Kanye fish stick stuff. I legitimately have no idea what you're talking about. I'll be honest. I have no idea what you're talking about. I always submit to Skratsx. Oh my God. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea. South Park? What season was it in? If it was recent, I haven't seen it. Fact, Spirit Bomb Clutch. Skratsx didn't see the fish stick episode? I didn't. Yeah, I can't watch it because Viacom. I'll watch it later though, because Viacom, you know how they are. They're a bitch. Orochimaru, but the snake powers in my pants. Yo, big man, how you doing? Yo, what's up, Jazzy? Welcome in. Yo, what's up? How are you, Jazzy? Duel? Bet. How come it won't let me accept it? Oh, you duel. Oh, I don't have enough points. Illy, why you fighting Viacom? Because they keep taking my shit down. Not much, big man, just vibing, thinking about dinner. What's on the mind for dinner? What we thinking? South Park did an episode making fun of him and how fish sticks sounds like fish sticks, and he to this day still doesn't get the joke. I gotta watch it. Well, I'm Sasuke, a little young, but willing to let you nibble on my neck if you help me kill my brother. Is it an Outlast? No Outlast today, Jazzy. I can't play a horror game 2 days in a row. I don't know, man. I want to make a quesadilla. Quesadillas are fire. I say go the quesadilla, Jazzy. Quesadillas are fire. I was going to show something, but I just remembered that I made an agreement not to show it again. This is the Red Dead expansion of Outlast. Yeah. We ran from the asylum and now we're out west. You know? We had to take a break from the asylum. We had to regroup. You son of a bitch, I'm in. Hello, Stable. The Borger vid? Ooh. Do we show the Borger vid? Okay. Bet, man. I gotta download this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's really good. It's really good. I can't play horror games twice in a row. I was gonna say L, but I haven't recorded in a week. I'm thinking we're gonna do Thriller Thursdays, in which we play a horror game, excluding this Thursday. So it'll start next week. Thriller Thursdays with some horror music or some shit. Hype? I think so. Like, I may have to make... What's the vid you can't show? I gotta know. It's not a video. Wait. Is Petty in here? Is Petty still lurking? October gonna kill this man? Are we actually gaming today? Kind of. Okay, Phyllis, I'm gonna show it real quick. You ready? I promised I wouldn't do this, but... See it? Just had to make sure Petty's not in here. We were looking at those earlier. Bro, man, it's clearly gaming. Best pop screen of this side of the Mississippi. Exactly. Crumble? Yeah. Crumble. Mm-hmm. You see it. I'm gonna get one today. Oh, you done messed up, Ron. I feel like I gotta go today. Like, look at it. They have cookies and cream milkshake, strawberry cupcake, buttermilk pancake, triple chocolate cake, chip, and classic pink sugar. I need all of these. Same, actually. God damn. Them cookies look good. I need one. Because the funny thing is, like, when I go to Crumble, I need them. I think I may go. The Oreo one and milkshake one got me breaked up. Yo, I'm going to go this week. This week was my break, but this is a good week. See, the funny thing, like, I've been doing is, like, if I go, I'm like, yo, Phyllis, did you see the cookie? I had this one. And then Phyllis will go, and she'll take a picture. It's like we're Crumble friends, you know? Dick Rider. Whose emote is that? That emote is great. The song, Put in Your Mouth, is about those cookies. It is. Yeah, we're Crumble friends, you know? Like, I'll post mine. Crumble compadres, if you will. I get one, and we're like, did you hear about them damn Crumble cookies, brother? Crumble companions. Oh my God, that emote. Dick writing. So I've seen a different one. Let me go to 7TV. I've seen a different one. Put it in my mouth. Writing, I believe is what it is. I think it's the Crumble compadres. Why does that sound like something like Brokeback Mountain? It's just for cookies. I fucking need a box of all the ones that have chocolate. I got you. If I could have it delivered, I would. I think it's this. Yeah, this is the writing emote I saw. I don't know if you've seen that one. Wolf Zesty ass. That's the one I've seen. You got me? Yeah, I got you. I'm sure the dudes on Brokeback Mountain said the same. Just for cookies. We're just going up the mountain for some cookies. You know? A good old buttermilk pancake cookie, brother. My Crumble delivers? Does it? I got you.
I knew it was fake.
I got you.
I knew it.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry. Forgive me. I got you. Like, legitimately, I got you. I will get you the Crumble cookies. JK, I wouldn't do that to you. It's expensive for food delivery. I don't care. Like, that's not a flex, but, like, I don't care. Need a Skratsx writing animated slot? Do we make it just like, sorry, I didn't mean to hit my mic. Just like this? Does it, like, just like this, except it's me right here? Because I'll make it. That's actually funny. I'll make this. I think it has to be my husband is my designated delivery person, for real. Strange is good. Strange told me he likes driving. He goes and obtains things for me. Do we do that? Like, riding like that? Strange said he likes driving. So, you know, that works. That works perfectly. Put mini Skratsx riding eggplant emoji. That's what I'm thinking. So, like, I'll just make it like little me on the eggplant, and we'll call it riding. So anytime it gets weird, we go, wow, the writing is crazy. And it'll just be. Do you think that'll get rejected on Twitch, or do I have to make that a 7TV emote? Because if I have to make a 7TV emote, I will. Yeah, we'll put them together, and it'll look like. It'll just be just like this. Little me riding an eggplant. Hey, yo. You could probably get away with it. If not, I'll put it on 7TV. I'll probably upload on 7TV until I get follower emotes. Send to Twitch. Because Twitch, you know, me and Twitch. I mean, okay, if Lino can get the back shots through, I can get the eggplant, I believe. That was a weird sentence. I'm an eggplant. Yeah, see, like, that's me and Phils were thinking the same thing. If Lino can get that emote through, I can get the eggplant emote through. I can. I believe it. I need one of those too. Bro, what? That sentence sounded so bad. It sounded so bad. But you know what I mean? If Lino can get the back shots emote through, Jesus Christ, that was a wild emote to see in my chat. That is my favorite emote on Twitch. I'm not going to lie to you. The backshot emote is so funny. It's so funny to me. The cockroach one is good too. Pause, Skratsx, you zesty. Lino get backshots to you, but I can't. Look at it. If he can get that through, I'm pretty sure I can get writing through. Like, writing has to get through. If someone can get Dick Rider through, I can. Okay, I'm going for it. Dropped your badge, Snow.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Help you boys? I hope so. Heard you got some horses.
We always
shoot the shot. We're gonna shoot the shot.
Fine horses,
We're going to.
I don't get you, friend.
Yeah, you do.
We're definitely going to.
Listen, why don't you get out?
I believe. Like, if we all believe, you know, like that scene in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where they put the marker on their hands and they all reach in the middle. If we all believe, anything can be done. Now they know my identity. Anything can be done. We're going for it.
Scarface and your greaser buddy.
Whoa.
I don't like officials.
We ain't officials.
Could you imagine if that's like the raid emote? I had to expose you. Could you imagine that? It's like, let me see if I can do it. Let me see. If it was like this. Believe in the heart of the cards. Could you imagine if it's the raid emote? I like to look at myself as more as a sausage surfer. That's a fancy name for it. Like, that would be a funny raid emote.
Connoisseurs looking to do some breeding.
Oh, man.
Come on now, partner.
That'd be great.
Fine, follow me. These here's
Scratch raid. Yeah, with the dick
for purchase or for working. That's what you're interested in. What is you boys interested in?
We represent
Scratch sausage. That has to be the bucking sauce. Yeah. Okay, we study the.
Of course.
Take out this.
Here you go, boy.
Got him. That's tough, my boy.
Okay, bandana's on.
Bandana's on. Say less.
Nobody recognizing us.
Say less.
All right, I'll grab the white one in the middle. You get the other two.
Okay, so it says study the stats. How do I?
Relax, boy. Come on.
Hey, calm your ass down.
Easy there, easy.
Oh, look who it is. It's this bitch again. Last time I saw this horse, I tamed it and it got away. This where you didn't ran off to, boy? Well, guess what, buddy? You're back with me. You're back with me, buddy. This horse needs to be named Philip. I think didn't we say we'd name it Chupe? Up. Get your ass back here, boy. Calm down. Get your what? I believe that we said that. What does that mean? Chupe? Dylan Brooks because he's useless. Yes. Yeah, you're right. Fucking Dylan Brooks.
Easy now. Whoa.
Check the stats.
Easy.
Speed. What do the light gray marks mean? What does that mean?
You're okay.
Stop your bitching. All right, let me look at the other ones real quick. Max level. Oh. Where's the other ones at? Oh, they're over here. Fuck. I would fail from just going to go check on other horses. You can't keep that horse anyway? It's okay. I want to look at the other ones. I want to look at their stats and then we can get out of here. You know what? I'm not going to lie. Off stream, I may go get that white Arabian. I would fail for, like, going to go look at horses. I want to go get that white Arabian again and stable it just to say I did it again.
This here's Cerberus. Here you go, boy. Cerberus is real.
Sorry, nothing personal. I hate those annoying ass videos where they say Japan is living in the future and showing fucking AI yo-yo or something. I mean, AI yo-yos, you know what I'm saying? See the black one? It's over here, right?
All right, I'll grab the white one in the middle. You get the other two.
Excuse me real quick. It won't let me look at his stats. This is also an Arabian, right? It won't let me look at the stats. Do it after they're out. All right. Well. Yo, what's up, Doc? Hey, Doc. I heard that there's a giveaway going on. Doc, I heard that there's a giveaway going on your channel. For Star Wars. Mm-hmm. How far did we get in Outlast? I drained the sewers. That was as far as I got. I drained the sewers. Goddamn right. Yes, sir. I don't recommend... I press don't recommend, it keeps appearing. Sometimes they do that. It's weird. I feel like if I join Doc's giveaway, I would get something rigged 0% chance. No. Doc is a fair... Let me see your stats. It won't let me do...
You're going to tether him up to Javier.
It won't let me look.
Okay. Javier, you're going to lead the stallions.
I wouldn't do that. He's fair. Yeah, he's not just giving away the new Star Wars. He is not just giving away Jedi Survivor, right? He's giving away Fallen Order 2. So if you've missed the gameplay series, you get both. You got to go sub to Doc, though, if you want to do it. So go sub, get in the giveaway. W-Doc, W-fucking giveaway. Doc is the GOAT. Let's play the... Oh, sorry, didn't mean to hit the mic. I got too emotional. Where's the clap? Where's the clap sound when we need it? Claps for Doc. Round of applause. Let's go. Jesus Christ, you're inspirational. I try, you know. W Doc. Always and forever. Mm-hmm. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you.
Whoa there.
Look at the words. Hey, yo, let me look at your stats. Did I miss something? Last thing I heard was eggplant emotes. Here comes the hurricane. Wait till I get one of those emotes. Just wait. I have 3 animated emote places left. So, riding, the twerk one, and a raid. Just wait.
Down, boy.
All right, now get your ass out the stable. Katrina. I'm about to hear that again. Hold on.
This way. Come on.
Hey, let's go, boys.
Marston, you ride point. I'll cover up the back. If there's any problems...
Waiting for my dance ones to get approved? I cannot. Okay. Please? All right, let's play it again. We'll run it back. We'll run it back one more time. We're going to go to the memes. To the memes cord. Where's it at? Here it is. Hold on. It's finna be spam.
Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Here comes the hurricane, bitch.
I say it every time.
Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Oh, Katrina.
These goddamn customers like, hello? The Doc is here.
Katrina.
Damn. Here comes the hurricane. Damn. All right.
What are you doing? Let's go, quick.
Ow.
Go, get out of here. I got the back. What the hell you doing?
I got the back.
Stop. We're being robbed. I said stop these things. Stop.
Oh, shit. Damn. Got him. W vid. I agree. Damn. Damn. You lucky. Damn. Everybody dying. Damn. No, for real, that shit. That vid is so oh, someone's behind me. Got his ass. That's tough. Bing bong. No, it's okay. I'll just kill him. There, they're dead. You don't have to go through the fields. Phyllis beat Nightbot.
Look there. The fence is down. Come on. Let's try to
That's tough.
in the trees.
That's tough. W's. W's. W's.
I think we lost him.
We didn't lose them. I killed them all. Won't even need my gun out. Like, I killed them all. They're all dead. I'm gonna look at their stats when we get back to camp. There's more. Yeah, how many times do I gotta teach you this lesson, old man? Oh! Oh! Shit! That was my bad. I was looking behind me. My bad, little Jit. My fault. My fault. Let's go. Let's go. My fault.
Stay close to the horses. We don't need any more trouble.
Bro, I fucking failed, bro. Scratch projecting. I failed, bro.
I think so.
Damn.
You okay there, boy?
Hey, calm your black ass down, boy.
Shit! One of the stallions is loose.
Get your ass back here. You're not going anywhere. Get your black ass over here. Let's go. Get your ass over here, buddy. Let's go. You can study him now? Okay.
Hey, hey.
Get your stubborn ass over here, buddy. I don't know who the hell you thought you were. You're coming with me, boy. Emote is so good.
Hey, Morgan. Over here.
I got him.
You got him. Well done. Raymond's Cove's just over there. Come on. Let's get this over with.
No! Ooh.
That could have gone.
Ooh. That would have been bad.
That'll be on my gravestone.
Hold on real quick, guys. I just got to see. Excuse me. Let me see. It won't let me study. He always wants to shoot everybody. Buggles, what the hell? You missed it? Oh.
You think they look
Was that
like
the Black Arabian one?
5,000
The black one is 10 out of 10. Is that the Black Arabian horse? Ew. Yeah, it's very rare. Okay. Are they out in the wild or do I have to buy them? Of course they made the black one the fastest. Yeah. Yeah.
What you boys want?
Heard you paid good prices for horses.
But we're selling them.
Buy more or less anything. Pop.
Black, chestnut, and white can be found in the wild. Okay.
I'm Clay Davies.
Bet.
That's my brother Clive. We're twins.
We're twins.
John, Arthur, Javier.
So what are you? Cuban?
No.
I don't like Cubans.
Oh, here we go.
So?
Maybe. Why, what do you care? You ain't Cuban.
Maybe I like Cubans.
Ooh, you're funny. He's funny. Ain't he funny, Clive? Clive don't talk. We're twins, but I was born first. He came out all yellow and black, but he's okay.
Damn, what's wrong with that?
Sure.
Yeah, I know these horses.
They about to scam you bad?
Yours, but I like you, and I'll give you...
But I like you, and I want you.
I'd give you $650 for them.
I was told we could get up to $5,000 for them.
And I was told the moon was made of ladies' tears. Only it ain't true. Not one little bit.
But
I like you boys, but I ain't got more than $700 on me. You want
so we'll just find someone else to buy it.
Fellers into town, and maybe someone there'll hang you.
We're gonna need more than that.
I ain't got no more money, Pop. Here, take it or leave it.
Leave it. You can sell them later.
Goddamn fool, Marston.
Ain't no one around here got $5,000, boys, but nice meeting you. See you boys again, I hope. Come on, yeah.
Damn.
Close the gate, Clive.
Damn. Damn.
Believe the yarn spun us by one of that Gray family.
Kill him for 700? I think we need to.
Wonderfully rich. At the end of it, we felt like prize idiots.
I think we need to. Canning his plot armor? Fuck. To be fair, I'm rich though. I got 2,700 right now. Let's look how many quests what we have. Let's see. So we just did both of those. We got... Oh, we have Dutch. He's the horse fence. You can't kill him. That's tough. Let's do the big D. Got you. It's time for Dutch. Borderlands 3, 74%. Let me buy that. Let me just buy it. Ultimate Edition, right? He got a plan? He always does. He always does. Yes. Okay. $99. 99. There's no way, Steam. $99 is crazy. $99, yeah. Look. Ultimate Edition. $99. There's no way. Have you lost all faith in me, Arthur? 99, what does it come with? Doesn't sound right. Yeah, I think it's too much. It comes with all this. But I don't think that's right. 99, like, 99 is crazy. Who do they think they are? 99 is actually wild. Yeah, not 99. I'll find it. Yeah, it's a 2020 game, too. Like, I'll find it. Oh, I actually think I got it. Hold on. Hold on. Global. Steam. Yes. Yeah, I'll do this off stream. I'll get it. Let me just, oh, I'm already signed in on this site. I can do it here. Let me buy it. Gold Edition Dead Island 2 was 84. Damn. What'd you get in the Gold Edition? What'd you get in that one? Something went wrong. Try again. Yeah, try again. Load my fucking card info. Refresh. Borderlands 3 is cross-platform, right? Right? Before I buy it? Okay, thank you. Right. I'm buying it right now. Can't remember what else it came with, but I have access to future DLC. Okay. Definitely. Okay. I'm buying it right now. Claim. Here's my key. Steam. Add game. Next. I agree. Paste. Next. You can look up yourself. Okay. I believe you. I believe you. I don't have a whole reason in the world to doubt you, Illy. To be honest. For proof? Oh, I believe you. I don't need proof. I believe. And look at what we got, Illy. Just like that. Borderlands 3. Hey. We got it. Only cost me $28 or something like that. 28 bucks 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 or Look up the proof on the hub. I will. I will. Yes, sir. That's where the real news is. Okay, I got it. Let me put that on this monitor. So I got it. That's 3 months of wages in Red Dead 2. Hands. They're right here. They're right here. They're good. I wish I could make it so where that command happened, it would make my screen go full screen. Here we go.
Arthur.
Aaron was a bitch for a little while. I was an Aaron hater for a bit. Was it because he was constantly yelling? Be real.
Well, now, you
Was it because he was yelling a lot?
Of course, I'm sweating.
Because a lot of people didn't like him.
Some disease-ridden, swampy, Dixie-whistling shithole.
I meant about what Trelawney said about these bounty hunters.
Well, not sweating as such, but maybe a little.
You just weakling. Skratsx, yeah, what's up, Mozzie? What's up? How are you? How you feeling?
Wasting good liquor on sweating. So?
Armin is real a little bit.
So,
good afternoon. Good afternoon. How you doing?
And find out
how you doing?
Exactly what he knows and who he spoke to. Take Charles with you.
Aaron reminds me a lot of Asta. You know what the difference is? The difference. Well, good gang, how you feeling? I am great. I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling really good today. The last few days, I have gotten the greatest sleep of my life. Ready to be done though. That emote is great. Mozzie, did you just find Gojo twerking, or did you have it made? The difference is says works to be strong. Yeah, like I think like here's my difference. Well, must be nice, Skratsx. I've slept well. Yes, he's working to be like my biggest difference between Aaron and Asta is the voices. No, I found it on Google. Okay. I gotta find whoever made this. I need it. I need that. I gotta find one. Because that is hilarious. I need it. He has played horror games, and he got better sleep. No cap. You know what it is? Yeah, Phil, it's like legitimately, when you play a horror game, you feel like once you're done, like, obviously you saw the heart rate. Like, you saw the heart rate last time, right? It was high. But as soon as I was done, I felt relaxed. You know? I don't know what it was, but I was just like, I was relaxed. You have to play a really scary one, though. And play it for like 3 hours, and you'll be good. Like yesterday, the heart rate hit like 111, 120 at one point. Yeah, I was relieved. We had the heart rate up monitor on yesterday, Mozzie. My heart rate during some portions of Outlast hit like 120. And then afterwards, I was just, chill. I was sitting here like, wow. Damn. If I was a therapist, that's what I'd prescribe. They'd be like, I can't sleep at night. How far did you get in Outlast anyways? We got to the point where we drained the sewer. Therapy gang, yes, sir. I drained the sewer, and then that was it. We did actually a decent bit. The part that took the longest was the part where you have to turn on the 2 generators. That part took a while because I couldn't find the electric part. Post horror clarity. Exactly. I hate whenever people say Jean times Mikasa. That shit's ass. Mikasa should die single. I mean, I want her with Aaron, but, you know, that's not going to happen at this point, so. Brain releasing all kinds of chemicals, it did. And I felt really zen. Aaron or nothing. Exactly. I felt, so like, if I was a therapist, they'd be like, life has been so difficult and so stressful, I can't sleep. I'd be like, okay, here's your prescription. Play your ass a horror game for 3 hours. And then immediately cut it off. You know? And I was just sitting here like, man. Life is great, huh? It really puts things in perspective. Man, I was reading for Mikasa and Aaron being a thing. Same.
You would make
but, you know,
sing out.
Big ass baby, I was.
Okay.
Aaron had his glow up and said, nah. The problem is, Aaron asked. No, like, spoiler alert for everybody, spoiler alert. Aaron asked. And Mikasa said, family. Like, what the fuck was that answer, Mikasa? This is your chance. This is what she wanted the whole time, I think. And she blew it. Mikasa had the Levi haircut, so I don't blame. Yeah, that's true. I don't know why they did that to her. Her hair was so good early on. Then she grew up and just said, I want the worst haircut I can get. Like, what the fuck? I gotta look. Like, what the fuck is this haircut? What is that haircut? Man, see, no Coochie did it to him. Like, think about it. If he would have been with Mikasa, we wouldn't be where we are now. We wouldn't. Shitty haircut. You know what she did? You know how in Naruto, a lot of characters had upgrades in their hair. You know what I'm saying? Like, they did later. She regressed. I bet if anyone saw the clip out of context and didn't know the show, probably thought that was some kind of incest scene. Family met Aaron was hers. It was. Now my man's is on the biggest ass. Like, all it takes is one, you know? It takes one. And now we're stuck with this shitty ass haircut. I saw Mikasa, I was like, no fucking way. No fucking way they did this to Mikasa. How fucking dare they? No way did they do this. Like, it's ass, bro. It's ass. Levi, is that you? Like, it's ass, bro. It's ass. It's like they took Hinata's hair glow up and reversed it. Because Hinata as a kid, her haircut was ass, right? Like, we can agree. Her haircut was ass. It was ass. You know what I'm saying? Not Aaron grew his hair, Mikasa got rid of hers. They did. Like, they were like, you know what we want our hair to look like? Like this shit. This shit was terrible, right? It was terrible. This shit was ass. And so they took Hinata's glow up because, like, let's be real. Look at motherfucking Hinata. Like, her hair was great. Like, she grew up, got it great. Then they said Mikasa needs to elevate as a character. Let's just fuck her whole shit up. Let's just fuck it up. Bowl cut bandit. I'm saying, like, what is this? Hinata Bay, I'm saying. And you look down and was like, what is this great? Like, what the fuck is this? So then Aaron's like, I think that scene really, Aaron's like, you don't like me like that, right? That haircut ruined it. I swear they made her chin longer too. It's the nega chin. It's the nega chin. Like, damn. I only sent for a season 4 Mikasa because pre-season 4 is like 11. Okay, I get that. What I'm saying is, like, the haircut is ass. You guys ever seen I have not watched Castlevania. Shit is crazy. Like, let me pull it up. Hold on. Let me put this over here. Okay. Let me get to the right spot. Hold on. Okay, let me unmute. And here we go.
The nigga chin!
They fucked her up, bro. Mikasa deserves so much better than that. She deserves so much better than this. Like, Metro Boo making boo boo. Shit look like an elbow. It does. It does. The nega chin, bro. She deserves so much better than this. Why they do her like that? Honestly, if they want to rock the Kim Kong Un hairstyle, that's fine. If they actually have the body either. Mikasa, yeah, neither one. Like, she did not deserve that at all, bro. She didn't. She should have got a Hinata hair glow up. I'm not saying she had to have all the other glow ups Hinata had, right? But, like, the hair, damn. At this rate, you'll finish Red Dead 2 by the M23. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be a Christmas time special. Yeah, they did her a little dirty. They made her lineage badass and couldn't even offer a bust down middle part, right? Like, why did they do that? I need the mangaka to tell me. What were you thinking? I want a One Piece level time skip with bowling balls on her. I'm not saying we need, like, I'm just clicking random images. We don't need, like, this kind of glow up, right? I don't even need this. But at least the hair could have been fine, right? The hair could have been nice. They could have had her shit laid. We didn't need, like, this. I mean, it would have been nice. Don't get me wrong. This would have been nice. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hey, I would not have complained. But what the fuck was that haircut? I think we need to see the rest of the glow up. Don't you think? I think so. Sasha, a.k.a. Potato, got clapped for this. That's what I'm saying. Like, we lost Sasha for this shit. Aaron's glow up was pretty good. They should have, yeah, Aaron had a glow up. Aaron, I was like, no fucking way. Aaron been in the gym. You know what I'm saying? He was in the gym with the heart been broke so many times. When she rejected him on the hill, he was sad. He got that glow up going. And now look. They gave Aaron an Apex. They did. They really, and then they just said, Mikasa's gonna, he was listening to Juice WRLD. He was in there listening to Lucid Dreams. But I wonder, though, you think the artist made her hair like that because of the equipment they used with all those cable wires? Well, there's others that had their hair up, right? Like, they had their hair up. You know what I'm saying? Like, Hanji had hair, and it was up. You know what I mean? It was shorter, but it was up. You know what I mean? Yeah, she could have tied it up. They just hated on her. They hated on her shit. He's in there going, all girls are the same. Like, yeah, he was in the gym. I'll admit it, another girl got me. You know what I'm saying? Scratch check this whisper. Bet. Let me open a. They didn't have to do Mikasa like that, bro. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, bro. It's fucked up. Justice for Mikasa. You know? Hanji had, like, her hair was fire. Hanji had it, so Mikasa can't get something like that. Like, we don't have to. Like, she looks just like Levi. And I know that they're, oh, no spoilers. Never mind, I'm gonna set a spoiler. But she looked like Levi there. I'm gonna set a spoiler. I got a little too amped. I gotta, like, calm down a little bit, you know? Justice for Mikasa. Sasha, yeah. Sasha did. Sasha's hair was nice too. Yeah, she could have had, like, hold on. Look at her. She could have had this. She could have had this. You know what I'm saying? Aaron was in there listening to Tyler, the Creator. Like, he had the playlist. She could have had this. Why'd they do her like that? I swear, Gabby too. Everyone got longer hair than her. Everybody. They basically should, if they wanted a short hair, they should have made her look like fucking Connie's bitch ass. You know what I'm saying? They should have made her look like Connie's bitch ass if they wanted to go full short. Like, just be like, I just committed. Hair's in the way. The fuck is that hairstyle? Fight AOT illustrators. No. No. The Connie fade, bro. Pull up Gabby real quick. I can't imagine. Okay, I got you. This is actually the perfect image for Gabby. Here's Gabby right here. Gabby hairstyle low-key look like Aaron's, huh? Nah, look at it. She kind of low-key look like Aaron's. You know what I'm saying? Skratsx, what kind of mic are you using, if you don't mind me asking? I am using a Rode Pod mic. A Rode Pod mic. It was like $100, I think. But I like it. It's actually really good. Really good. Like, it's Aaron's haircut. It's Aaron's. Using a winner's mic. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's this mic right here. It does sounds good for sure. Thank you. And I don't have any filters on it, to be honest. Rode mic. Nice. I use a Yeti Blackout Spark mic. That's a good one too. Fuck Gabby. All my homies hate Gabby, bro. All my homies. The only filter that I have on my mic in OBS is a compressor. It's just a compressor. That's all I use. I have a compressor on and that's it. I keep messing with it and I just like, let's see how it sounds with nothing. I got the Elgato mic. I've heard the Elgato mic is really good. But I didn't want I don't know if I wanted a dynamic mic, not a condenser. Mikasa dies alone or dies with Aaron. I agree. It's Aaron or nobody. I don't want to see like a flash forward and she has a new man. I'll be mad as hell. Like, I will not be happy if Mikasa has a new guy. Could you imagine she ended up with bald ass, punk ass Connie? I'd be mad as fuck. She'd be like, Connie, I love you. Fuck that. I'll say the show's trash. I'll drop it to a 1 out of 10. My mic, I have a compressor, de-esser, and equalizer, all done through the Go XLR mixer. I feel like if I had a Go XLR, I'd do something a little different. But right now I have a Focusrite. She's too good for Connie? Yeah, everybody is, to be honest. Everybody is. She's too good for all of them. She's too good. Mikasa that's the thing. She's been putting on for Eren for years. And she finally had her chance. And she fumbled it. She finally had her chance, man. And she fumbled it. I was so upset with her. But to be honest, if I was Eren and I saw that haircut, I'd be like, never mind, my boy. Never mind. The fuck is this? I got a Focusrite. I used to use that before I got to Go XLR. It's a great audio. Yeah, I like it. I have the Solo. The Focusrite Solo. And so it's that. I also have... I don't have a preamp. It has a preamp built in. All these hoes to say, Mikasa needs to go back to Eren. What's Focusrite? It's my audio interface. I'll show you. Let me pull up a picture of it. Focusrite, Scarlet Solo. Images. Open image, new tab. It's this. So it's it's where I hook my mic into. What's Fortnite? Fortnite is a game that used to cause me a lot of frustration, but I stopped playing it. So now I'm a happier person, I realized. But so I have both of these on. Okay, that looks good. I like it. Yep, that's the exact one as well. Yeah, so I use this, and I keep both of these settings on, and my gain is pointing to about here. It's pointing to about right here. I've heard people say Reiner Mikasa. Let me tell you something. If Reiner bags Mikasa, fuck Attack on Titan. Fuck it. Fuck it. To be honest, fuck it. Reiner, it's Reiner's whole fault they in this shit. Yeah, so this one's pretty good, Phyllis. I like it a lot. And so I have this white line pointing about here. I have both of these on, and my mic's just plugged in right here. Yeah, not Reiner. Not Reiner, bro. Hell no. No, not Reiner. He should honestly go where Bert is. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I'm saying without me spoiling it. He should go where Bert is. That's where he deserves to be. Right with Bert. Get your ass out of here. Reiner and Mikasa would be fucking crazy, bro. Yeah, Eren is the only one who should be with Mikasa. That's a real ship. That's the real ship. You feel me? Reiner's just too bipolar. Reiner needs to go with his compadre Bert. You know? Or go with his crazy ass mama. You know? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Hell no.
Charles, I need you for some business.
I'm mad I read the manga and know the end to all this shit. There's certain shows I will not read the manga to. The Monkey Titan had me mad, bro. I was so shocked when he first showed up, the Beast Titan. I don't mind Armin and Annie. Well, that makes sense because he's been loving Annie since... Armin's loved Annie since Jump. You know what I mean? That makes sense. That one makes sense. But there's certain shows I will not read the manga to because I like the Beast Titan had me stressed. Levi fucking him up was so cool though, wasn't it? Levi fucking him up. Armin and Annie low-key lesbian. What? Do Armin and Mikasa have the same haircut? Do they? It's kind of the same. Levi on Demon Timing, I love. Honestly, even Armin had a glow up because this haircut was not it. If you told me that he was a great character, I'd have said, no fucking way. No fucking way with this haircut is he doing anything. There's no way, bro. This haircut is ass. But now he got a good... Yeah, him and Mikasa had the same fucking haircut. They're twinning it. They're twinning it. Look at Armin. Yeah, Annie's definitely wearing the pants in their relationship. You know what I'm saying? But he loves Annie. He was talking to her every day while she was frozen. Frozen. You know? Every single day. She tried to walk away, and he's like, hold on, girl. Get yourself back here. You know what I'm saying? Get on back here. You know what it is. He was doing Sin City on Annie. You know? He did Sin City on her. You saw her blush. That army looking like Yelena? Yeah, actually. Yelena. How many times Annie hear Army beating off in that room? God, probably a lot. Saying Annie. You know, saying her name. I mean, busting on an ice cube. I'm not going to lie, though. Yelena has the coolest still image in all of the show. In the whole show. Like, this shit, this is the coolest scene in the whole show. Frozen jizz on that ice. He's like, Annie! And there it is. She's probably like, and she was conscious the whole time, so she knew what was going on. You know? She knew what was going on. It was, he knew. Like, she knew what was going on, and he just, you know, he didn't give a fuck. He was like, I love Annie. It's me and Annie against the world. When she eventually, you know, unfreezes. When she unfreezes.
Remember me, boy?
You know? I'm cool with Annie Armin, though. I'm cool with it. Armin and Annie has been easy to predict. Yeah, because, like, he's loved her from the beginning. Good show, though. I enjoyed it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I kind of wish we were already getting the final season, but it is what it is. Oh, we drew. We drew.
About these bounty hunters who are coming for us.
We drew.
You can tell us who they are or where they're coming from.
Okay. And you're deputies now.
I am a deputy.
Something like that.
I am a deputy.
Soon as we laid out,
I do wish they'd stop dragging it, though. Like, let's just get to the finale, you know? We've been on this last season for years. Armin, normal dick energy.
Interesting.
Hiding in plain sight, Dutch calls it.
Damn, Wolf's got hands. Deputize these nuts.
In the new camp, I mean.
Wolf's got hands. Damn, I see you. Wolf's got hands.
Seen no more Pinkertons for a while.
He's got hands.
Bounty hunters, of course. Dutch don't seem too worried about it.
Can't believe they're still coming after us. We didn't even get away with the
I can believe it.
money.
They're haters.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Of course. Trelawney.
Annie, Aaron is another thing I heard. I hate that.
Couple times, but he's
a fight for the color red. Yes, I don't fuck with Annie and Aaron together. If they, the only other one that I could kind of understand is fuck, I just forgot her name. Hold on. Is Historia. That's it. You forgot my whisper? I did. Like, the only one I can kind of see is Historia. That's it. But even that doesn't fit. Take that red off. Take that red off. Emir and Emir. The only reason I like Annie and Aaron is if Titans could get genitals, we could have Titan sex. I mean, we're not getting that in the show. We're not getting Titan sex. Here comes the hurricane. We're not getting Titan sex. That's not happening. You got to look that up on your own. I'm pretty sure someone's animated it. Somebody. Bro, did you ever want to She did. Oh, she did. She was like, damn, Historia, you looking kind of, you know? She like, Historia, you looking kind of, you know what I'm saying? That's how she was. She really did. She did. She was all about it. That's all I got the timing for those jumps. Yeah, you're on the same team. I mean, Annie got the only Titan with tits. It's got to happen. It's not happening, bro. It's not. It's not happening. Not the Sin City light scare. Like he was like, yo, you know. You know, what? I could see it. Emir would show up. She like, yo, Historia. Yeah. It's good. You know, like, they were. Historia Aaron is acceptable. That's the only one I can see. That's the only one I can see. Titans fucking be horrible to the ears. Could you imagine? It's just boom, earthquakes.
For two.
Boom.
Isn't that cute? He thinks he's one of the models, Inc.
Get that cat out of the way!
Get that cat out of the way. I like that. You know what's funny? I've never seen The Simpsons. I've only seen clips. If I were Aaron, I would be using my time travel to fuck everyone. Aaron's mom kind of bad. The mean mug is wild. Been lurking for too long? Yeah, what's up? What's up? Aaron's mom was kind of bad. I'm not going to lie. I see you, Carla. Damn. They should have given Mikasa some of this hair, bro. Get that cat out of the way. Carla kind of fire. Okay, Carla Yeager. Yo, what's up, what's up? Not good. What are you? How are you? How are you? How are you? Hear me out. If I was Aaron, I would be getting Carla. There's no hear me out there. No. That's his mom. That's his mom, bro. That's his mom. That's his mom. You can't, bro. That's his mom. Like, ew. I can't hear you out on that, bro. Yeah, no lie. I can't. I cannot hear you out. Mommy, sorry. I can't. I love that Apocalypse has like the perfect emotes for situations. Like Carla's bad, I'm not gonna lie, but like that's his mom. You can't with his mom. Someone here has to agree. You can't, it's his mom, bro. That's his mom. You know what I'm saying? It's his mom. If it wasn't his mom, you know, maybe. But nah. Honestly, Mikasa should have kept the childhood hair. Also, 18 viewers? Damn. Like, she should have kept the childhood hair. We climbing. You damn right. I like moms. Me too. But this can't happen. Because this is his mom. That piece would agree. That's true. What about Zeke's mom? Zeke's mom, spoiler. Zeke's mom ate Aaron's mom, unfortunately. Yeah. But I mean, Aaron could get with that. Okay, still smashing up. Like, Mikasa should have kept that hair. She should have kept that hair. DM real quick. All right, bet. L Zeke's mom. Yeah. Fuck Zeke's mom. Fuck Zeke's mom. Nah. I'm not fucking with her. Discord DMs? I didn't even know that. Yeah. I'll show. So this Titan, the one that ate Aaron's mom, is Zeke's mom. That's Zeke's mom right there. You know? Smash every character. Interesting. That is an interesting way to go about it. Oh, I was like, what the fuck is this? Well, if I'm not gonna lie, I'd hear you out on that. I'd hear you out on that. I'd hear you out. I'm with it. Bruh. Think that fucked her to make you want to fuck. Like, I'm just not. You can't, like, damn. Damn. It's a good show, though. But I can't hear you out on Aaron's mom as Aaron. Like, if I were not Aaron, I could hear you out. But not as Aaron. I just can't do it. You know?
But he gets into nooks and crannies the rest of us can't.
I just can't do it.
Find him before he scurries off again.
I wish I could, but I just cannot. Fuck Aaron, his mom's mine for the tape. That's the best hear me out, yeah. That is. Every time I think of hear me out, I gotta find that video again. Hold on. Let me find it on TikTok. I think I've played it on stream before. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. I messaged it to my brother. Where is it? I have to like unbookmark it and bookmark it again every time. And like it. All right, let me go to TikTok real quick. Sorry. Oh, you're good.
Nothing.
You're good. You're good. Everyone has gas. I struggle. All right. So when I think of Hear Me Out, this is what I think now. This is what I think of when I hear Me Out.
So sick and tired of people talk about hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. And when I finally hear them out, the character they're talking about is this. This is not a hear me out character. Anyone with working eyes and half a brain would smash this immediately. When I say hear me out, when I hear someone say hear me out, I'm expecting something crazy, okay? And this is not crazy. You are not different. You are not going against the grain. You are a coward wearing the facade of a revolutionary.
That's a bar, though, right? That's a bar. Coward with the facade of a revolutionary. I've seen this one.
I say hear me out. I'm not talking about this. I'm not talking about this. I'm not even talking about this. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about this. I am talking about this.
That's the hear me out. That's the hear me out I think of, you know. Twins go hard, make me hard. What? Like, that's what I think about, you know. Like, if you're going to say hear me out, it's got to be crazy. You know what I mean? It's got to be absolutely wild. The comments in there about the dragon. Oh, let me look. The dragon, I understand that one. Those Atomic Heart twins? Nah. Let me see. Let me see. I want the aliens from A Quiet Place. That is a crazy hear me out. The aliens from A Quiet Place? Hear me out. SCP-613. They said hear me out to this. This is a real hear me out right here. This is a hear me out. You know? That's crazy. That one's crazy. Yeah, they love the dragon. They love the dragon. I'm deaf. They love the dragon. Why is that a hear me out? Because that's be crazy, right? You know, we need, if you're going to send me a hear me out, make it wild. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely wild. Finally, someone gets it about Orissa. That is not a hear me out. Like, that was wild. You know what I'm saying? Like, that one's wild. Hear me out. Yennefer, see, like, Yennefer from The Witcher 3, I don't know. Hear me out. Salacious Crumb from Star Wars. Okay, hold on. Yeah, Yelena's not a hear me out. That's a regular one. Yennefer's a given, yeah. Okay, yeah, like, okay, not good. You're different, but I respect it. This is your hear me out. Like, this is your hear me out. Salacious Crumb sounds like a rejected crumble cookie. Pan Am Palmer from Cyberpunk, hear me out. How's thing out? Like, this is a hear me out. That's crazy. So cute. The tank scene though, yeah, the tank scene. The tank scene was top tier. Hear me out. Claude from Star Wars. All right, I got you, Chris. I got you. Yeah, like this right here, this is a hear me out. That's a hear me out. You feel me? Like, Claude literally is phallic shaped. Yeah, that's a hear me out. Judy's Romance is much better. I haven't seen Judy's yet because I was man V. I gotta be woman V now. Vomit. Hear me out. Yoda crip walking. Hear me out is crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I wasn't thinking quite to this level. You know what I'm saying? I was not thinking quite to that level. But, I mean, that works. You know? That works. But like a lot of people are like, hear me out. She-Go from Kim Possible. Like, we get it, bro. That's not brave or valiant. You know what I'm saying? We know that's a given. You know what I mean? Hear me out's like someone saying the Peanut People from Proud Family. You know? Hear me out, Princess Unicorn from Adventure Time. Okay, that's valid. So the hear me out I sent was tame. It was funny, though. It was funny. But I was with you. I'd hear you on that one. Princess Unicorn, I can get that one. Like, that's a valid one. Not the Peanut People. You know exactly. The Peanut People from Adventure Time is a hear me out. I mean, from the Proud Family. Hear me out. Tammy from My 600-Pound Life. That's a hear me out, Saul. Like, Princess Unicorn, okay. I can roll with that. Make a new channel for Hear Me Out. I feel like it would get inappropriate quickly. On Twitter a while ago, some girl said Hear Me Out to Caesar and the Planet of the Apes. Wow. Hear Me Out, food dip. You win. Food dip is the ultimate in Hear Me Out. That is, yeah. Yeah. I thought Tammy from My 600-Pound Life, but food dip wins. But Caesar was in a white suit. Hear me out. Grubhub mascot. They have a mascot? Food dip deep throat. Is it this one? Is it this picture? Hear me out. Harambe and his ball sack. Damn. Is it this one of Caesar? Yeah. Caesar. That's funny. Peanut Planet of the Apes. I'm thinking I have to do some research on this, right? I have to do some research, but we're going to have to do a Hear Me Out segment here. I need to see Twitter's wildest Hear Me Outs. You know what I'm saying? The Hamburglar, isn't that a person? That's a person, though. Like, this shit right here, like, that's a crazy one, right? If someone's like, hear me out, the Peanut People from the Proud Family. Like, that's crazy, you know? Elon Tusk from Rick and Morty. Like, I got to go on Twitter, and I need people to respond. No, it's a demon from hell. The Hamburglar, Elon Tusk. Look at him. Look at Elon Tusk right there. I need a thread. I need a thread made about the wildest Hear Me Outs. You know, I need some research and I need to see them. I need to see them. Those tusks are so big. They're so big. I forgot what we're doing, to be honest. Hear me out. Mr. Pickles humping his mom. Mr. Pickles as in Rugrats Mr. Pickles? Mr. Pickles like from Rugrats? Hear me out. The handicapped son from Mr. Pickles. Wait, am I thinking of a different? Am I different of a dip? I've been lurking all day and I've loved every single second. It's the perfect thing for the second monitor. Yo, I'm glad that you're having fun, Phoebe. Also, what the fuck? Don't search? Oh, I'm not going to. When I heard Mr. Pickles, I thought Mr. Pickles is an Adult Swim show. Why did I think Rugrats? Was that their last name? Was that their last name? Tommy Pickles. Off stream. Got you. His dad was Mr. Pickles. That's why. Okay. Okay. Got it. Stu Pickles. Yes. Oh, Mr. Pickles is a dog. I'm looking at it. Tommy gets a boot. You will bleach your eyes, Skratsx? I'm going to Google it off stream. I'm going to look at it off stream. Stu and Dee Dee. Yes. Thank you. No need to show on stream. Okay, bet. Bet. Let me move my head so it doesn't reflect off my Funko Pop. You know, I don't want it to reflect. Okay. I see what you're saying. Do it as a non-stream window. Yeah, I got it open. I'm looking right now. I'm looking right now. I've returned to be a menace. Welcome in. I'm looking right now. Skratsx, our hoodie colors match. We're twinsies. See? We're twinsies. Skratsx, I'll get a deep whack so you can't search it. Don't try me. I'm not searching it. I do want a thread. Twinsies. We're twinning it. Gladys from Portal is what someone said. I'm about to go rob a crumble. Ooh. I need a food review on those cookies. I feel like a stolen crumble makes it taste even better. There's a whole segment where he goes to the strip club and people throw dollars at him and it's fucked. I will cut your power even if it takes a 9-hour flight. I'm not Googling it. I'm actively moving. I feel like a stolen crumble tastes better. The secret ingredient is crime. A lot of people say it's love, but it's actually crime. You know? Because nothing tastes better. Are we talking about Mr. Pickles? Yeah, Addie. I didn't know that there was an Adult Swim show, so I thought we were talking about from Rugrats, but apparently there's a show. And so I looked at the show. Mr. Pickles, good boy. I swear. I'm not doing anything not good. I'm chilling. You know? Look at me. I'm playing the game. You know? I'm playing the game. I need to enter this caravan. I need to enter the caravan. When Dom was younger and had all his fur, he looked like Mr. Pickles. Really?
Someone got here first.
Oh, shit.
So it seems.
By the looks of things, it wasn't a social call.
Some friends of mine got him a bandana and a pentagram to really sell it. Really? So I've only seen Mr. Pickles today, to be fair. Let me get rid of the rest. My search history is crazy because of you guys. I'm not going to lie to you. It's pretty wild. That's actually funny. It's a hard watch, to be honest. It's a messed up show. It looks interesting. It definitely looks interesting from what I'm seeing. It looks pretty out there. You know, sometimes it's too crazy. Damn. Mr. Pickles, a motherfucking demon from hell who fucks gimp suit men, tortures people, fucks Tommy's mom, and makes voodoo spells to random people for fun. Fuck Mr. Pickles. How have I never heard of this? I legitimately was thinking Rugrats. Weirdly enough. I've been thinking Rugrats. Oh, Mr. Pickles. Yeah, like I was thinking Rugrats when I heard Mr. Pickles. But apparently I didn't know about this show, which is different. Different from what I anticipated it being.
This food's barely touched. Looks like he left in a hurry.
Found anything?
Well, I found me a clue. There's a note here. There's a scene where he speaks in demonic to a horse and starts fucking it senseless. On Adult Swim? This is on Adult Swim, right? I binge watched and went to therapy the next day. Honestly, I don't blame you. Yes. Interesting.
Bed's not made, so he must have been here recently.
Horses, bears, dogs, old women. Huh. I really feel like I'm learning something right now.
There's some blood here. That ain't good.
Tommy's mom is kind of bad, though. She thick? I mean, I'll Google it. You know, that's like an easy way to get me to Google things, to be fair. Like, you tell me that, use that magic word, I'll look. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I mean, that's reasonable. She is. She definitely is. Brickberry was a wild animation on Comedy Central. Brickberry. That actually sounds like I've heard of that one. Yes, I have. I've heard of this, but I've never watched it. I'd always catch the end. About as wild as Drawn Together. Like I've seen like the end of it, of like episodes, but I've never watched a full episode. Deadass show with Paradise? What? I've never seen Drawn Together. Drawn Together looks pretty random. Like Drawn Together looks wild. I've never seen that one. I've never seen that show. Paradise PD is by the same people as Brickleberry.
Pretty recently, I'd say. I guess maybe 12 hours ago.
But no body?
Not yet.
Same production studios, and they both flopped. Damn.
They went down the path here. How's your tracking these days?
Follow the tracks. Let's go.
All right, I guess.
Well,
Brickberry was decent.
the way then.
Not the kind of place I'd expect to see Trelawney stay in.
PD.
No?
Normally scams himself into the best hotel in town.
You know, when me and Javier went down with Trelawney to get Sean after the bar fight,
Okay.
I swear, he talked the whole way and never actually said a damn thing.
I thought you knew. That's his special talent. They could be 20 miles away by now.
We can track them that far if we need to.
Okay.
Depends on how much
We're
you wanna
tracking.
Yeah.
We're definitely tracking
Still ain't
something,
sure
boys. Down the road we go.
They continue on the other side of the tracks. Huh. They seem to head into the forest now. Yeah.
Bro, if you could track, why the fuck are you not tracking?
Hold.
Oh, it went this way. We don't ask smart questions in this video game. That's
Hey,
true.
look. Let's go see what those fellas
That's a good point. Like, he could track, and he's like, how's your tracking? Bitch, why don't you track? Sorry, I didn't mean for you to hear that. Oh.
Yeah. Have you seen him? We're,
Just follow the damn death directions. I need more freedom.
I don't think he's here.
I don't trust anybody with mutton
you
chops,
seen
brother.
a strange sort of fella.
Traveler, my sheep
Sort
have run
of
amok.
Formal?
Strange. Sure. Formal? Nah.
He uses a cane. Looks a lot like this one.
Legit one of the best trackers in the game, and is too lazy to do it
Alright,
himself.
get you.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I could track him straight to the trees. So why was I tracking him? Hear me out, Skratsx. What?
Better get out of here. Come here.
Yo, fist fighting in first person is wild. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch it. Damn.
You want to come at me?
Got his ass. Stomp his ass. Give him the 1-2. Yo, what's up, bitch? Where he at?
Where is Trelawney? I don't know anything.
Beat his ass.
Tell me where he is.
Beat his ass.
What the hell?
Duke Nukem.
You better tell me now, you son of a bitch. Okay, okay, for Christ's sake. They took him to a
What up? Yo, what's up, Iser? Yo, Iser. I gotta tell you, I liked your Buster Blader deck, by the way. Them card sleeves was fire. I liked the stream yesterday. I couldn't hear you for most of it because I was participating in another stream, but I was in there watching. Do you wanna come at me? It was fire. Buster Blader deck was fire. I fuck with it. I like Buster Blader.
Which cornfield?
I like Buster Blader.
Down the path there by Braithwaite Manor.
Guys was lurking Jon Snow style. What are we gonna do here?
Let me see you again. You hear me?
I was lurking.
You got lucky.
Wait.
You there, my friend?
Did he just say I got lucky? Cause I will kill him if he said I was lucky. Oh no, never mind. I got a little ahead of myself. Yeah, I was in there. Everyone was like chatting and stuff, and I was like, "Oh, these Buster Blader plays are legit." Thank you, bro. I had to make it because every single human be using dragons, including friends. Yeah, everyone was kind of just chatting, and I was gonna be like, "Yo, these Buster Blader prick." Awesome, good. It's my birthday. Happy birthday! Happy birthday, my boy. I hope it's been good. Got any good plans for today? Got a little ahead of myself.
I've spent enough time there.
Let anybody intrusive thoughts win? Let them flow, Saul. Hell yeah, so far so good. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday. There we go. Happy fucking birthday, my boy.
I'm good.
Happy birthday. Recording ended. Here we go.
Any one of 100 things.
Happy birthday. I'd play the happy birthday song, but you know, the happy birthday people are worse than Viacom people. The happy birthday people do not fuck around.
You think he'll talk?
You know what I'm saying?
Of course he'll talk. He'd sell his
They
own
do not fuck
sister to
around.
save a train fare. He don't know how not to talk.
You know?
He don't know where we're holed up.
They're litigious as fuck.
At least I don't think he does.
I don't know why Dutch still deals.
DMCA'd in 1 second. Yeah, I get DMCA'd faster than I did for WWE.
He's got his uses.
I'm thinking about doing a birthday stream, play Jackbox with everyone who want to join tonight on stream. That'd be cool.
Of course.
Everyone invited? They're coming to your cake. Audio recording ended. They'll hit your whole family with it. Yeah, they'll be like, we're suing you, your mama, your brothers, your grandmama, your grandpappies.
Don't worry.
Everybody. How dare you sing that God-forsaken song? Pummel Party. What's Pummel Party? Is that the one where you come up with ideas? I've never played Jackbox.
Nothing's ever straightforward where Trelawney's involved. Learned that much.
I mean, how much time have we wasted getting
Quiplash
this
is
fool
fun.
in trouble?
He somehow manages
Is Quiplash the one where it's like, where you like fill out a note card thing and it shows like who's the crazier one? How dare you use our 3-view music video, you muff. Them happy birthday people, I'm telling you, not good. They don't fuck around.
Way to pay us back. Just when we think about cutting him loose, he brings us something big. I guess that's his special talent, keeping fish on the line.
I'm getting hungry. What do I want to eat today? Worse than Nintendo? Yeah, they're worse than Nintendo, to be honest with you. Actually, it gives a couple people a wild question or statement to fit. There it is. That's Quiplash, yeah. I don't think they're worse than Nintendo, because Nintendo's pretty crazy. Just sing it yourself? I don't think I can, to be honest with you. 'Cause I've had a friend sing it to me and they got taken down. It's a separate game. It's like Mario Party with guns and wrecking ball and rolling eggplants and blow people up. It's fun. That sounds fun. That sounds fun for real. Get out of here, you damn hogs. Ain't no room for you. Happy birthday to my cub. What's good, my slime? What's good? Happy birthday, for real. I hope that this birthday is incredible. That is everything that you want out of a birthday. You know? What's good? Oh, I was just here. I feel like I just burnt some shit. Thank y'all. Like you're good. Trying to think, what should I have for lunch? I'm actually getting hungry.
That must be it.
I'm gonna send a 9-foot purple dildo to your PO. Who's PO? Ooh, there's a campfire here.
Let's get you out of here. Come on, boy.
The thing is, after that shack, this will be remembered like a good time.
Put the man down,
PO box? Like,
Uh,
I didn't plan to do a stream today, but I mean, it'll be my first birthday stream, so why not? That'd be fun.
Is that the lot of them? I think so. So you're alive.
Allegedly.
You're alive, you son of a bitch.
Look, go get them out. I can
Or probation. Yeah, that's a good question.
Who knows what he told them? Let's get after
Get this fucking up.
They've gone into the cornfield. We need to flush them out.
Where you at? Why'd they run into the cornfields? I put it on auto? Oh. PO, you must be zesty if you send a 9-foot. You are. That is pretty zesty. We just burn the fields?
Come on, you cowards.
Why can't we just burn these bitches down? You know? Really burn these bitches down. I'm masked up. It is? It's downloaded? Okay. I gotta download mine off stream.
Damn these sons of bitches.
Oh, I see his ass. There's one. There's one.
Where the hell are you?
Was I not supposed to kill him? I'm central, so I'll try to aim for 7. Okay. 1 feet fronter, and you got some explanation to do. How? How do I have explaining to do? What do I do?
Where the hell are they?
I think someone's faking being me.
We know who you are, and we're coming for you.
Over there, where the birds are.
You wait till I find you.
You're not getting away, bud.
You're dead, you bastard.
Beat his ass. Damn.
We got one more, Charles.
Unless this is 33.4K. Unless it's a deepfake. It's probably a deepfake. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Did you see those birds?
Damn. Oh, they're over here. Bro got cut. Yeah. That was wild. Put him down. I have Ojama deck too, but I forgot to use it. I don't have that one. I play with my faithful Dark Magician deck a decent bit. Then I have a meta deck too. Like I do love my Dark Magician. I want to build an Egyptian God card deck, but you know.
Hey, I see something on the ground over here. He's dumped his gear. Look around. He can't have gone far.
I haven't played Ojamas before. I played Ojamas on Duel Links, but not Master Duel. I'm so dedicated to Skratsx and Kit that I watch them together on 2 different devices because I don't want to miss either one. Yo, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Saul. I'm always happy to have you in here for real. What the fuck? He's trying to choke me. I made a train deck on my own. Train is pretty fun too.
Let me take him. You get out of here.
You have my friend.
He's not your friend. I'll give you money.
Be quiet.
Damn. All right, let me get my get back real quick. We got to double tap and make sure he's good.
You should have taken the money.
I know. I'm a fool.
Let me just double tap, make sure I'm good. All right. We're good.
Shit. Thank you. The gunshots are coming from that barn. You're wide open there.
What the fuck? Pleasure's all mine. You two are the only real ones that I come across. W community is a huge plus too. The community is great. You earned booty pics. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. We love you, Saul, for real. We do. Legitimately. Legitimately. Oh, you're shooting at me from the barn? You're fucking dead. You too. I don't know where the fuck you think you're going, buddy. What? Both bots are on it. Apparently, like, what happened? Hey, do me a favor. Hello? Watch your fucking... Not your knife. Jesus. Shot him right in the gut. You heal real quick. Super Dreadnought deck is what it's called? Ooh.
He should be the last of them.
Do you use like
Let's go back for
do you build them yourself or do you use Master Duel's meta?
You all right?
There's a gun up here. Hold on.
Never goes
Both
easy,
bots
does
did
it?
fight the entire chat a couple times. That's true. I think they have concussions.
Let's go see how badly they beat up the slippery fella.
I wonder how much trouble he's brought with him.
I think they have concussions. Oh, look, we got ourselves a new gun.
Seems like we can't catch a break now, Arthur.
Our luck's held this long. We got out of worse scrapes than this one.
So I heard.
Sure.
Make my own? I want my own meta. Okay. Sometimes I use Master Duel meta just to see what people are like, what's the meta? Because, like, there's a streamer on here who I watch who plays Master Duel a lot. And he's, like, real big into the community, you know? And so I watch that. But I mainly use it for dueling because I don't have the time to look at a lot of it, to be honest with you. It is fun, though. I also like the lore quest.
Give me some of that burger.
I'm actually laughing. He's actually talking to hackers. Who is? Who's talking to hackers? Wait, what? Did I miss something? Who? Yeah. I look at this site to see like what people are running. You know what I'm saying? Kid Booga? Oh yeah, he does. Kid Booga does. I like Kid Booga. I looked away. Kid Booga, he actually talks to hackers. That was actually a good one, Petty. I'm not gonna lie to you. He's talking to both of them together. I actually love that. What the flick? Petty, we synced. And they're both saying to each other that they're the scammer. Kid Booga, I think Lev. How what? I think Lev introduced me to them. Picked up the gun, right? What the flick? Rare rolling button. I was legit looking at the scare redeem and waiting to use it.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
Yes, sir. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah. Oh, welcome in, Lev. I didn't know you were here. Welcome in. That was a good one. Yeah, that was a good one. We got ourselves a new weapon here.
Come on, pal.
I wasn't. I heard you say my name and I'm agreeing. Oh, okay. How's it going, bro? Finally back. Pretty good. T-minus 20 minutes for my interview. Hold on. It's interview time. Strange has an interview today. See y'all later. Much love. Yo, Strange, you got this. You got this, Strange. You're going to go to that fucking interview and be like, damn, he's the best one we've ever seen. And you're going to get it on the site. Good luck. You got this, Strange. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it, Strange. I believe. Yo, what up, Yoru? W Strange. What was the job? I forgot. I give you one job. What was the job? You got this, Strange. You're the best fucking candidate they've got. And that they've ever had. They got you.
I am a man.
Damn right you are. Master Cheeks. You got him. Yeah, clap cheeks. After the interview, of course. Unless, to get the job easier, You got this. I believe.
The sandwich is turning me into a real man.
Yes. Yep. Want a field trip today? Where'd you go?
This is a man that knows how to marry his cousin.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah! Where'd you go, Yoru? What field trip did you do? Did you hurt your... Yo, this is actually getting me a little... To the zoo? How'd you like it? Yo, this was actually good. Yo, what the fuck? Austin 316, yes, sir. There we go. You got it, though, Strange. I believe. Good luck, brother. Good luck. You should have. It was for our 6 kids. What? What? Arthur kind of needs a haircut soon. It's getting a little wild. Put that fucking hat on, my boy. Do I have the bandana on? No. Who has 6 kids? Yeah, I'm lost. I don't know what Not Good's talking about.
Over here, dear boy. Well, he's still here at least. Put your feet up, why don't you?
What's up, Trelawney?
Never finer. So,
What is going on? I have no idea.
bounty hunter.
I don't know what's going on. Fill your health, boy. Yeah, I'll eat. I need to eat. It was good, but my teacher forgot our clipboard at a restaurant we was at, so I volunteered. It would take 3 minutes to get there, but I ran and it took a minute, 23 seconds. There you go. I'll never sign. There's always... What papers? Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
For me, they say.
I don't know what's going on.
What you tell them? Not much. I told them I was an intellectual. Come down here from Oregon.
What papers are we talking about, boy?
Universe. Of course.
I'm arresting you on suspicion of not getting seaweed chips.
Seems you stirred.
When did you ask for seaweed chips?
So I keep hearing. It might be best if I stay.
I don't remember anything about seaweed chips.
Can't go back to that caravan now. All right, Charles.
Never got the message. I'm innocent. Yeah, I don't.
Camp, I'll catch up with you. Okay.
I don't know what's going on. What y'all smoking for real? I think it's the weed in the seaweed chips.
There always seems to be more.
What they all say.
Civilization.
Arthur, what you talking about,
I want
boy?
to get back in the open country of the West, or what's left of it. But
all I got was.
Well, even that ain't the way I remember it.
That cream cheese cream cheese. It's on lock. You know? It's on lock. I look down. I like seaweed. I see weed. I smoke it. You're valid. Free of charge. There you go. There you go, brother. You're free. High honor means seeing more majestic animals in these cutscenes, by the way. Arthur has darker thoughts and lower ones. We have pretty good honor right now. Weirdly enough. Weirdly enough. W court case. Yeah, that was quick. That was quick, speedy, and efficient. Micah, Josiah. All right. The next mission is my favorite. Which one is the... So I think we're going to do both these missions tomorrow. You know? Josiah and Micah. Scared the court case out of you. You did. You freed me. I appreciate that. Micah won a short? Yeah. So okay. You're free. Here's what we're doing. Tomorrow. We're pushing for Chapter 4. All right? Chapter 4 is happening tomorrow. We will not end until we hit Chapter 4. We will not end until Chapter 4 is done. Or, I mean, not is done. Is started. Micah 1 will begin Chapter 4. Oh. Poll? Poll for what? Poll for what? Will he get to Chapter 4? Oh. Do we get... Okay. Do we gamble on it tomorrow? Will he get to Chapter 4? So I need to do Josiah first, Saul, then Micah. Micah mission will start. Oh, we might as well just do it right now. Should I do Josiah first? Josiah, then you should raid Poe, probably trolling. All right, let me pull this thing up. Poe's who you do GTRP with, right? Where are you story-wise? Chapter 3? Yeah, I'm Chapter 3. When you end. Okay. Now Micah first. It's not really a mission. Skirt. Yes, sir. Okay, I see you. Yeah, he's hilarious. Okay, I know who that is, actually. Beck is streaming too? Okay. Let me mute the tab. So I got to follow Poe too. All right, so what I think I'll do, back to streaming every day. First stream. There we go. Got it. So what I will do is, it's a cutscene. Do it. It's fitting to end stream. All right, I got you. We'll do the Micah scene, and then we're going to raid Poe. Bet. Let me go that way. Come here, little jit. It's pretty good when I left. He was trolling. I like Poe, from what I've seen from your GTRP. I've never, watched his stream, but I've seen his content with you. So if he's good with my good friend Petty, he's good with me. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works. So I'm gonna like in stream. Then I'm running to go get some cookies. I think that's the move. Gonna go get some cookies. W's.
Yeah.
Oh, Petty, I'm thinking of trying to do a draft watch party in Discord. I hope he's doing the YRG trolling. That'd be great. Cookies. Yeah, I need some cookies. I'm thinking of trying to set up a watch party for the draft. I need to see who's interested though before I do it. Because I think the draft is on Thursday, right? Eat something you keep Arthur on death, I swear. Oh yeah, that's right. My bad. Do these tonics not like, I guess you still have to eat. I'm interested. I can't help but notice you brought up the not to be mentioned thing. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot. I'm so sorry. My bad. I mean, I need to go get some cookies, like website cookies. Skratsx already showed me the Phyllis. Phyllis, no. Oh, I smoked. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to eat. I know. Oops. It's a good week. I smoked. Oops. I smoked instead of. You need to fill the internal. The tonics replenish the external. Oh. See, I was just taking the externals. Put the phone down, Phyllis. I love y'all, I swear. I love y'all. I smoked instead of ate. My bad. I fucking love you guys. It's been ordered. Damn, look, she's efficient. Baked beans. It's on the way. Skratsx gonna enjoy this part? Okay. So, okay, just before I do it, so I know it's probably a dumb question. If I do this Micah quest, this one doesn't go away, right? The Josiah one? Josiah doesn't go away, right? No, you'll end up doing it anyway. Okay. I fucking love you guys. Like, real shit. You guys are awesome.
Yeah.
If I can just order crumble, I'd be happy. I don't really want to go. JK, Petty, but I really need the Oreo strawberry cookie, man. Love you too, man. I love y'all for real. The thing, too, is like, last time I went to Crumble, I got that cinnamon roll cookie, and he tried not to give me the icing. I like ordering it, but it's a few bucks more. It is. Josiah's just a petty robber. Okay. Like, he tried not to give me icing on my cookie. You know what Phyllis does to me by ordering Crumble? Like, he was like, here's your cookies. And I was like, yo, there's no icing on my cinnamon roll one. Can you get it? And he's like, oh, we don't normally. I was like, the picture shows, bro, that there's icing on it. He just gives you location of a stagecoach to pay you back for saving him. Okay. Let's see what's going on with Micah. Like, fill the whole cookie up. Exactly. Like, give me the icing, bro. I see the picture. Make it look like the picture.
Hey, Molly, where's Dutch?
Well, however it goes.
I'm not sure all that line of thought serves you and me very well.
That's because, Cowpoke, you are a man of
Don't call me
profoundly
Cowpoke,
limited
buddy.
intelligence.
No doubt.
Well, you and the old man and Dutch have been running around, digging us ever deeper into shit. Old Mr. Pearson might have gone.
Is icing the new sauce packets from fast food? I think it is. Oh, boy, here we go. Okay.
Yes, gentlemen.
Dutch, you tell him.
It is.
It's peace, Dutch. The O'Driscolls. I mean, I think there's a way.
What on earth are you talking about?
Get the words out properly, fat man.
I met a couple of the O'Driscoll boys on the road in the town, and things were about to get ugly. But you know how I am in a
Let's talk about cookies and frosting. My heart rate's going up. I'm glad I turned my heart rate monitor off. You feel me? Give attention to the cutscene and the words exchange. Very important to build a story. Okay, bet. I'm listening.
We got to talking, and they suggested a parlay to end things. Like gentlemen.
Gentlemen. Combe O'Driscoll. Have you lost your minds?
You're always telling us, Dutch. Do what has to be done, but don't fight wars ain't worth fighting.
They want a parley? It's a trap.
Well, of course, it's probably a trap, but what do we got to lose finding out?
Get shot.
We ain't getting shot because you'll be protecting us.
It's a trap. You shoot the lot of them. If it ain't a trap, that's slim chance.
I don't see the point in any of this.
It's a chance. Gotta take.
Do we?
I killed Combs' brother.
Do we have to take this chance?
Long time ago. Then he killed a woman I loved dear.
Damn. He killed my shorty. Damn.
As you say, it's a long time.
So after you do this mission, the Josiah one will follow. You should do it next stream. It'll take you 5 minutes. Then the final cutscene for chapter 3 and into chapter 4. Bet.
Let's go.
Got it.
You and me, with Arthur protecting us, no one else.
What about me?
This ain't the time for tigers, my friend.
Okay. Damn. It's going to cost me $28 if I want one of each. Do I feel like playing? No one kills Rhonda but me. You damn right. $28? I mean, that's not super bad, but it's cheaper if I just go.
Fine.
Mount up then, Morgan.
Oh, what a shot!
What a shot. This is a very short mission too, but it's very important because it shows a deep dive into Dutch. Because he killed the O'Driscoll and they followed up by killing his woman. That's tough.
You know, I've been fighting Combs for so long now, I can barely remember a time when it was different.
And you're still fighting him now. Make no mistake of that.
Here he goes. Doubting Thomas. Is there any plan you ain't sour on?
I mean, every single plan goes bad, so.
Let's not waste any more lives needlessly.
I ain't costing lives here. I'm saving them. What did you say? We had Pinkertons coming after us?
Because of Blackwater
and Leviticus Cornwall and his private army.
Oh, look at that. It's a double rainbow. Look at it.
Can we really afford to be fighting on all these fronts? And O'Driscoll.
High honor means Arthur is actually becoming more human and doesn't want to just kill for shits.
Like I said,
It's fun. You know what's funny about it, Saul? It's funny that I have high honor considering how many people I've killed with campfires. You know? This ties in with your Deadeye sound, clock ticking, and time passing slowly. Does that make my Deadeye better?
Then me and Dutch walk right into the lion's den with you to cover us.
Okay. Just keep
I have to play. No, it's just the high honor dead.
Oh, we'll be fine. We got.
I'm gonna have to play this game with low honor too, just to see.
Oh, my dear and trusted friend, with you watching over me, I would walk into hell itself.
That's high praise. That's high praise, brother. I'm trying to decide if I want to actually go to Crumble or do I just want to order it. Low honor has a demonic whisper and you're able to focus lesser, showing Arthur is descending into rage. Oh. That's actually cool, like a little Easter egg thing. I guess it's not an Easter egg, but you know what I mean. It's a cool addition. And the vision is darker. That makes sense. Should probably eat some more food. There we go. I failed the intern. Let me get one for stamina. There we go. I really do have Arthur's just fucking starving out here, huh? These fucking scares. I hate it. I hate the scares. They're too cheap. And all the cutscenes have rabid animals like a wolf instead of majestic ones like eagles or deer. Sorry, couldn't hear what that amount of dick riding Mike is doing right now. That was a good one, Petty. Saul's my inspiration. Saul is too good at it.
Maybe he's right, Dutch. Maybe I have pushed
Modern.
too hard. Got us into situations that could have been safer. I see all those mouths we gotta feed, and I dream too big.
I'm striving to be as good as Saul. Saul.
That's my
is like #1, Wolf 2. Yeah, like you're getting. The timing has been good. The horror game timing was wild. Look at that view. Them dadgum mountains. You see all this land right here? It's now a city. You can't see this anymore. It's a cityscape. We tore it all down.
Liberty and justice for all. That might be nonsense too, but it's worth trying for. It is worth.
Legend status only when you scare him shitless during non-horror games like me. Yesterday was bad.
I don't know.
Addy twice yesterday made me almost throw my controller.
Try. All I ask is you try.
That was bad. And I high-pitched screamed. But that wasn't because of you guys. That was because of the game. The high-pitched scream was bad. I put that on TikTok and I was ashamed. I was ashamed that I high-pitched screamed. I didn't quite hit the rage scream, thank God. If I'd have screamed like rage, I'd have felt a little embarrassed.
Find a spot just above us where you can keep an eye on things.
All right.
I got him bad. He switched batteries. Yeah. Your high pitch isn't that bad? Yeah, thank God. It's not like Rage's. Rage's high pitch is crazy. My high pitch is so embarrassing. Do you have a clip of it? Is there a clip? I got him bad. He switched. Yeah, Wolf got me so bad, I changed batteries on accident. Tomorrow when you begin chapter 4, everything will go faster and the storyline starts adding quicker. Okay. Okay, bet. There's what, 6 chapters?
Be there, partner.
The Homer yo. Is it? Do you have a clip? My high pitch sounds like Homer Simpson. At least it like Rage's is legit 6 chapters. Okay. Rage's is legitimately like crazy high. I need to feed Lil Jit too, to be honest. He's starving out here.
You all right, boy?
Yeah, hold on. Okay, I gotta see it. Let's feed him one more time. He's like fucking starving out here. There you go. There you go, boy. I don't know why I just assumed tonic filled both cores. Hungry boy. He's hungry. He's a hungry boy. Arthur's last moments right now in this mission, I may or may not be trolling. I hope so. Oh, wait. Come back, Lil Jit. Hold on. I need my better gun. I don't think I've high-pitched yet. I've changed octaves, though. Like, I went, ah! It was bad. It was bad. Bolt action or rolling block? I think rolling block is better, right? Oh, I have a rare rolling block right there. Damage. What's the difference? Why do I have... We'll do a shotgun here. Chapter 4 is playing as Dutch. Morgan gonna get shot right now. I'm sorry. Could you imagine if all of a sudden Arthur's no more? That'd be crazy. You get to moving, boys. What are y'all doing? Yeah, this beard's getting out of control. My stomach is growling like crazy. I don't have any clips, just a TikTok? Okay. I'll look at the TikTok.
Sure. So, how's your gang doing? They still believing in you? Better world. Pure world. How's that coming along?
Just fine.
How's that score you stole off us?
It's pretty damn sweet.
Which one?
Oh, I like that. It's like I said, this is a charismatic leader. A lot of heat on us this time.
Come on. God.
Ridiculous.
I whispered you one, but the game audio is so loud.
They offered me a prize.
I don't know how clear you can hear. Okay.
Bring you in?
I'll check after this cutscene.
Take it.
Well, still might.
I am sorry about your brother.
Yeah, well, I never liked him much.
Damn.
I liked Annabelle.
You always loved the ladies, Dutch Vanderlyn. I like that about you.
Weird.
What are we doing here? Go home. Is this thing over?
Oh!
Hello, sugar. You ain't dead, is you?
Rip Arthur, stupid motherfucker, got shot by the Driscolls. Damn!
I don't know. Column's got a sense.
Hey, yo!
Them over to the Lords. I don't know. Strange times. They killed Seamus. Fuck the whole lot of them. With this fella Colum's right, we can draw them all back.
True.
He's escaping. Shoot him. Relax. Relax. I got him.
I don't have any guns.
Did I kill you?
I don't have any guns. It's coming. I wasn't trolling.
Why are you running?
Damn.
Why are you running?
They actually shot him. Damn. Yo. Not my boy Arthur. Hell no. This can't be it.
Finally. Put his weapons over there.
Damn. Not the basement. Not the basement. How's this man not seeing Jesus yet? Plot armor. You know how it goes. That's why I said do this before. Yeah, you were right. Thank you. This was a good time to do this one.
Arthur Morgan. It's good to see you.
Am I hanging by my hands?
Hello, Cole.
Oh, I'm hanging upside down.
How's wound? I hardly feel it. You will. Septic. Ain't nice. Now, tell me. Fine gun like you. Why are you still running around with old Dutch? Could come right with me and make real money.
It ain't about the money, Cole.
No. It's Dutch's famous
Charisma.
You killed a
Incoming.
whole bunch of my boys. 6-point
I ain't got no
Incoming? What's incoming?
Oh, you lie, my friend.
What's incoming?
I thought Dutch preached truth.
Let me go, Cole.
Let me go,
And
Cole.
all this crap between you two. We all got real problems now.
The way I see it, they get him. They forget about me.
This is crazy.
Sword.
Yo! Darth Sucifer.
I'm just
Thank you for the raid.
obliterating myself right now.
Thank you for the raid, W Raiders. Let's go. How was stream? Yo. Thank you so. Oh, ignore this. This is from a scary game yesterday. W raid. Got sent here by Doc. Doc is the GOAT. W raid. How was stream? What'd you do? Tell me. Hey. Thank you for the follow, Darth Sucifer. Thank you. Has epic ass chill vibes. Yo, if you do not already, definitely follow. Let me see. Follow, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. How you doing? Pretty good. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. I am pretty good. I'm pretty good. How are you? Absolutely. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. We were just doing some Red Dead, talking about cookies. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Talking about cookies and whatnot. W-Doc. Yes, W-Doc. W-Darth. Oh, I love this game. It is incredible. It is a lot of fun. It really feeds my ADHD well. Y'all just joined an epic-ass stream, Darth Minions? Yes. You can never talk about enough cookies. I'll show you the cookies. I'll show you the cookies we were looking at. These cookies right here. You see them? We were looking at some crumbles. You know what I'm saying? 46 watching new record? I think it is, actually. Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. Look at those. And so I was trying to decide, is it better to order them or go pick them up myself? Skratsx. Oh, yeah, my bad. Sorry, Petty, I forgot. I got too excited with the new Raiders on, you know? Sometimes when you have company over, you get a little too excited, you know? You know what I mean? Dude, those look amazing, don't they? Now I got to look up my local crumble. Like, why did we stop, by the way? Because Phyllis will want to get some, and Petty doesn't want to get it. I'm here, and I can see cookies. It's because Phyllis is going to see them. My bad. Like, Crumble's too good, you know? And so my stomach is actually growling. Phyllis, close your eyes. It's too late. My stomach's actually growling. You know? You get those damn cookies. Treat yourself. Life is too short for a diet. They're open. Like, I have my order in my cart, right? And I'm thinking, do I just hit continue to check out or do I go pick them up? Because I don't want to pick them up, I'll be honest with you. But it's more expensive to order. You know? My pants can't handle.
Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Petty's on a diet, so I don't want to have temptation around. That means you have to eat every cookie, Phyllis. I got to go. Getting late over in Norway. Norway? That's cool. Have a great stream. Catch you next time. Yo, Darth, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. I will be in your next stream. I have noties on. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Do they have any outlets in DC? Let me see. Find the crumble. Yeah, they're everywhere. Look at this, Saul. They're everywhere. Thank you, man. Same. Have a good one. You have a good one. I'm not on a diet. I have no self-control. I feel that. That actually hit right here, Petty. Yeah, Saul. You never heard of Crumble? So here's what I'll say, Doc. Here's what I'll say about Crumble. They do really good specialty cookies. Basically, I can't eat sweet stuff too quickly, so it takes me days to finish it, so Petty eats it. I'm going to order it for evening snacks. Oh, they have one in your state. Yeah. So don't get this one, Doc. The chocolate chip one is just okay. Okay? Well, shit, if you're on a diet, I'm getting it this week. Don't you have willpower? Phyllis will make regular-sized bags of Skittles last a week. What? Really? So if you're getting Crumble, Doc, don't get their chocolate chip cookie. It's just okay. It's about the specialty cookies, right? So they have cookies, and they change every week. Every single week. The strawberry Pop-Tart cookie is the best Crumble cookie. I'm lying, it's like a month. Bro, I'm lucky if a bag of Skittles sees 5-minute mark. I'm saying. Yeah, you can get the chocolate chip cookie, like if you need to fill the order, but it's not great. I'm placing some for the milk and chocolate chips. The chocolate chip is okay. So I'm not gonna lie to you. This one's not great. It's okay. But these specialty cookies are where it's at. These get shipped to you, so you can either go in person, you can go in person and get them, or you can order them on like Grubhub, DoorDash, or anything like that. They're good. I like these cookies. This one is just okay. But it changes every week. So I haven't had this week, so I can't vouch for this week's. But like the last time I went, they had a cinnamon roll cookie. It was fire. I forgot about the can cake cookie. I can only walk past whatever sweet for so. I understand. Like, if you keep seeing sweets out, like, there's only so many times you can see it before it's like, you know you want this cookie. It's the best chocolate chip cookie in the world. And all of a sudden, the aroma starts. It's not even heated up, and you start smelling it from the other room. And your mind is like, how great would it be to eat that cookie right now? That cookie is going to smack, and you know it. Eat the cookie. Do it now. And all of a sudden, you just broke your diet, and you're looking at yourself in the mirror with crumbs on your beard like, you fat piece of shit. Right? I know how that feels. Yeah, the cookie's like, come get this cookie. The cartoon scent that carries you right to the cookie's a real thing. It is. All of a sudden, it's like it's doing this. Like the cookie's giving you the Sin City. The smell alone is enough to make a grown man weak, bro. It is. You keep saying Cookie, and I keep seeing the actress that played Cookie on Empire. I mean, that too, Wolf. You know what I'm saying? That too. Like, hey, I feel you.
Ooh, that
Shout out
brother's
Taraji.
floating.
Yo, I love Taraji. You know what I'm saying? I love Taraji. Don't attack me like that, Skratsx. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first, Lucius. You know how it goes. Here, Phyllis, be happy with this. The strawberry cupcake looking like a snack. Am I like, Dom, right? So the cookies and cream, I'm gonna try it. The strawberry cupcake, bro, I fell off Empire so hard. Same, actually. What happened while I was gone? So Arthur is hanging upside down right now. The O'Connors got him. Phyllis, don't you have cookies in the fridge? Empire fell off. Did it? Just looking at it got me weak. I got to try this pancake one. Was that all you did? We did 2 quests, and then this will be our 3rd one. We did 2 main quests, a side quest, and this is another main one. After like 2 seasons, it was dead. I think it's hilarious. I left when we were talking about Crumble and came back, and we got right back on it. You know how it is. This stream goes full circle. God, they're so disappointed in you. No, we actually did. We actually made progress. Full circle. All right, legends, I'm out. Leaving for work. Wanted to send you some love your way, Skratsx. I'll be on later. Yo, Doc, I appreciate you. I do appreciate you for real. Thank you for encouraging the Raiders to come over here. You didn't have to do that, and I appreciate it. Also, chat, Doc is doing a giveaway for the new Star Wars game and the old Star Wars game. So if you missed out, head to Doc's channel, sub to that man, the legend, Doc. Go sub to him and get in that giveaway. Because Doc is goated. And if you ever need a pick-me-up in your day, legitimately, if you ever need a pick-me-up in your day, go to Doc's stream and get some of the energy that he gives out. Like, real shit. Doc's energy is infectious. That's the right word, right? Infectious. And it will legitimately make your day better. Friday giveaway. Thank you, Doc. I love you for real. For real, for real. Doc is goated. He is goated. For real. Love y'all. Love you. Love you. Thank you so much. Have a great one, Doc. Have a great one. Have a great one. For real. All right. Phyllis, did you actually order the cookies? If you did, I'll order them. Like, if you actually did, I will do it in solidarity. 100% I was hooked. Yo, what up, Trip? What up, man? How are you? What up, Trip? 100% I was hooked, and it just started to fall off the rails. I don't know why I stopped watching. But I think I stopped before it got bad. I didn't because I thought about Petty. Okay. Because I have my address isn't shown right. I have my order screen right here. And it's looking at me. Order them? Do I order them? I ordered 1 of each. I just ordered a 6-pack. I'm good, just chilling. How are you? I'm good. I'm debating whether or not I'm going to order these crumble cookies. Got to go source some dinner. Looking at this food, bro. Back soon. Yo, W address reveal. Yeah, I looked. I was like, is it on here? It's not, thank God. You can come over, though. Some of you can. I trust some of you, you know. I hopped off during season 2, was hooked the same way in season 1. Yeah, I think I stopped. I think I watched like the first one. Repetitive and too many fillers. Show the cookies on screen, and I'll pretend it's me that had the cookies. All right, I got you. Continue to check out. I'm ordering them. It's finalizing my cart. Continue with Apple Pay. I'm definitely getting crumble tonight. Look for a full review on the special cookies tonight. Bet. It's costing me $29 for 6 cookies. It's going through. The order's submitting. We need an intervention. All right. It's on its way. It'll be here in like 40 minutes. JT getting some too. Yo, what's up, Ayla? How are you? For 6 cookies? Yeah, it's crumble. I'm going to get it. Fuck it. Did you order everything but chocolate chip? Some of my siblings like chocolate chips, so I got one for them. I ordered 1 of each. So I got every flavor this week. $29 for 6 cookies? Good God. Yeah, but they're fucking huge. They're big-ass cookies. We're all here because we love you. We are. But you're not in the right state of mind. Oh, damn, you got 6? Yeah, because there's 5 flavors that I wanted to try, but they don't have a 5-pack. Also, when you order, it costs more. Yeah, if you go in person, it's cheaper. It's cheaper if you get it in person. How are you, Ayla? But yeah, they just opened one of those near me. Have you seen the cookies this week, Ayla? You want to see them? Here, I got you with the voiceover. You ready? Hold on. Let me do this right. Now, yeah, show me. Look at these cookies, Ayla. We got milk chocolate chip. This one's just okay, though. This one's just cool. After that, we got cookies and cream milkshake. It is described as a chili layered cookies and cream landslide from the cookie to the frosting to the decorative mini cookie on top. They look good, right? Mm-hmm. A serving size is a quarter of the cookie, I believe. They're huge. Yeah, they are. I'll take 4 cookies and cream, please. Here we go. Next. Going back in. Next. Strawberry cupcake. A vanilla cupcake cookie with a heavenly swirl of strawberry cream cheese frosting decorated with white sprinkles. Look at that. That one looks really good, too. I'm not going to lie to you. Do you have some in the fridge? Do you? Next. And this is the one I'm interested in. So, my God, I'm sorry. I just have to make sure Ayla gets the full presentation, you know? No. Buttermilk pancake. Cookies for breakfast. A fluffy pancake cookie topped with a smooth buttermilk glaze and a buttercream dollop. Look at that. Not gonna lie, that was both delicious and erotic. That'd be my radio voice. Would you listen to the radio if I was talking like that? Next. Are we ready? Absolutely. This was my nickname in high school. Triple chocolate chip. Oh, bro. You playing them oldies with that voice. You know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Kiss FM. Chocolate chips galore. A chocolate cookie packed with semi-sweet chunks, creamy white chips, and thick milk chocolate chips. Mm-hmm. And here I am, not wanting the cookies. Have you had the classic pink sugar? No, but I'm going to have it today. I ordered it, so I'll have every single one. I'll take a bite of every one. Have you had the classic pink sugar? I just answered that. No, I have not. W-Funk 97.9 and thick chocolate chips. Yo, those cookies look insane. Right, gringo? Right? And welcome in. Next. Classic pink sugar. An all-time favorite. Hey! Yo, gringo, thanks for the follow. Thank you. An all-time favorite. A vanilla sugar cookie topped with the perfect pink swoop of real almond frosting. Now containing real almond extract. I just cookie creamed myself. And finally, I didn't get this one. I didn't get a mystery cookie. I was too scared. The mystery cookie. Is it one of your favorites or something you haven't tried yet? Check the Crumble app to see what cookie your local store is offering. That's the cookies. That's the cookies. Crumble cookie needs to cut my Crumble compadre a check. This is the best promo. I'm putting that whole thing on TikTok. We're going to talk about crumbles. Crumble cookies. Truth. I should put music behind that. It would have been better with like a saxophone, huh? Some jazz. Some jazz behind that. This stream brought to you by our sponsor, Crumble Cookies. Get you a piece of that. Oh, some sultry jazz? I kind of want to redo it with some jazz, but that'll be annoying, right? That'd probably be annoying. So I probably shouldn't do that. You can probably make like 25 TikToks about Crumble just from today. I probably could. I'll make it a series, just boom, 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 boom. I should do that. Just play this video behind it. I'm going to screen capture this and just like show it. Crumble TikToks were blowing up when they first came out. It's on theme. That's true, it is. That's true. Let me find a jazz song. We're going to do it again. Sorry, guys. We're doing this again. I'm committed to the bit. You know, I'm committed. Hey, you know, I'm committed. Let's see. Beautiful, romantic, sensual jazz mix. That's what I'm talking about, YouTube. You know what we need. There it is. Hold on. You like really getting them. You get a vibe. Hold on.
Simply Ayla just gifted 1 sub.
Ayla, thanks for the gifted sub. Thank you. Not the glasses, you know. W gifted. Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome to our Crumble Cookie description stream. The voice says simply. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie, Raiders, those who are new, you're probably hella confused, but the stream is always this random. I just gotta let you know. It is always this random. So if you love randomness, welcome in. Stream. Yeah, we need a command for that. First up on our lineup, we got the milk chocolate chip cookie. There was a raid? Yeah, there was. Nice Will Smith from Wild Wild West glasses. Thank you. I never wear these, but I feel like it fits the mood, you know? It fits. First up, we got the milk chocolate chip cookie. The classic. You can't go wrong. Thick, soft, and packed with milk chocolate chips. You see it. You see it. Next up on this lineup, we got... I saw that one, Wolf. I saw that. Thick and soft. I saw that one, Wolf. I'm sorry. You can't see my eyes because I have the sunglasses. I apologize. Cookies and cream milkshake. A chili layered cookies and cream landslide.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! All right.
Yes. A chili layered cookies and cream landslide. From the cookie to the frosting to the decorative mini cookie on top. You see it? Look at it. Decadent. Does fit together perfectly, all three blurbs. It did. That was really good. Next. Strawberry cupcake. A vanilla cupcake cookie with a heavenly swirl of strawberry cream cheese frosting, decorated with white sprinkles. Look at this cookie. Next. Strawberry cupcake just got sexier. It did. Look at it. That cookie screaming, "Come get this heavenly swirl." Heavenly. Next, buttermilk pancake. Cookies for breakfast. A fluffy pancake. A fluffy pancake cookie, topped with a smooth buttermilk glaze and a buttercream dollop.
Give me a hell yeah!
Hell yeah! Skratsx, I have a weird urge for you to feed me cookies now. I got you. Especially one that has a smooth buttermilk glaze. You know what I'm saying? You a whole ass snack by yourself, sexy boy. No, you. Next. Hey, yo, what's up, Gravity? How are you? We're checking out the latest crumble. We're checking out the latest crumble menu. You know? I'm brick now. Next, we got triple chocolate chip. Chocolate chips galore. A chocolate cookie packed with semi-sweet chunks. Yes. A chocolate cookie packed with semi-sweet chunks, creamy white chips, and thick milk chocolate chips. This is the Skratsx I've been waiting for. God. Skratsx seducing his soul so everyone will buy him cookies. Yeah, it is. Not working for me? Damn. Maybe this one. It's the Skratsx we deserve. It's the Skratsx I'm trying to give to everybody. A lot of editing later? Yeah. It will be. Imagine walking this channel as a first-time watcher. I'm thinking about the people who came through from the raid. They're probably like, what the hell is this? Where's John? Yeah, Snow is missing. Here we go. Then, we've got classic pink sugar. An all-time favorite. A vanilla sugar sugar cookie topped with a perfect pink swoop of real almond frosting, now containing real almond extract. And then last but not least, we got the mystery cookie. Is it one of your favorites or something you haven't tried yet? Check the Crumble app to see what cookie your local store is offering. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is this week's Crumble selection. Trying to get that Crumble sponsor getting paid in cookies. I'm saying, like, send them, Crumble. Please. Send me the cookies. Send me the cookies. I need cookies. Oh, wait, that's such a better line, Wolf. Hold on. Wolf, that's such a better line. And that, my friends, is how the cookie crumbles. Damn, that's such a better line. That's such a better line. We can turn the jazz off now. We're good. Sorry, Raiders. New Raiders. I know you're confused. I know you're refused. His girl came over here, so I hope he's okay. Trying to get it. Yep. My voice sucks. I like Fetty's voice. Sponsor me. I feel like that was good. I'm not sure if I'm hard for Skratsx or the cookies. It's both. Both of them. Sploosh. This video gonna be epic. I'm gonna upload that to YouTube too. See what they say. I would buy those expensive ass cookies if this was my commercial. I mean, if they hire me, you know what I'm saying? Wolf's voice is so good. Wolf's voice is the voice that I wish I had. Those expensive ass cookies are worth it. Oh God, they are. Wolf, you got to do it. I gotta hear Wolf do it. Put these glasses back. I'm gonna go try it on cheat day. Bet. Let me know how you like it, Ayla. Let me know. If Crumble paid me, I'd do that every single week. That'd be hilarious. Every day is cheat day. If you put your mind to it. I don't even want to eat Crumble on stream tonight anymore. You just goated that. YouTube. What the fuck? Let's see how they like it, you know? I'm going to play the Crumble video over it. Every day is cheat day when you have no self-control. Is it cheating, though, at that point? Or is that just living life? You know? Is that just living life? I feel like it is. You know? I feel like that's just living life at that point. I don't know how to segue back to this cutscene, but we gotta get this cutscene done.
I'd run as soon as I.
You know, just gotta work out first so you don't feel as bad when you eat 2 whole cookies. That's true. Your girl lost 30 pounds in the last 6 weeks. Gotta get fit. Yo, Ayla, that is awesome, and I'm very proud of you. Good job. Good job. That's actually really awesome, Ayla. W's. Skratsx make me want to crumble into his arms. Right here. Right here. Gravity. Right here. W, Ayla. That's awesome. That is awesome. Congratulations.
Hand you in, then disappear.
Congratulations.
Him to grab me? Of course. He's gonna be so mad. He gonna come raging over here. And a whole lot of you. And the law.
Thanks, y'all. I forgot we were on this cutscene. Me too.
Arthur, I missed you.
Will's voice is so good. I don't know about all that now. It is. It's legitimately good. It's legitimately good. Yeah, wouldn't Arthur die hanging upside down? He put a cap because he lying. He knows. Getting pistol whipped in the stomach versus the face. Eesh. Wouldn't he die hanging upside down like this? Okay. Let's swing. Let's swing. We're swinging. Nah, he's built different. Oh, shit. Got it? He has to be built different. Like, I feel like you're dead normally. Weak-ass ankle. Like, if you're able to break him that quick, why the hell was he hanging up there that long? Okay, cauterize it. Here we go. Oh, God. Oh! 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 Oh, what the fuck? Gunpowder. Oh, God, no. That beard, though, it's pretty nice, isn't it? Cauterize the wound. Oh, God. Oh, oh! Woo!
I don't want to go to Mexico. I want to go home. Home.
All right, we're going to choke this guy out.
Hold on, I'll be back in a minute. What the hell?
Give me your weapons, bitch. Yeah. Give me that weapons, bitch. Throwing knives. Loot him. Is there anything else in here? Damn, we're fucked. There's nothing else in here. Okay.
What's he still doing down there? It's one thing torturing a man, it's another thing putting him through stories of
Throwing knives are goated. I've never used them.
I don't want to be here when the law comes for that side of beef.
Leave the house. I gotta get my guns. Don't I? Gotta get my guns. Where is it? Where's my guns? Oh, they're right here. Yo, what's up, Cass? How are you? Get on the horse and escape. Your gear's permanently gone. Might as well get they shit. All right, let's just get to my horse. Let's get out of here. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfuckers. Up. What's up, boys? What's up? I can't see shit. Just got off work. How was work? How you liking the new job? You'll die if you go around too long. I'm going.
Oh, come on, boy. Get me home.
Let's go, legit. The greatest horse in all the land. No horse is better than my boy. Hello, comrades. Joseph Stalin. Interesting name. Welcome. Did I just die? No. Good, I worked hard, bro. Good for you, man. I'm proud of you. I am proud of you. I'm proud of you. Want to stream, but I also want to drink and celebrate? Do both. Why not just celebrate and drink on stream? You know what I'm saying? Both. T, I like how you think, Kayla.
Arthur.
Drunk stream.
Arthur. I told you it was a setup, Dutch. My boy. My dear boy. I need help. Reverend Swanson. He's gonna set the law on Earth. Oh, of course he was. I'm sorry, Arthur. It is a bit late for apologies.
You what?
Swanson. Mr. Morgan.
I know I just have to
Mr.
go
Morgan, you're safe
to
now.
NH.
Let's
I have
get
to
him
get
to
shit
bed.
since there's nothing near me. Oh.
You are safe now, Arthur. Okay. I got you.
1K well spent.
That's pretty.
I agree.
That's real pretty. Miss Grimshaw, will you sit with him a while?
Of course. You'll be okay, Mr. Morgan.
How come no one came to bust Arthur out, but we go bust everybody else out? What the fuck is that? No, I figured you meant New Hampshire. Interesting takeaway. Not that you finished. Micah and Dutch don't come back. That's exactly what I just said. Hey, I'm back. Welcome back, Judas. That, of course, we were going to come for you, Tone, should say it. You take, yeah, like, we go bust everybody else at, where the fuck, what the fuck? Wait, drunk stream? Cass. Oh, but, Patty, speaking of drunk stream, we might do an IRL liquor tier list. Only for a bit again. I'm on 3%. Does your phone not charge, Judas? What's going on? What's going on? Charge your phone. We might do an IRL liquor tier list. Yeah, some friends we got, they're like, what the fuck? I forgot to charge it. Oh. Yes, IRL liquor tier stream. What should I get? I need to get the little tester bottles, though. But what should I get? Ratchet and Rare. If y'all could, like, put a list, an IRL liquor tier list, you gonna be taste testing? Yeah. Plus, I think my charger's broken. I need a new one. Yeah, get a new charger. What kind of phone do you have? You need a cord? I got you, Judas. You need a cable? I got you. W. Samsung? Oh, never mind. I don't have a cable. I don't have this. I don't have a cable. I have this. I mean, I have a brick. If they have minis, you can get Taylor port. I've never had it. Yeah, sorry. I only have the brick. Want to see someone try it? Fuck it. If I can find it, I'll try it. Fight Skratsx. Why are you fighting me? I have an iPhone. Never mind. Oh, wait, Judas, here. Wait. Where's my cable? Here it is. Here it is. I got a cable. Here it is, Judas. You're good. You're good. I got a USB-C. You can use it. Thank you. Yeah, I got you. See? Damn. Sorry about... Damn. What happened while I was gone? Arthur cauterized his wound and no one came back for him. We escaped. We escaped and no one came back for him. Like, that's actually fucked up. Oh, yeah, and we had erotic cookie time. Mm-hmm. iPhones are terrible. Can't download any third-party Android on top. I don't want third parties, though. Julian? Yes, Judas. What's up? What's up? What's up? What is up, my friend? Yes.
I thought I'd be burying you, Mr. Morgan.
Head pat, thank you. You're welcome.
Well, not quite yet,
You're welcome.
River.
I got you.
How you feeling?
Nothing good about iPhones? I love my iPhone. I love it.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Me and this baby right here. I love it.
Take care of yourself.
You too.
This beard's getting a little out of control, though. Tomorrow we got to cut this bitch. And the hair. Arthur's getting a little... Y-phone. Yes, thank you, Phyllis. Thank you. All right. That's enough gameplay for today. Good charging cable and brick, anchor and spigot. I use anchor. The anchor, bath time tomorrow. Yeah, we got to do that too. Anchor, the anchor brick is way better. W gameplay. We actually did stuff. We actually made progress. And so we'll hit chapter 4 tomorrow. I'm so used to Samsung that I just stay with it. My friend let me borrow her iPhone to make call and I couldn't understand it. Yeah, it's pretty different. More W side quests. Yes. Side quests are better. Yeah, we're done. We're done gameplay. We're full screen again. We're done with gameplay. That was fun, though. I enjoyed it. Let me actually quit the game. W stream. I mean, my crumble cookies are almost here, so I can show you what they look like. Side quests on top. I'm saying, what's a manly brother like myself got to do to get a head pat? Here, just lean down. I got you. There you go. There you go, Solo. Get you a head pat, my boy. I got you. W. Head pats for everybody who wants one. W Skratsx. No, WU. WU, Judas. iPhones don't let you install third-party apps. Oh, I think that's my crumble order.
Someone is at the front door.
I think that's my crumble order. I'm waiting for him to go to his car. Can we chill and talk till I get home? How long do you have to go? Phil, let's go watch something else for a minute. Hold on, let me grab it. What did I just roll on? Oh, my cable. Hold on. No. I don't need third-party apps, though, so I don't care. So do it. Chapter 4 will begin, provided you finish the remaining 2 missions, which take only 20 minutes, so do it tomorrow. Yeah, we will. Probably on 5 to 8 minutes. Yeah. I got you till you get home. I got you.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! Wow.
I got you. We're here. We got the cookies. I feel like Keith Lee right now. I will be provided with entertainment chat till he gets back. Watch me dance. Yes, dance, please, while I get these cookies ready. Cookies? Yeah, Judas. Skratsx Lee. I got it. Let's try it and rate it 1 through 10. How was that? Does that sound like Keith? ASMR tap on the box. Oh my God, why'd you sound like it? Did I get it? I got it. Let's try it and rate it 1 through 10. Why are your box not long and skinny like ours? So if I go in person, they usually are. Oh yeah, this is the 6 box. That's right. 6 box. We will use the Buster Sword to cut this. This isn't very sharp. I should have used Kratos. I should have used Kratos' sword. There we go. There we go. Let me move you out the way a little bit so I can open the box. Hold on. Let me do this so you can actually see it. Hold on. Here they are. You see them? I'll steal the cookies. Oh, she won. There they are. Beautiful. I gotta take a picture first. Let's take a picture for Discord. Hold on. Let's take a picture for the Discord. I won my cookies. I got you. You can have a bite. I promise. I'll share. There we go. Biology grades an F. I got you. Oh, that's a good picture of him too. Okay, which one let's go. I'm just gonna go. We'll go this one first. Here it is. Triple chocolate chip. You want a bite? Take a bite. Here, chat. You can have a piece. You can have a piece. I'll share. Bite my screen. Here. You can have a piece. I got you. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the mic. I'm taking a piece off. Oop. Okay. Look. It's got melty chocolate in it. Okay. Here we go. Mmm. That's pretty good. It's actually pretty good. So, I said earlier, I thought that this was going to be too much chocolate, but it's pretty solid. Pretty solid. I like this. This is way better than their chocolate chip cookie. This right here, way better than a chocolate chip cookie. I'm making a clip. Which one do you try? This one. The triple chocolate chip. Is it more moist or is it drier? It's more moist. It's more moist for sure. There you go. I got home. I just need to walk there. Okay. How is that one? It's better than chocolate chip for sure. It's not my favorite cookie that they've had, but it is good. Bye, y'all. Bye, Julian. See you soon. Bye, Judas. We love you. Have a great day. Moister than an oyster. Excellent. We like it moist. Yes, we do. So, I give that a 7 out of 10. A 7 out of 10. Next. Wait, I need a palate cleanser before this. Where's my water? Skratsx Lee, yeah. Okay. Next. Buttermilk pancake. The buttermilk pancake cookie. It looks good. It looks good. I got to make sure I get, like, some of the buttermilk. The dollop, like, it's actually good. I got to make sure I get some of the dollop here. Hold on. I'm breaking it in half. Hold on. This is kind of I didn't think about how to do this one. Sorry. Didn't mean to hit the mic. Okay. Here we go. Let's try it and rate it 1 through 10. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. That's a good cookie. So, I'm trying to compare it to the other ones I've had from them. It's not the best, but it is really good. Didn't even get the dollop on your top lip. Yeah, W. I was making sure. That I'd give an 8.5 out of 10. But he was waiting to screenshot white stuff on your lips. Oh, I know. I saw it coming. Don't put him on that mission. Okay. I'm skipping the chocolate chip because we know what that one tastes like. But I'll show you what it looks like. Here's the chocolate chip. Standard. Pretty standard. I can never knock his stuff on my mustache. It's because you have a better mustache than me. My mustache is thin and it's missing in the middle, you know? You have a better mustache than I do. Next. This is what we were waiting for. Mustache sucks. No, mine does. Look at this. Next. Strawberry cupcake. The chocolate chip just looks so ugly in comparison to the others, doesn't it? Yeah, you have a good mustache. Next. Strawberry cupcake. The most beautiful one of the group. This is a good one. Can someone I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Hold on. The strawberry looks so good. Let's see. Here we go. That one's fire. It tastes just, obviously, it tastes just like a strawberry cupcake. So if you like strawberry cupcakes, you'll enjoy that one. Again, this is my personal opinion. But if we go to Crumble for our pizza party today, you should. Fire, you say? It's good. So, but it's not as good as the last strawberry cookie they had. You know the strawberry cheesecake one? It's slightly below that one. Not far behind, but slightly below that one. You know what I'm saying? And that strawberry cheesecake one was like, I trust Skratsx judgment. He's never led me astray when it comes to crumble cookies. Like we've been pretty on point. What do I give that? I'd probably give that like a 8.6 out of 10. That's fine. Palate cleanse. I forgot. Palate cleanse. Okay. Here we go. This one looks good as fuck, though. It's not as beautiful as the strawberry one. But look at it. Look at that. The Oreo one. Oreo milkshake. Or as they like to call it, cookies and cream. Here we go. Obviously, I'm not going to get the mini Oreo on top, but did you have the Oreo one from last week? I didn't. Was there an Oreo one last week? I didn't go to Crumble last week because I was gone for a decent bit. Well, for a day, but here we go. Let's get the icing on there. So this one tastes like an Oreo. No surprise. But it's lighter. It's cold. So this one's a cold cookie. So if you get that one, get it as a cold cookie. Don't get it hot. But it's actually like a slightly elevated Oreo. So if you like Oreos, you'll like this better than Oreos, I believe. It's good, though. The top part kind of tastes like they took Oreo icing and just shoved a bunch on top of the cookie. And then put like little Oreo crumbs in it. It's pretty good. It's not my favorite in the box, but it's solid. It's solid. It's solid. Especially if you like Oreo icing. The week before is pretty good. I think I missed it. I love the cinnamon roll one. The cinnamon roll one was good. But no cookie for me is topping that carrot cake one. That carrot cake one was so good. That one was fire. You know? That carrot cake one was gas. Like, I was fucking with it. Yeah, the carrot cake was a 10 out of 10. It was perfect. I don't think there was a better one. Solid pass on carrot cake. It's okay. It's okay. You can have the other one. So, like, I'll take the carrot cake, Ayla, and you can have the other ones, you know? That's what makes a good friendship, you know? A good give and take, if you will. You know what I mean? A good give and take. And we have our last one. Our last one. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. 100%. Pretty simple, but still good. The classic sugar cookie. I think this one is, let me look at the flavor again. This one is classic pink sugar is what it is. Classic pink. You see? Pretty good. All right. Here we go. That one's okay. I wouldn't order that one again because there's just better cookies. Like, it's okay. That's like, it's like 5 out of 10. You know? 5 out of 10. Like, it's okay. It's not my favorite cookie in the world, but it's not bad. But it's not like the best sugar cookie I've had either. There's better sugar cookies out there. I won't be getting that one. Yeah, don't get that one. That one's just meh. It's actually like I'd get the chocolate chip cookie before I'd get that one. That's where I'd put that one. Like, it's like chocolate chip, sugar cookie. It's meh. It's all right. It's a cookie, you know? But not the best. Not my favorite. That was pretty good. That was a pretty solid. I'm glad I ordered these, actually. I'm glad I ordered these. Let me post these to Discord. And post this in there. Some crumble cookies looking solid. Well, let me brighten it a little bit. Hold on. Let me brighten these bitches up a little bit. W week. It is. It's a W week. This is a pretty solid, like, this was a pretty solid week. Crumble did his thing. This one's in. This one's good. It just tastes like they took Oreo filling and put it on top, but I love Oreo filling, so I'm good with that. Strawberry cupcake, love that one. Love this one. Love this one. Meh. So, you know, it's a pretty good week. Pretty good week for them. Let me go to my... I enjoyed it. If Crumble would sponsor, like, imagine a Crumble sponsor where they send me this every week, I'd dead-ass do it. Dead-ass. Obviously, I'm not eating the whole cookie because, you know, 4 servings for 1 cookie. Kind of a lot, but, you know. Pretty good. Let me... Edit. Let's do that. Okay. Light. Exposure. Increase. There we go. Export. Save to camera roll. Let me rotate it. There we go. And let me post it in Discord. But W stream, guys. W stream. I enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. I had fun. I had fun. It was a lot of fun as always. I love you guys. I appreciate you hanging out with me. Thank you for the Raiders who stayed through. Thank you for the follows. W. Hungry as hell now? Yeah, I need like actual food. You know? I love y'all. I had fun too. I'm glad. We are 18 away from 400 followers. 18 away. We have gained almost 100 followers in a week. And I appreciate y'all. Let me copy the name. We are going to raid Poe. Poe probably trolling. I love the name. You'll get it this week? Oh, I'm hoping so. W1000 soon. Yeah. We are on the way. I will tell you the goals I've written down before we get out of here. Because I have them. I look at them every single time. Every single time. W soon. Soon. Soon, soon. Is it skipping for me or is... What's happening? Is my computer, like, weirding out? Partner, obviously. We on the partner push. 1,000 consistent subs. Consistent, you know. Consistent subs would be good. No, it's post stream. Oh, okay. I thought it was my computer. He lags a little. Okay. Okay. Yeah, 1,000 subs, 100, like, I want to get to, like, 1,000 viewer average, but we have a while for there, right? Like, 1,000 average would be cool, but if we get there, I got to make a special chat for the OGs, for the VIPs, you know what I'm saying? Oh, shit, then Cookies just got there? Yeah, JT, it was. So here's what I'll say, JT. Skip the sugar cookie. Skip this one. Skip this shit. Don't get this one. JT, you got yours? You got your cookies too? Oh, the pink sugar's trash? Yeah. We need a VIP chat. We need a VIP chat. No, I didn't order mine yet? Yeah. This one, skip this. This one's good. This one's good. This one's good. This one's good, but it tastes like if you got an Oreo and just took a bunch of the I need my first batch if you got room. Oh, yeah, I got you. Let me actually do that right now while I'm thinking about it so I don't forget. It tastes like they took a bunch of the filling and put it in there, which I love. Needed to be fresh tonight. Yeah. Bet. Yeah, it's good. VIP chat. We're going to need that. We're going to need that. How do I do the first badge? Community roles manager? How do I do that? How do I give out the first badge? I don't know. Let me see. Let me see. Streamers will technically channel analytics under creators dashboard. I seen it the other day, but I don't remember top of my head. Oh yeah, Petty was robbed? Yeah, because he got gifted. Let me see. So it says analytics. Insights. Where is that? Overview. I have to look. Most people give VIP to their favorite followers, from what I know. Some use channel points. Yeah, VIPs. VIPs I have to go. I've actually just been lazy in handing them out. I had a glance at my founder's badge page the other day, but I don't know how I got there. That's what I'm looking for. It's not here. No worries. I'll actually get it done, though. I removed a few of my VIPs for a bit. Didn't want to alienate the new folks in stream. My chat hasn't been as lit as yours, though. Oh, it will be, though. Best believe it will be. It will. I'm going to stream right now. Bet. But yeah. I appreciate y'all. Oh, stream goals is what I was saying. 1,000 sub average, like, consistently. Appreciate the optimism? No, it's true. You know? I don't even got VIPs. Oh, you got to give the VIP. The VIPs I love. I like handing those out, but I've been, like, lazy about it. But I want to get to a point where we got 1,000 sub average. You know what I'm saying? We're like, not that recognition. We taking over. Ratchet and Rare, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Ratchet and Rare. Welcome to the neighborhood. The neighborhood is on the intersection of Ratchet and Rare. You feel me? But I would love to get to a point where I could legitimately raid streamers who I look up to in terms of streaming content. You know what I'm saying? Where it'll actually be, like, meaningful, if that makes sense. We will get there, though. We will. The growth has been crazy. And I could not appreciate you guys more for watching, chilling with me. You know, that's a W goal. And I believe it will happen. Like, for real. For real. It will. It will. You know? I'm legitimately excited with how this is going. Like, I'm excited. I feel that. We can all raid each other for now, though. I got y'all back. Skratsx, you going to start streaming in the evening so I can raid you? I've thought about evening streams. I thought about it, but the reason one of the reasons why I don't is because I legitimately enjoy being in y'all's chats. You know? Because a lot of you stream in the evening, I enjoy being able to just sit and watch y'all do your thing. You know what I mean? It's cool. Like, seeing you guys do your thing is legitimately, like, it's just as cool as being the one streaming for me. You know? Like, I feel it. I love it. I've discovered some quality streamers at 11 p.m., 12 a.m. Yeah. Like, usually at around 11 or 12, I'm in Killmonger stream. Usually. You know, like, I still watch the bigger streamers like Rage, Dante, Bruce, but I will have them tabbed to the side watching y'all. It's cool as hell. Like, around, like, a couple hours out is when I'm in, like, Phyllis's stream, Patty's stream. Killmonger has a W stream? Yeah, he does. I'm not going to lie. He's got me wanting to bring a bucket hat back out. He's got me wanting to put my hair in twists and just put a bucket on. You know? I like Killmonger's. Like, he has such a cool stream. I'm boring? No. I used to wear the buckets too. Like I fuck with buckets. You know? I got a bucket hat right now with palm trees and shit. It's blue. navy blue with white palm trees around it. And I haven't busted it out in a little bit, but like he's got me wanting to bust out a bucket hat. You know, like I'm old school Dante. You know, like bucket's a top tier hat. It really is. Bucket hats are underrated. Bust that bitch out. Let me show you. I can't put it on right now because my hair is too tall. Hold on. Let me grab it. Look at it. Look at this bucket right here. I got the blue and white palms on it. You know what I'm saying? The bucket. Makes me want to like put the hair in twist, put the bucket on. You know? Not trying to self-promo, but check me out tonight, y'all. West Coast. Bet. Yo, JT, when you go live, just put it in the stream promotion thing. You know? So those who don't have noties will know you're on. Just drop it in the stream promo thing. That's what I got it for. You know, so we know when you're on. Like, for real. I'll post in Discord tonight for sure. Yeah, like, I know, like, Petty will not post his. He'll post when others are online, but he won't post when he's live, which I think is hilarious. I think that's hilarious. Oh, I found it? Found what? Petty will post when everybody else is live. I can't. Petty, like, that's what it's for. Post when you're live, bro. Yeah, post when you're live. Or I'm going to have to start doing it. One way or another, your stream's getting posted in there. Yo, Petty, who y'all drafting? You know? Who y'all drafting? It's under dashboard. Okay. Now I got to follow Petty to post. Like, Petty. I post when I'm live in mine. Yeah, post in mine too. Like, post it. Dashboard, revenue, earnings. Where's my founders? Where's my founders at? Oh, okay, I see it. I don't know. No pick till like 90-something. Oh, yeah, that's right. We got no first rounders. That's true. I hear they're trying to get Trey Lance, though. They're trying to get Trey Lance. We loaded up between day 2 and 4. That's true. Revoke. Damn. I can't. I'm trying to get you through, but like it's not doing it. They have Trey Lance. They better keep him to and start him. They need to start Trey Lance. I will get out if they don't. Like, they need to keep him. They need to. I wonder if he can reassign, though. So here's the issue. If someone's sub drops off, I can. I started my stream? All right, cool. Have a good stream, Cass. Have a good stream. I appreciate you, man. Trey gets to start game 1. He better. Like, you know what you have in Brock Purdy, and you know that Brock Purdy can come off the bench and do good. How do you revoke Skratsx? I don't do it. So you can't because you just got yours, right? But what you do is if someone's unsubbed, there's a trash can thing right here that says revoke. You just go revoke. So now, these are the, like, and so it goes based upon who sub next, I guess. But if someone, like, Phyllis has it, you know what I'm saying? Phyllis got it. Lino, Smacks, you know what I'm saying? Gravity. Gravity's picture is hard. You know? And then eventually it'll, if one opens up, I got you, Petty. I got you. I'll keep checking, though. But if it counts, your VIP, gang. You know what I'm saying? Your VIP, gang. You know what I'm saying? I got you. Eventually I'll get more. I'll get more as I think Founders Badge is. Once I get like partner, I got you. But you VIP, you know what I'm saying? Look at those handsome 2 up 2. Yeah. Curse and Apocalypse. You know what I'm saying? Curse and Apocalypse up top. But you VIP, gang. You know what I'm saying? VIP, you feel me? VIP'd in this piece. You feel me? VIP, gang. And we don't have a lot of VIPs around here, you know what I'm saying? VIP, gang. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Don't forget to let me know about who did your emotes. Yes. GG's. GG's. You know what I'm saying? VIP gang. But if one opens up, I got you. I got you. It's because you got gifted. That's why. What's good? Popped in for the goodbye. Yo, you know what you got? Speak, Killmonger, since you in here, you got a founder's badge, my boy. You in the founders. You in the founders. I also got a VIP in for real. Hold on. I do got a VIP you. 1 second. Roles manager. We've been pumping you up. Yes, sir. Yeah, we actually were. We were talking about how fire your stream is. It's Aaron. Boom. There we go. Save. There we go. Fortunately, some earnings. What? Oh, I guess it's because I'm live, but it's weird. Hey, yes, sir. Yeah, we were just gassing you up. We were talking about we were just talking about how cool your stream is for real. Oh, there it is. There it is. Look at the new badge. Look at the new badge, my boy. There you go. There you go. There you go. You know what I'm saying? Love y'all dearly. Love you. For real. For real, for real. Eric streams are a vibe. They really are. Yo, I was talking about how you make me want to bust out the bucket. Like, you got me want to put my hair in twists and bust out the bucket for real. You know what I'm saying? Got me wanting to bust the bucket hat out. You feel me? We need a ratchet and rare bucket hat. On God. Buckets are lit. I fucking love them, bro. I see my hair's too tall. I have to get it when I'm in braids. I'm in braids. And I can't get braids till my mom comes back. Bust it down in the bucket hat. A ratchet and rare. But yeah, I feel like we need a ratchet and rare emote. That'd be fire. A ratchet and rare emote. That'd be fire for real. Yours are too. They are. I love Phyllis's streams. I love all y'all streams, to be honest. They're good. I love it. I love that we're all growing at the same time, for real. You know? It's cool to see. It's cool to see. I'm not going to lie. I smell these cookies right now. And they're making me even hungrier. They are making me hungry. Gee, Petty Wop. Petty Wop. Yeah. All right. So we're going to raid Poe. We're going to raid Poe. I'm going to move these cookies out, and we're going to edit. Cookie time. No. I'm going to try some tomorrow when I head to campus. Do it. Do it. They are so good. Let me know if you like them, Ayla. Just hit you with the follow. There we go. Yes. Follow each other. Drop them around. Drop the follows. Thank you for chilling with me and putting up with my random shit, you know. I hope you had fun. I had fun. Thanks, Erickson. Yo. Phyllis's streams are a vibe. They are a vibe. Yeah, JT's a real one. JT streaming tonight. W random shit. I love the random shit. The random shit is fun. Follow JT and Phyllis. Thank you so much. Who we rating? We're rating Poe, probably trolling. You know, we're rating Poe. So, copy the raid message. You feel me? Hopefully the raid works. Let me see. Copy that raid message. You know what I'm saying? Copy that. Get ready to spam the shit out of it. Who's Philly and where does she stream? Oh, she streams over at twitch.tv/Phyllis Banks. She's one of the best streamers out there. Yeah, Snow. Snow, you missed it, man. You missed it. We put on sexy jazz and everything. You missed it, man. You missed it. W Scratch, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, if you need a place to hang out, twitch.tv/Phyllis Banks. You know what I'm saying? twitch.tv/pettyaf__. You know what I'm saying? Twitch.tv/JT will play. Skratsx got everyone bricked and you missed it. You know what I'm saying? Twitch.tv/Simply Ayla. You was being seductive again? You missed it. You did.
can have a small but really pretty dick, right? And a big dick can just be like a massive, gargantuan honking thing.
Before
right?
the
There's
raid gets
beauty in all
canceled.
penises,
I love y'all.
Is what I like to say.
I'll see y'all tomorrow.
That was deep.
10 a.m. Central.
Very poetic.
Yep. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.
Now with today, probably the Draco. Not even gonna hold you. Not even gonna hold you. Probably the Draco. Probably the Draco thing. I got PDW, folks.